Europe should do more to be able to defend itself. In that case, we would need what I would call a European NATO, a coalition of the willing, capable, and willing to do what is necessary to defend Europe.
When you look across European leaders, do you think they've woken up sufficiently to that yet?
I think it's too hesitant, too reluctantly. The coalition of the willing has become a coalition of the waiting. But I appreciate very much the combined French and British efforts to try to create this coalition of the willing. But we need a more determined action. We need more and stronger commitment to deploying troops in Ukraine to guarantee security of Ukraine in the future. And actually, speaking about Greenland, it is a tragedy that the dispute on Greenland now overshadows the real threat from Russia in Ukraine. And I think Trump has used Greenland as a weapon of mass distraction, not destruction, but distraction from the real problem that is Russia's war against Ukraine.
Anders, thank you so much for joining us. A really interesting and important conversation. Anders Fogh Rasmussen, the former NATO General Secretary and the former Danish Prime.
Our annual meeting. We are convening at such a consequential moment for the world. When geopolitical developments are fast-moving, when long-standing trade and economic architectures are being redrawn, and when technological forces are reshaping our industries and societies. We are standing at the start of a new reality, the contours of which are still to be defined. But hopefully it is not the jungle growing back. That is why also the deliberations and dialogues we make here in Davos will shape what comes next. Countries and companies are finding new ways to work with one another, finding the way like water to advance common agendas, even in more uncertain times. Last year when we met in Davos, there was a fear that we would be facing a decade of slow growth, like we had in the 1970s. Even with the very difficult geopolitical backdrop, maybe the most difficult one since 1945, we are seeing sustained economic growth. The IMF numbers that came showed 3.3% expected economic growth this year. And we are also seeing that trade is growing. Not 5–6% as in the past, but still growing 3%. When you read the media, you feel that things are contracting. But even more important, why are we less concerned about a decade of slow growth moving forward? It is because of the new technologies. Last year, $1.5 trillion was invested in the new technologies. And if we get it right, the new technologies can be the new driver of growth for decades to come. So maybe we can see decades where we see increased growth, and we can deal then also with the debt level that is the highest since 1945. The foundation of moving forward has to build on cooperation and dialogue. It is the only way to identify shared interests and chart pathways forward together. This is why the theme of this year's annual meeting is the spirit of dialogue. It is really my hope that the week ahead and the year ahead will chart collaborative pathways forward for business and government, and shape a more prosperous and secure era. I'm now pleased to introduce the co-chair of the World Economic Forum and chair and CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink. Welcome, Larry.
Good morning, everyone. And it's a great welcome to be a part of this annual meeting at the World Economic Forum, which is the strongest session that we're going to be ever having in our 56-year history. This week, as Borja suggested, 850 CEOs and chairs are here, 65 heads of state representing governments, representing actually 40% of the world's population. And alongside, we have some of the world's most innovative entrepreneurs, some of the world's most innovative startups, and we have some of the most impactful civil society and NGO representatives. In fact, we believe that outside the United Nations, this is the largest gathering of global leadership of the post-COVID period of time. So thank you for being a part of that. But now we have a harder question to ask all of us. What do we do about it? And will anyone outside this room care what we're doing here? Because if we're honest, for many people, this meeting feels out of step with the moment. We hear all about the elites. And how does that play out in an age of populism? How does an established institution make a difference in an era of deep institutional mistrust? And there's some truth to the critique. I believe in this forum for a long time. I certainly wouldn't be leading this if I didn't believe that we can change and make the world better. But it's also obvious that the world now places far less trust in us to help shape what comes next. If the World Economic Forum is going to be useful going forward, it has to regain that trust. And there are some very obvious ways that we can improve for ourselves and hopefully for the world. We need to make sure that we widen who gets a voice in these conversations over the coming week. We have to be a lot more transparent and more engaged with people who don't feel represented in rooms like this. And because this is the World Economic Forum, to be more precise about what does it mean about economic success. Prosperity just isn't the growth in the aggregate. It's not just GDP. It can't be measured by GDP or market caps of companies. It has to be judged by many people who see it, who can touch it, can feel it, and can build their own future on it. That, in my view, is the strongest critique of the last economic era. Since the fall of the Berlin Wall, more wealth has been created than in any time prior in human history. But in advanced economies, that wealth has accrued to a far narrower share of people than any healthy society can ultimately sustain. Now we're in the era of AI, which we're going to talk about a lot in this week. And are we going to replay the same pattern? Early gains are flowing to the owners of models, owners of data, and owners of infrastructure. The open question, what happens to everyone else? If AI does to white-collar work that globalization did to blue-collar workers, we need to confront that today directly. It is not about the future. The future is now. now with abstractions about the jobs of tomorrow, but with a credible plan for broad participation in these gains. This is going to be the test. Capitalism can evolve to turn more people into owners of growth instead of spectators watching it happen. And that kind of change is truly hard, especially in a world of competing ideologies and assumptions about how the system should work. Which brings me to the second way Davos can change who gets invited to these conversations. This forum cannot be an echo chamber, and we should want panels where everyone doesn't always agree. We need panels where we can have true conversations, maybe some overt disagreements, but through that, we could have a deeper conversation. And then we could have maybe deeper understanding of each other's views. You can already see the shift in who is here this year. That doesn't mean the goal of everyone to leave having convince themselves that they're right. The objective over the week is not agreement, it's understanding. It's sitting with people who disagree with you, taking their arguments seriously, their viewpoints seriously, and being willing to admit they might be right, or they might have something that'll help you evolve your opinions better. And there's a deeper challenge. Many of the people most affected by what we talk about here will never come to this conference. That's the central tension of this forum. Davos is an elite gathering trying to shape a world that belongs to everyone. That is why this year's theme is the spirit of dialogue, because dialogue is the only way a room like this can earn the legitimacy to shape ideas for people who aren't in the room. And besides, the world needs some more good faith conversations with people who don't typically talk to one another. I think that most people, at least intellectually, know that finding a common ground with a stranger is a hopeful thing. It restores your faith in humanity a bit. But how often does it actually happen? Hopefully a little more happens now. But how often can we make it happen? Because dialogue, especially the listening half of dialogue, is what the World Economic Forum needs in going forward. We need more of it. For 56 years, the World Economic Forum has been synonymous with Davos. And that's likely to remain true for a long while. But you should also see the World Economic Forum start doing something new, showing up and listening in places where the modern world is actually being built. Davos, yes, but also places like Detroit and Dublin, or cities like Jakarta or Buenos Aires. We need the mountain to visit everyone, to be a part of everyone's life. So in fact, that's why I agreed to take on this role after Klaus Schwab, whose more than a half-century of work, together with an extraordinary, dedicated group of men and women at the World Economic Forum, made this gathering possible. There was an opportunity to make this forum more transparent, and I thought this was the surest way to rebuild trust. When people can see in the room about the debates, about the participation, and about the conversations, and maybe a lot more understanding. That approach may fail in other gatherings. In this one, it's going to work. Because for all the caricatures of this forum, the people who come here, the people I know, aren't here to congratulate themselves, aren't here to pat themselves on the back. They're not here to protect their own comforts. The people I know are here for something bigger than themselves, bigger than their organizations that they represent. I believe in economic progress should be shared. All of us at the forum believe that economic success should be shared. And we believe institutions like the World Economic Forum still matters and making things happen. So let's remember this during the week about real conversations. Let us all commit to listen, to learn, to understand. And if we can all do that, we will all be better for that. Thank you. And now my co-chair.
Thank you, Larry, for that very powerful message at the opening of our annual meeting. Now it is my pleasure to introduce our other co-chair, Andrea Hoffmann, and I would also like to use this opportunity to thank both of the co-chairs for their leadership during the last three-quarters of a year. Andrea Hoffmann, you know Andrea, many of you, he's our co-chair, but also the vice chair of Roche. So, Andrea, the floor is yours.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished forum partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is now also my turn to welcome you here in this meeting placed under the spirit of dialogue. At a time when science confirms that humanity has already transgressed 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries, as highlighted in a planetary health check in September 25 from the Potsdam Institute, the challenge before us is no longer one of just awareness, but of action, making the need for collective responsibility, decisive leadership, and meaningful dialogue more urgent than ever, as Larry just underlined. For over half a century, leaders from across the globe have regularly gathered here in Davos, in Switzerland, to confront the defining challenges of our time. This was done as a community bound by shared responsibility for our collective future. This tradition, born from conviction that the great questions facing humanity demand dialogue against their differences, has never been more vital than it is today. At a moment when the world confronts profound questions about growth, about innovation, about technological transformation, and about our planet's future. At a moment where we need spaces where diverse voices can be heard, where we need just and safe places where diverse voices can be heard. At a moment where complexity must be examined from multiple perspectives so that we gain the insights we desperately need. This is why the World Economic Forum exists. Since 56 years, it is the international organization for public-private cooperation. A space where government, businesses, and civil society come together and generate the insights that emerge when different worldviews actively illuminate one another. And this matters because in a world that feels increasingly divided, progress depends on our ability to listen and engage across differences. Could I ask my wife to give me the 3rd page, which I left there? As you can see, you can be prepared, but also a bit clumsy in delivery. Sorry about that. This is why our gathering... This is why our gathering takes place here, in Switzerland. A nation whose tradition and commitment to dialogue reflects the very spirit we seek to embody. Davos has over so many years almost become, as I said before, a synonym for the World Economic Forum. It is therefore a particular pleasure for me to welcome Monsieur Guy Parmelin, President of the Swiss Confederation, as the opening speaker here in Davos. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président de la Confédération. Je vais vous demander de venir sur scène. Merci beaucoup. Merci d'avoir accepté de partager vos réflexions avec nous.
Thank you for accepting our invitation.
has been a member of the Swiss Federal Council for over 20 years. He initially led the Federal Department of Defense, Civil Protection and Sport, and since 2019 has headed the Federal Department of Economic Affairs, Education and Research. Mr. President, when you were inaugurated as President by the Swiss Parliament last December, you chose to speak about dialogue. At a time of uncertainty and tension, you reminded Parliament that Switzerland's diversity is not something that sustains itself automatically. It only becomes a strength if we truly listen to one another, if we resist the temptation to dismiss different views simply because they come from another political camp. You emphasized that societies do not move forward through value judgment on others, but through respect for those who think differently. Diverging opinions, you argued, are not an obstacle, but a driver of progress and a source of genuine innovation. This understanding of dialogue, rooted in listening, proximity, respect, and a shared sense of responsibility and humanity, is one that deeply resonates here in Davos. It also reflects the value of the World Economic Forum. Talk and listen to each other, embrace other options, and act in a collective interest. The spirit of dialogue. Before inviting the President to speak to us, allow me also to express our deepest gratitude to the Swiss government, to the Swiss Parliament, to the Canton of Graubünden, to the Swiss Army, and to the police. A special thank you goes to the community of Davos and Klosters for their decades of exceptional hospitality and partnership. And above all, our thanks go to the people of these communities whose openness and commitment truly embodies the spirit of Davos and the spirit of Switzerland. Your Majesties, Excellency, distinguished foreign partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is a particular pleasure to invite now le Président de la Confédération Suisse, Guy Parmelin, to address us. Thank you very much, Guy. The floor is yours.
Je vais parler français. Monsieur Hoffmann.
I shall speak French. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Fink, Mr. Bender, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My quality as President of the Swiss Confederation, I'm particularly happy to welcome so many heads of state to this annual meeting of the World Economic Forum. This is particularly meaningful in a year which started with a tragedy for our nation, and Switzerland would like to thank all of the nations concerned for the support and solidarity they expressed during the disaster in Crans-Montana. It is extremely impressive to see how energies can be mobilized by such a disaster, how it can strengthen international cohesiveness and unity. This must go beyond, of course, the particular or dramatic events. It must pervade the relationships between our countries, because it is only together that we can find solid and lasting solutions to the major challenges of our time. 2025 offered up a number of challenges: geopolitical, economic and digital upheavals on a global scale. They can be seen everywhere. They permeate our daily lives and even extend to the World Economic Forum, for which the past year was not a walk in the park. This edition, with its many distinguished guests, attests to the importance of resilience and dialogue in the bedrock of our institutions and their ability to cope. 2026 has barely started, yet there are indications of upheavals to come and potential flashpoints. Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, and now Venezuela and Iran, to name but a few. In terms of economic policy, protectionism is on the rise all over the world. In addition, there are many unresolved issues about the role and control of artificial intelligence that remain unanswered. This should come as no surprise. For humans, standing still is not an option. Or to quote philosopher Henri Bergson, to exist is to change. This year will be marked by technological advances, as well as economic and security concerns. The rapid rise of AI is set to deeply transform the fabric of our societies. The changes it brings will be visible at every turn and in every area of human life, the economy, government, in our day-to-day lives. They're changing the way we work, communicate, and make decisions. As such, they present both risks and opportunities. Digital transformation will bring the dangers of cybercrime, disinformation, but also exciting prospects, particularly in the field of healthcare. Technology is never inherently good or bad. It is what we make it. And to make it a positive ally, its users must have a deep sense of responsibility. Change is not just a matter of speed. As Economic Affairs Minister trained in the School of Life, I'm well placed to explain that lasting success depends on early and forward planning. This is a rule that applies to many other sectors, where investments do not generate immediate returns. I'm thinking of research, which also falls under my remit as minister. Long-term thinking is necessary in any situation. It is particularly necessary in times of upheaval. It can help us to drive progress while remaining true to our fundamental values, without forgetting their meaning or their role. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland draws its strength from the consistency that helps to ensure political stability. Consistency is not a source of stagnation. On the contrary, it is the foundation of progress. Our country is fortunate enough to have an excellent education and research system with a capacity for innovation that recognized far beyond its borders. With its open, export-oriented economy, Switzerland is an integral part of the global economy. The Federal Council is deeply committed to ensuring that our country can continue to participate successfully in the vitality of that economy. One of our current priorities is to stabilize and expand relationships with our most loyal and significant partners. Switzerland also wishes to continue to diversify its international relations, particularly in the areas of trade and science. Even in the current climate, which is prone to protectionism, we believe in the success of free trade and wish to continue expanding our networks of agreement. To achieve this, we must be able to conduct negotiations on an equal footing, yielding good results for the benefit of all parties. Agreements of this kind, which are mutually beneficial, don't happen by chance. We have the ability to build them patiently, one step at a time. Personal contacts and a willingness to engage in dialogue.
I think I remember in Germany in the 2000s, you sort of feel nothing could change in the world that wouldn't be worse for Germany than the status quo. Perfection had been achieved, okay? It's not there now, okay? But life has not ended and doesn't have to end. So how does Europe adjust? And
en présence. Il faut savoir, la Suisse toujours disponible à cet égard. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nos différentes positions nous offrent des perspectives imprenables sur l'évolution de notre monde et sur les dangers qui le guettent. Elles nous offrent aussi la hauteur de vue et les liens nécessaires pour que ces changements puissent être abordés avec les moyens adéquats et de façon concertée. Société, sciences, économie et politique doivent en effet interagir dans une logique de partenariat, sans quoi les problèmes ne pourront être abordés que de façon partielle et imparfaite. J'ajoute qu'il faut savoir faire preuve de courage pour s'investir dans une tâche de cette ampleur avec l'ambition de la mener à bien. Le courage d'innover, le courage de rester fidèle à ses valeurs, le courage de demander assistance ou conseil si nécessaire, le courage enfin de s'engager dans la durée comme le fait le vigneron face au rythme lent et implacable de la nature. Nous verrons ce que l'intelligence artificielle a à nous offrir. Nous serons certainement encore stupéfaits, peut-être éblouis, mais ce qu'elle ne parviendra jamais à faire, c'est à fédérer les cœurs ou à attirer les mains secourables comme nous l'avons vécu au début de cette année en Valais. La solidarité et l'humanité ne font pas partie du vocabulaire digital. Je veux y voir un heureux présage pour l'avenir. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and also on behalf of the World Economic Forum, we send our warmest thoughts and condolences to the people affected by the tragic fire in Crown Montana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really my great honor to welcome one of the most influential and respected leaders on the global stage today. President Ursula von der Leyen, a stateswoman whose leadership has helped define and shape Europe's direction in an era of historic uncertainty. Madam President, you have guided the European Union with clarity, resolve, and strong sense of purpose through some of the most demanding moments in history. Under your leadership, the European Commission has advanced a bold agenda for strengthening Europe's competitiveness with upholding its core values. As President of the European Commission, you have championed a Europe that is competitive yet fair, open yet resilient. On the global stage, you have been a clear and consistent voice for multilateral cooperation, support for Ukraine, and a rules-based international order. At a time when leadership is tested not only by crisis, but by choices made for the future, your voice offers both direction and reassurance. Please join me in welcoming President von der Leyen. Madam President, the floor is yours.
President Brende, dear Borge, thank you very much for the warm welcome. Your Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, it is now 56 years since the first meeting here in Davos. And the idea of the founder, Klaus Schwab, was to create a platform to discuss the issues and the ideas of the day. Of course, the world has transformed completely since 1971. But the original idea of Davos has remained, as we just have heard in the speeches. So I was delighted that you have gone back to your roots with this year's theme, a spirit of dialogue. Because this spirit is all the more important in a world that is more fractured and more fractious than ever. 1971 was the year of the so-called Nixon shock. And the decision to de-link the US dollar from gold. In an instant, the foundations of the Bretton Woods system and the entire global economic order set up after the war effectively collapsed.
In Davos, not the only person in Davos, actually. We're going to return to Ursula von der Leyen.
Provided a sharp lesson for Europe and on the need to strengthen its economic and political power. It was a warning to reduce our dependencies, in this case, on a foreign currency. The world may be very different today, without any question, but I believe the lesson is very much the same. That geopolitical shocks can and must serve as an opportunity for Europe. And in my view, the seismic change we are going through today is an opportunity, in fact, a necessity, to build a new form of European independence. And this need is neither new nor a reaction to recent events. It has been a structural imperative for far longer. So when I used this term, European independence, around a year ago, I was surprised at the skeptical reactions. But less than 1 year on, there's now a real consensus around this. The sheer speed and almost unthinkable scale of the change have driven this, but the underlying imperative is still the same. The good news is we acted immediately, whether on energy or raw materials, defense or digital, we're moving fast. But the truth is also that we will only be able to capitalize on this opportunity if we recognize that this change is permanent. Of course, nostalgia is part of our human story, but nostalgia will not bring back the old order. And playing for time and hoping for things to revert soon will not fix the structural dependencies we have. So my point is, if this change is permanent, then Europe must change permanently too. It is time to seize this opportunity and build a new independent Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, this new Europe is already emerging. On Saturday, I was in Asunción, in Paraguay, to sign the EU-Mercosur trade agreement. It was a breakthrough after 25 years of negotiations. And with it, the European Union and Latin America have created the largest free trade zone in the world, a market worth over 20% of global GDP, 31 countries with over 700 million consumers, aligned with the Paris Agreement. So this agreement sends a powerful message to the world that we are choosing fair trade over tariffs, partnership over isolation, sustainability over exploitation, and that we are serious about de-risking our economies and diversifying our supply chains. And that will not stop in Latin America. Last year, we reached new agreements with Mexico, Indonesia, and Switzerland, our host country. We're working on a new free trade agreement with Australia. We are also advancing with the Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, the United Arab Emirates, and more. And right after Davos, the next weekend, I will travel to India. There's still work to do, but we are on the cusp of a historic trade agreement. Indeed, some call it the mother of all deals. One that would create a market of 2 billion people accounting for almost a quarter of global GDP. And crucially, that would provide a first-mover advantage for Europe with one of the world's fastest growing and most dynamic continents. Europe wants to do business with the growth centers of today and the economic powerhouses of this century, from Latin America to the Indo-Pacific and far beyond. Europe will always choose the world, and the world is ready to choose Europe. And ladies and gentlemen, this reality also reflects the fact that Europe has all the assets it needs to attract investment. The savings, the skills, the innovation with our AI factories and gigafactories and the applications that are necessary, AI first. What we need now is to mobilize collectively these assets to their full potential and to focus on the essential. So focal point number one is to create a conducive and predictable regulatory environment. We live in an age where capital and data can cross Europe in a second. And business must be able to move just as freely. But as things stand, too many companies have to look abroad to grow and scale up, partly because they face the new set of rules every time they expand into a new member state. So while on paper the market is of 450 million Europeans open to them, it is far more complicated in reality. And that acts as a handbrake on the growth and profit potential of companies. So this is why we need a new approach. We will soon put forward our 28th regime. The ultimate aim is to create a new, truly European company structure. We call it EU Inc., with a single and simple set of rules that will apply seamlessly over our union, so that businesses can operate across member states much more easily. Our entrepreneurs, the innovative companies, will be able to register a company in any member state within 48 hours, fully online. They will enjoy the same capital regime all across the European Union. And ultimately, we need a system where the companies can do business and raise financing seamlessly across Europe, just as easily as in uniform markets like the United States or China. If we get this right, and if we move fast enough, this will not only help EU companies grow, but it will attract investment from across the world. Which brings me to the second focus, investment and capital. We are now building the savings and investment union. We need a large-scale, deep and liquid capital market that attracts a wide range of investors. And this will allow business to find the funding they need, including equity, at lower costs here in Europe. We have made proposals on market integration and supervision to ensure our financial market is more integrated. This covers trading, post-trading, and asset management, as well as driving innovation and making our supervisory framework more efficient. This will help ensure that capital flows where it is needed to scale-ups, to SMEs, to innovation, to industry. And the third priority is to build an interconnected and affordable energy market, a true energy union. Energy is a choke point for both companies and households. And just look at the dispersion of prices across European electricity hubs. Europe needs an energy blueprint that pulls together all the parts This is our Affordable Energy Action Plan. We are, for example, massively investing in our energy security and independence with interconnectors and grids. This is for homegrown energies that we are trying to promote as much as possible, the nuclear and the renewables, to bring down prices and cut dependencies, to put an end to price volatility, manipulation, and supply shocks. But now we have to speed up this transition, because homegrown, reliable, resilient, and cheaper energy will drive our economic growth and deliver for Europeans and secure our independence. Ladies and gentlemen, whether on trade or business, capital or energy, Europe needs an urgency mindset. Our starting point is good. We are home to global champions in fields ranging from wind power to next-generation batteries, from aerospace to the industrial machines that are essential to build the chips and advanced weapons. Our companies are taking up AI at the same pace as their US peers. Europe is in the race for the key technologies of tomorrow. But as global competition gets ruthless, we must show real ambition, especially in those sectors vital for our independence. Take defense, for example. We have done more on defense in the last year than in decades before. We have started a surge in defense spending up to 800 billion euros till 2030. Member states are stepping up their investment at record level, and this has helped to triple the market value of European defense industry companies since January 2022. We now have 3 leading European defense tech startups that have reached unicorn valuation. They are working on AI-powered software and systems for battlefield intelligence, or on advanced dual-use and surveillance drones. So they are also driving innovation and investment in Europe's defense tech industrial base. All of this would have been unthinkable even a few years ago. This now only shows how economy and national security are more linked than ever. But also what we can do when Europeans have the will to match the ambition. So, ladies and gentlemen, this need for ambition is most important when it comes to the security of our continent. In just over a month, we will mark the 4th anniversary of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. 4 years on, Russia shows no sign of abating, no sign of remorse, no sign of seeking peace. On the contrary, Russia is intensifying its attacks, killing civilians every day as we speak. Just last week, its bombing of Ukraine's energy infrastructure left millions facing darkness, cold, and water shortages. This must end. We all want peace for Ukraine. We recognize President Trump's role in pushing the peace process forward, and we will work very closely with the United States. And we all agree that, therefore, Ukraine must be in a position of strength to go to the negotiation table. And this is why we Europeans have decided to provide Ukraine with a loan of 90 billion euros for 2026 and 2027. With this support, we make sure that Ukraine can bolster its defense on the battlefield strengthen its defense capabilities for a peace agreement, and keep basic services running. Above all, it reaffirms Europe's unwavering commitment to the security, the defense, and the European future of Ukraine. And in parallel, we decided to permanently immobilize the Russian assets, and that we reserve the right to make use of them. This should serve as a stark reminder to Russia and as a message to the world. Europe will always stand with Ukraine until there is a just and lasting peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I've spoken a lot today about European independence, on partnerships, on prosperity and security. So I would like to conclude with Greenland, an issue which cuts to the heart of all three of these imperatives. When it comes to the security of the Arctic region, Europe is fully committed. And we share the objectives of the United States in this regard. For instance, our EU member, Finland, one of the newest NATO members, is selling its first icebreakers to the United States. And this shows that we have the capability right here in the ice, so to speak. It shows that our northern NATO members have Arctic-ready forces right now. And above all, that Arctic security can only be achieved together. And this is why the proposed additional tariffs are a mistake, especially between long-standing allies. The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something. Ladies and gentlemen, we consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends. And plunging us into a downward spiral would only aid the very adversaries we are both so committed to keeping out of the strategic landscape. So our response will be unflinching, united, and proportional. But beyond this, we have to be strategic about how we approach this issue. And this is why we are working on a package to support Arctic security. First principle: full solidarity with Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark. The sovereignty and integrity of their territory is non-negotiable. Second, we're working on a massive European investment surge in Greenland. We will work with Greenland and Denmark hand in hand to see how we can further support the local economy and infrastructure. Third, we will work with the United States and all partners on wider Arctic security. This is clearly in our shared interest, and we will step up our investment. In particular, I believe we should use our defense spending surge on a European icebreaker capability and other equipment vital to the Arctic security. And fourth, in the same spirit, we need to work with all our regional partners to strengthen our common security. And this is why we will look at how to strengthen our security partnerships with partners such as the UK, Canada, Norway, Iceland, and others. Finally, I believe Europe needs to adjust to a new security architecture and realities that we are now facing. And this is why Europe is preparing its own security strategy, which we plan to publish later this year. And as part of this, we are upgrading our Arctic strategy too. And at the heart of this will be the fundamental principle: it is for sovereign people to decide their own future. Ladies and gentlemen, when I started preparing for this year's address, security in the High North was not the main theme. But in many ways, it feeds into the wider point I started with today: that Europe must speed up its push for independence, from security to economy, from defense to democracy, having the dialogue with our friends and partners, also if necessary with adversaries. The point is that the world has changed permanently, and we need to change with it. And therefore, thank you and long live Europe.
Madam President, there is not much to add, but a big thank you. Long live Europe, more defense than in decades. The mother of all deals might be around the corner with India. The largest trade deal in the world is between the EU and Mercosur. It is a very powerful and historic speech from Madam President. Please be seated, because now we'll walk Madam President out, and then the Chinese Vice Premier will join us. So a big applause to President Ursula von der Leyen.
Leader in creating icebreakers. The United States, in fact, buying 11 icebreakers from Finland, acknowledging the fact that expertise in Arctic resources and Arctic exploration and also defence and operations lies with the Finnish. The United States has about 3 icebreakers. Russia, by comparison, has around 40. President Trump, in fact, going about the rule book to be able to procure these icebreakers, so acknowledgement of the fact that there is expertise within Europe. And Ursula von der Leyen making that point at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Also speaking about the tariffs as well, saying that they would stand together as European countries in the face of that proposed ratcheting up of economic pressure by the President. Let's take you live to Davos. Our economics correspondent Paul Kelso listening in to Ursula von der Leyen. And Paul, a sense there from the European Commission President of really trying to put on a strong, united front in the face of what is, let's be honest, one of their closest allies.
Indeed, and that's shaping the entire framework of this meeting. And Ursula von der Leyen said it herself in her peroration there when she began writing her speech. She gives a speech most annually at this event. She wasn't expecting to be writing and talking about Arctic security. She used the phrase European independence, a new European independence, permanent European independence, half a dozen times in the first 5 minutes of that address. A very clear message about, she was hoping to project that Europe is not going to stand up to what many privately see as bullying here. There were some concessions too, because ultimately this is a negotiation. This is the public part we're seeing here, a negotiation with Donald Trump. She talked about European nations increasing their Arctic security spending. Again, she framed that in the context that what was non-negotiable was the sovereignty of Greenland and Denmark and their self-determination over that territory. But she talked about increasing cooperation, increasing spending. There was also mention of a 90 billion euro loan to Ukraine over the next 2 years. Ukraine, of course, the really big European security issue that risks getting pushed aside because of the focus on Greenland caused by President Trump. So that's what we're hearing from the head of the European Union. We'll hear from President Macron later today. Some of his negotiations already leaked, of course, by the president. But it's been a very busy morning here, and as if to emphasise that this Davos World Economic Forum is a mixed meeting and a somewhat curious affair, as well as the big high politics here and the big business being done. It draws celebrities too. David Beckham is here today. Of course, David Beckham perhaps not expecting to be vying with Donald Trump for the news agenda, at least back home in the UK this morning. I did get a chance to try and ask him about his relationship with his son, Brooklyn Beckham. Let's have a little look at how that went. David, do you have a message for Brooklyn this morning? David, you disappointed family business is being aired in public? So clearly, so David Beckham not wanting to add to the laundering of the family business in public. He was here doing a podcast, doing some other events here, the kind of celebrity gloss that perhaps only David Beckham can bring. He's in a pretty high echelon of celebrity that is valued at big events like this. He's here to promote the work with UNICEF and the like that he already does, not to talk about his family. One person who was here and willing to talk at some length, he's part of the big American presence here, though absolutely not part of the official administration delegation that Donald Trump will head when he gets here, was California Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, he is seen by many as the shining light of the Democrat response to Donald Trump as they cast around, perhaps for a candidate to take on the president the Republican candidate. Under the Constitution, it can't be the current president, but let's see. Newsom seen as the leading light in that process. He's here doing business on behalf of California, a massive economy in its own right, bigger than many of the European nations here. We got a chance to talk to him about what he thinks the appropriate European response to the strong-arming we're seeing from Donald Trump, using economic tools to take on his allies rather than his adversaries. I had a long conversation with Gavin Newsom, and he, a bit like the president, does not hold his punches. Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, saying one thing on a text or a tweet and another publicly. It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. Handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes that are being given away. It's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. At least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
So that's the kind of language, uncompromising, taking Donald Trump head on, that, of course, politically serves Gavin Newsom, a political opponent, speaking to a domestic audience as well as this international audience, coming here good for his international profile and will do no harm to those hopes of being the man that perhaps some in Europe will look to take on Trumpism in whatever form in a few years' time. It is, of course, the language that is very difficult for European leaders to use while they stick to the approach we've seen, perhaps best expressed by Sir Keir Starmer, who's not here, but has attempted to keep close to Donald Trump, to not cause offence, in fact, to flatter, to do some of the things that Gavin Newsom, they were saying he finds so embarrassing, requiring knee pads for European leaders, they roll over so easily. But that approach, the test of that will come over the next 24 to 48 hours. We've heard from Ursula von der Leyen strong words, some attempts to appease the Americans, but no overt criticism. Emmanuel Macron will speak at 2 p.m. local time this afternoon, a special address that's been inserted into the programme in the last 24 hours. He wasn't originally scheduled to speak, but it's an indication of just how seriously this Greenland episode is being taken. Of course, Mr. Macron will speak in the wake of President Trump having shared screenshots of private messages in which he was trying to, it appears, Emmanuel Macron trying to take down the temperature around Greenland, proposing an impromptu G7 meeting in later this week away from Davos, inviting the Russians and the Danes and the Syrians, perhaps and the Ukrainians, a one-stop shop for Donald Trump. Perhaps the idea was to express his ability to influence world events. So we'll see what Emmanuel Macron says on stage. He has been the most overtly critical of the tariff threat from Donald Trump. Right now, actually, as I'm talking to you, though, on stage, we have China's Vice Premier, He Lifeng, who's in charge of essentially China's economic policy. He's addressing Davos now. It'd be interesting to see what he says, to read between the lines. There aren't many people around here that I've spoken to or come across in the last 24 hours who are enjoying the spectacle of transatlantic allies at each other's throats, but the Chinese Vice Premier may be one of them. I'm sure they'll be too diplomatic to say so, but there are any winners of this mega fallout that is playing out here in Switzerland today. It is probably the Chinese and perhaps Russia too.
Paul Kelso in Davos for us there. Paul, thank you so much. Plenty more to bring you from Davos. Didn't hear much from David Beckham, but we did hear quite a lot from Gavin Newsom. We'll replay you those comments shortly here on Sky News. A little bit closer to home, let's just hear from the leader of the Conservative.
多年未有的严峻挑战，一些国家的单边做法和贸易协议明显违反世贸组织基本原则和规则，严重冲击国际经贸秩序。正如习近平主席指出，越是困难时刻，越要秉持和平共处的初心，坚定合作共赢的信心。多边主义是维护国际秩序稳定、促进人类发展进步的人间正道。规则面前，应当人人平等。极少数国家不应当有基于实力的特权。世界不能重新回弱强势的丛林法则，各国都有权维护自身的正当权益。中国加入世贸组织以来，一直严格遵守世贸规则，认真履行承诺，并且主动作出更大贡献。去年郑重宣布，在世贸组织当前和未来谈判中，不寻求新的特殊和差别待遇。中国将继续坚定维护以世贸组织为核心、以规则为基础的多边贸易体制，坚定支持世贸组织、国际货币基金组织等多边机构改革，提升多边贸易体制的权威性、有效性、包容性，提高全球南方国家和发展中国家的代表性。中国乐见各国达成互利互惠的贸易协议，但相关协议应当符合世贸组织的规则，不能损害第三方利益。第三，坚持合作共赢，致力共同做大合作的蛋糕，合力破解发展的难题。当前世界经济增长动能不足，国际货币基金组织预计 2026年全球经济增速为3.1%，低于疫情之前3.7%的历史平均水平。更让人担忧的是，发展公平问题日益突出，可持续发展事业面临严峻挑战。联合国发布报告显示，联合国2030年可持续发展目标中，预计超过2/3无法按期实现。发展的道路上，不应当是你输我赢的零和博弈，而应当是美美与共的共鸣协奏。要共同把发展的蛋糕做大，比相互争夺蛋糕更重要。共同解决合作的问题，比相互指责更有实效。中国一贯重视以自身发展带动贸易伙伴共同繁荣，致力于做大全球经贸蛋糕。我们从不刻意追求贸易顺差，不仅愿意做世界工厂，更愿意做世界市场。但是很多时候是中国想买，对方不愿意卖，贸易受到泛安全化的影响。同时也要看到，当前服务业占全球 GDP 2/3以上，中国长期以来都是服务贸易大额逆差，但是并未因此认为自己就吃亏了。所以中国愿意发挥超大规模市场优势，更大力度的扩大进口，加强产业合作共赢，让各国更好地分享中国机遇。第四，坚持相互尊重、平等协商，善于用对话妥善管控分歧，解决问题。过去1年，中美经贸关系经历了一些波折，在两国元首韩国釜山会晤和4次通话共识的引领下，中美两国经贸团队先后举行了5轮经贸磋商，按照相互尊重、和平共处、合作共赢的原则，妥善处理两国经贸领域的一些突出问题，保持了经贸关系总体的稳定。事实再次证明，中美和则两利，斗则俱伤，双方应该也能够相互成就，共同繁荣。这有利于两国，也有利于世界。中美经贸磋商情况也充分表明，只要相互之间能够平等协商，相向而行，办法总比问题多。坦诚而言，世界各国社会制度不同，发展制度有别，历史文化各异，发展和交流交往过程中，难免会有一些分歧和摩擦，有时其实只是误解。关键是要秉持平等、尊重、互惠的态度，坚持以对话争互信，以磋商解纷争，不能从对抗、对立中找答案，而要在交流协商中谋出路，探索双赢多赢之道。中国是各国的贸易伙伴，而不是对手。中国的发展是对世界经济发展的机遇，而不是威胁。对于国际经贸合作中出现的一些分歧和误解，中国倡导通过平等协商增进互信，弥合分歧，解决问题。女士们、先生们、朋友们，过去5年，中国经济运行稳中有进，改革开放纵深推进，消费市场持续扩大，新质生产力稳步发展，绿色低碳转型步伐加快，经济实现了5.4%左右的平均增速。目前经济总量已经达到140万亿元人民币，对全球经济增长的贡献力稳定在30%左右。过去5年来，中国累计进口货物和服务超过 15万亿美元，对外投资累计为东道国纳税3000多亿美元，带动了大量就业，促进了当地经济的发展。中国经济基础稳、规模大、优势多、韧性强、潜能足，发展取得的成绩主要是靠改革、靠开放、靠创新，而不是所谓的政府补贴。中国经济发展虽然也面临一些老问题、新挑战，但总体上是发展中的问题，是转型中的问题，我们正在努力解决，完全有信心，也有能力应对各种风险挑战。去年10月，中国共产党召开了20届四中全会，审议通过了第15个5年规划建议，为中国今后5年的经济社会发展做出了顶层设计和战略擘画。未来5年，中国将更加深入贯彻习近平主席提出的创新、协调、绿色、开放、共享的新发展理念，加快构建以国内大循环为主体、国内国际双循环相互促进的新发展格局，充分激发14亿多人口的超大规模市场的优势，不断推动高质量发展取得新的成效，将以更完善的市场规则、更健全的制度保障，为各国提供更多的中国机遇。中国将积极地扩大内需，愿与全球共享超大规模市场机遇。目前，中国已经是全球第2大消费市场，其中汽车、手机、家电等各个细分领域已经成为全球最大的市场。但是，人均消费支出与发达经济体相比，仍然还有差距。中国现有的中等收入群体将进一步增长，对高品质生活的多样化需求将不断增加，隐藏着巨大的消费潜力。中国把内需主导列为今年经济工作的首要任务，正在抓紧制定实施城乡居民征收计划，大力提振消费，加快在制造大国的基础上成为消费大国。中国将持续推动投资于物和投资于人紧密结合，积极扩大教育、医疗、养老等领域的投资和消费，不断地激发消费的新增量。中国将继续办好进口博览会等活动，进一步扩大进口，让全球更多优质商品进入中国市场。欢迎各国企业抓住中国扩大内需的机遇，提供更多更好的商品和服务，以中国消费市场为依托，在激烈的国际竞争中赢得先机。中国将坚定扩大开放，愿意与全球共享高水平的开放机遇。改革开放是中国的基本国策，中国开放的大门只会越开越大。中国将积极扩大自主开放，主动对接国际高标准经贸规则，以服务业为重点，扩大市场准入和开放领域，更大力度地吸引和利用外资。中国将持续打造市场化、法治化、国际化的一流营商环境，对内外资企业一视同仁，把企业的需求清单变成政府的服务清单。外资企业在中国经营遇到的问题可以随时反映，我们将积极研究解决。中国将深化国际产业分工的协作，坚定维护全球产业链、供应链的安全稳定，培育共赢共享的全球大市场。欢迎各国企业继续积极投资中国，共享中国的发展机遇，也希望各国政府为中资企业提供公平、非歧视、透明、可预期的投资环境。中国将加快科技创新，愿意与全球共享创新驱动发展的机遇。当前新一轮科技革命和产业变革 正在加速推进，带来新的历史机遇。中国经济高质量发展离不开创新驱动，中国式现代化也必须靠科技现代化做支撑。目前中国的研发人员总量、国际专利申请量等位居世界第一，应用场景十分的丰富，创新的氛围良好，人工智能正在赋能千行百业。中国将继续推动科技创新和产业创新深度融合，加强知识产权保护和运用，激发各类创新主体的活力。科技进步离不开国际合作，科技创新既有机遇，也潜藏着风险。中国愿意同世界各国一道，以开放合作为促进科技创新和世界经济发展赋能，为应对人工智能治理等方面的全球性挑战贡献智慧。中国的创新发展不仅服务自身，也造福世界。欢迎各国企业与中国深化创新合作，共享创新驱动发展的机遇。
You're watching Sky News Today. I'm Gareth Barlow. It's 11 o'clock and these are the headlines this hour. President Trump lashes out at what he calls the UK's act of great stupidity over the Chagos Islands deal, saying it's another reason to take Greenland. The UK government hits back, saying it will never compromise on national security. It comes as the president prepares to fly to the World Economic Forum in Davos, where Gavin Newsom, the Democrat governor, with eyes on the White House, pulls no punches.
It's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
David, do you have a message for Brooklyn this morning? David, you disappointed family business is being aired in public?
Also in Davos, David Beckham tries to focus on business, while his son Brooklyn breaks his silence on the alleged family rift, ruling out a reconciliation. And Prince Harry arrives at the High Court for a second day of his case against Associated Newspapers, the publishers of the Mail. Very good morning to you. Gareth Barlow with you. There is a lot to get through. Another extraordinary turn this morning in Donald Trump's bid to take Greenland. The US president lashing out at the UK, saying its decision to hand the Chagos Islands to Mauritius is an act of, quote, great stupidity. In a post on his Truth Social site earlier today, the first anniversary of his inauguration, Mr. Trump said the move was another reason why Greenland had to be acquired. Here, the government's hit back over the comments, saying it will never compromise national security. Donald Trump will soon travel to Davos later for the World Economic Forum, where global heads of state hope for talks on his Greenland ambitions. In the past hour, President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, had this to say.
Arctic security can only be achieved together. And this is why the proposed additional tariffs are a mistake, especially between long-standing allies. The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something. Ladies and gentlemen, we consider the people of the United States not just our allies, but our friends. And plunging us into a downward spiral would only aid the very adversaries we are both so committed to keeping out of the strategic landscape. So our response will be unflinching, united, and proportional.
Breaking news, the UK government has approved the new Chinese embassy in London.
We'll also have the pleasure of joining you in the summer and Summer Davos in Dalian this year. So thank you very much, Mr. Vice Premier.
security guarantees. There are concerns from some members of the community as well for those who are considered dissident members of the Chinese diaspora, that they may face increased risks. There was concerns about redactions in some of the plans of this embassy as to what those rooms or elements of the new proposed embassy might entail. The Chinese embassy sought to try and assuage those concerns. Well, like I say, we're hearing about this decision, just getting a little bit more. In reaching the decision on the Chinese embassy, the UK government took into account the breadth of national security issues we're hearing. The national security issues, according to the government, have been considered and addressed. Like I say, as yet, no details as to what those possible limitations and conditions that are being talked about might be. But like I was saying, just seeing here that this is despite British and US politicians warning that the base could be used for spying. More reports that it will be subject to some conditions. This is on the site of the old Royal Mint Court. It's near the Tower of London, and it's been stalled, actually, for the course of 3 years. While there's been various reviews and discussions, there's been delays by the government as well in recent months to that decision-making process. This all comes ahead, actually, of the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, heading to China later this year, later this month, actually. It'll be the first visit by a British leader since 2018. And some British and Chinese officials were suggesting that the trip was dependent on the embassy being approved, although I'm sure both governments might distance themselves away from some of that narrative. But like I say, we are hearing that the UK has approved the plans for China to have the largest embassy in Europe in central London, despite espionage fears. We will bring you the reaction to that. I'm sure, confident there'll be plenty of it. Just hearing a little bit, actually, from the head of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China, telling the Press Association that years of campaigning about the obvious and manifold risks have not been enough to outweigh the UK government's desire for Beijing's money. That's Luke de Pulford, head of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. I'm sure there'll be plenty more reaction to come on that. We're going to bring it to you all here on Sky News throughout the course of the day. Stick with us for the full story. First, of course. And also, let's get back to one of our top stories, that developing story. Donald Trump lashing out at the UK in particular over the Chagos Islands. Well, last year, the UK reached a decision to hand over the territory, including the island of Diego Garcia and its important US-UK military base. The Chagos Islands are an archipelago located 1,250 miles northeast of Mauritius. Britain forcibly displaced up to 2,000 people, mostly former agricultural workers, from the islands in the late 60s, early 70s, enabling the development of the Diego Garcia base. Well, let's look at the whole astonishing statement from President Trump. He posted it on Truth Social. He posted it around 1:40 in the morning, local time in the US. And he said, shockingly, our brilliant NATO ally, the United Kingdom, is currently planning to give away the island of Diego Garcia, the site of a vital US military base, to Mauritius. And to do so for no reason whatsoever. There's no doubt that China and Russia have noticed this act of total weakness. These are international powers who only recognise strength, which is why the United States of America, under my leadership, is now, after only 1 year, respected like never before. The UK giving away extremely important land is an act of great stupidity and is another in a very long line of national security reasons why Greenland has to be acquired. Denmark and its European allies have to do the right thing. Thank you for attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Well, earlier, the Work and Pensions Secretary, Pat McFadden, said this about the new social media posts.
I think what we saw last night was a series of posts criticising a number of world leaders. That may tell us that the president is frustrated right now. I don't really believe this is about Chagos. I think it's about Greenland, and the best way to resolve that is through dialogue with the Danish government, and that's what we've said all along. The Prime Minister's been clear that the threat of tariffs against allies is completely wrong. But he's also clear that the relationship between the UK and the US is valuable. That's why we worked hard to get the trade deal that we secured last year. That's really important, for example, for the UK automotive industry. So I think this combination of being clear about our position and the promotion of dialogue is the right stance to take.
Well, meanwhile, the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, had this reaction to the US president's comments.
Donald Trump is right on the Chagos deal. This is surrendering British territory with a strategic military base on it for no reason whatsoever. It weakens our country. It is not in the national interest. It is a good deal for China and Russia. And the worst part is we're paying £35 billion of reparations to give away territory which we bought in the 1960s. That is wrong.
Let's bring in our correspondent, Alex Rogers. And Alex, this is getting a particularly sticky situation now between the US and the UK. It's always been described as the special relationship. It doesn't feel quite so special at the moment.
Yeah, Donald Trump's created a further headache for Sir Keir Starmer this morning. His intervention on Chagos has really galvanised his opponents in Reform and the Conservative Party, as you were just hearing from Kemi Badenoch there. Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform, already tweeting about this. This morning he said, thank goodness Trump has vetoed the surrender of the Chagos Islands. Now, Trump actually hasn't vetoed it, but he has created this extra pressure on Keir Starmer, who thought the US were on board with this deal. Just in May last year, Secretary of State Marco Rubio called it a monumental achievement, but obviously the winds on that have changed. At the moment, the UK is sticking to its guns on Chagos. We have a government statement. They said this deal secures the operations of the joint US-UK base on Diego Garcia for generations, with robust provisions for keeping its unique capabilities intact and our adversaries out. It has been publicly welcomed by the US, Australia and all other Five Eyes allies, as well as key international partners, including India, Japan and South Korea. But I think, as with Greenland, it really highlights the imbalance that is appearing to show in the UK-US relationship, the special relationship. And I just want to bring in something that Gavin Newsom, the Democratic governor of California, was saying from Davos. He spoke to our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso, and he said, I can't take this complicity, people rolling over. I should have bought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. He was saying, I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. It's embarrassing. So while the UK is hoping that its calm and cool head is the right way to deal with Trump, that clearly isn't a view shared by everyone.
Alex Rogers, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. Well, it's not just the UK and EU who are hitting back against President Trump. Our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso, is in Davos. He caught up with the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, a leading Democrat, actually, in the contender to challenge for the White House in 2028. And he had, well, this to say.
One person who was here and willing to talk at some length. He's part of the big American presence here, though absolutely not part of the official administration delegation that Donald Trump will head when he gets here, was California Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, he is seen by many as the shining light of the Democrat response to Donald Trump as they cast around, perhaps for a candidate to take on the president the Republican candidate. Under the Constitution, it can't be the current president, but let's see. Newsom seen as the leading light in that process. He's here doing business on behalf of California, a massive economy in its own right, bigger than many of the European nations here. We got a chance to talk to him about what he thinks the appropriate European response to the strong-arming we're seeing from Donald Trump, using economic tools to take on his allies rather than his adversaries. A long conversation with Gavin Newsom, and he, a bit like the president, does not hold his punches. Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, saying one thing on a text or a tweet and another publicly. It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just, I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump. He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
So that's the kind of language, uncompromising, taking Donald Trump head on, that of course politically serves Gavin Newsom, a political opponent, speaking to a domestic audience as well as this international audience. Coming here is good for his international profile and will do no harm to those hopes of being the man that perhaps some in Europe will look to take on Trumpism in whatever form in a few years' time. But of course the language that is very difficult for European leaders to use while they stick to the approach we've seen, perhaps best expressed by Sir Keir Starmer, who's not here, but has attempted to keep close to Donald Trump, to not cause offence, in fact to flatter, to do some of the things that Gavin Newsom, they were saying he finds so embarrassing, requiring knee pads for European leaders, they roll over so easily. But that approach, the test of that will come over the next 24 to 48 hours.
Some more breaking reaction to bring you following that announcement that the UK government has approved a new Chinese embassy in London. This is from the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, Steve Reid. A written ministerial statement. The statement follows the decision I made today to grant planning permission and listed building consent for a new embassy in London. The proposal is for the redevelopment of the Royal Mint Court site in the London Borough of Tower Hamlets to provide a new Chinese embassy. It would involve refurbishment and restoration of several listed buildings and associated work. The decision in line with the recommendation of the independent planning inspector who held a public inquiry between February the 11th and 19th of 2025. Going on to say that ministers making planning decisions must make decisions fairly based on evidence and planning rules. There's a couple of paragraphs talking about how the details will be deposited in a letter in the House libraries, and then going on to say that all ministerial considerations were taken into account when making the decision now final unless it is successfully challenged in court. There is also accompanying a huge amount of material that's been published by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, 240 pages to be exact, in relation to this approval. It goes on and on. We're working our way through it. I'm going to bring you any key details or developments in that as we do. We are hearing that there are some conditions being placed on this agreement for the development of the old Royal Mint site in central London, opposite the Tower of London, for the new Chinese embassy. This, though, is going to be an issue that is going to cause great reaction in many quarters, particularly amongst some Labour MPs. We can discuss that further with our political correspondent, Rob Powell. And, Rob, it was widely expected, I think it's fair to say, that this decision would be made, but it won't be widely welcomed in some quarters.
Yeah, I think it was expected that the decision would go in this direction. The decision ultimately made by the Communities and Housing Secretary, Steve Reid. You're right, though, it will be controversial. It has been controversial, and we're already getting reaction from some spokespeople, actors around Westminster, essentially saying that it's the wrong decision and that it will be challenged. Basically, what this written ministerial statement says, it's essentially the sort of equivalent of a minister standing up in the Commons and saying it out loud. This is the written version of that that's just been published on Parliament's website. Essentially, it confirms the decision that has been made by Steve Reid, the Housing Secretary, to give permission to the new embassy being built in London. That's at Royal Mint Court in the Tower of London in the city, sort of towards the east of the central bit of London, and saying the decision is in line with the recommendation of the independent planning inspector. One bit of this that may well cause a little bit of anger amongst critics of this is a section that says the Secretary of State agrees that any ethical or similar objections to the provision of an embassy for a specific country cannot be a material planning consideration. So, look, there's a lot to get through here, but sort of what that says to me, how I read that, is essentially the political argument being made by critics of China, critics of the administration in Beijing, around why such a vast embassy or establishment shouldn't be in central London, that they essentially shouldn't make any difference to the decision that is being made. Where does this go from here? Well, I think the most immediate reaction that I'm more interested in, almost than MPs in Westminster, is the reaction that potentially comes when one Donald Trump wakes up in Washington. We know all about his concerns around whether the West, whether the UK and Europe are taking Chinese influence and Chinese strength more seriously enough. That is part of the reason he gave for rather belatedly hitting out at the decision to transfer sovereignty over Diego Garcia, US-UK base, military base, and the rest of the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, because he felt that that sent the wrong message to other big world players like China and like Russia. So how might he react to a huge site like this being approved for redevelopment right in the centre of London to the Chinese? We heard from the Republican House Speaker, Mike Johnson, who's been over in the UK today. He's been speaking to MPs and peers this morning, actually. And in that address this morning, talking about the need to combat countries, undemocratic countries like China. When he sat down with Sky News' Will Frost earlier this week, he talked about his reservations, if you like, around the transfer and the permission being given to the Chinese to redevelop that embassy, almost saying that the US would have liked to have acquired that. In the past, Donald Trump has actually criticised the new US embassy that is relatively new anyway, built not too far from Westminster over towards Battersea Park. That was a new embassy transferred over from the centre of London. So it feels to me you're talking about things around where Chinese influence, geopolitics and real estate combine. It does feel to me something that Donald Trump may feel that he wants to comment on. And I think set against the backdrop of the Greenland threats, the backdrop of what Donald Trump said about the Chagos Islands this morning, this could be something that inflames the situation further. I think then the reaction you will get from MPs here in Westminster, yes, you may get some anxiety from Labour MPs, but generally the bigger contingent of China sceptics in Parliament come from the Conservative Party. And the worries that they have been putting forward is essentially you are allowing China, a regime that they see as intensely hostile to the UK and Western democracy in every possible way, to be given a huge foothold, a huge base right in the centre of London, very close to the financial centre of London, the financial centre of the UK, the City of London, and potentially close to vital cables running underneath the ground close to the embassy as well. So they portray this as allowing China to build, bluntly, a spy centre in the centre of London. When you talk to others that know about how this sort of stuff works, though, they say, well, actually, there's a possibility here that security services are more relaxed about this than you may think, because what the building of this embassy would involve is essentially taking several separate Chinese sites that could have been used for intelligence operations and combining them into one site. So if you're MI5, if you're working in the security services and trying to monitor Chinese espionage within the UK, you've potentially got fewer sites to monitor, fewer sites to try and establish what is going on in than you did before. I find it hard to believe that this would have gone ahead if there had been very, very severe reservations made by the security services. Of course, people that have worked in government before, like Dominic Cummings, the number 10 former chief advisor, have said that he believes there were reservations and criticisms made by security services. But I suspect the argument we will hear being made, maybe not on the record, because I guess it's just not how this sort of briefing happens, but more off the record, is that actually when it comes to security, having people in one place could be easier for security services to monitor. And the stuff that actually they are more concerned about security services is the things that they don't know about. The things that the operations potentially being waged by Chinese espionage operatives that they are not so aware of, that are not tied to a set location like this. And then finally, it obviously plays into the broader foreign policy approach of this government towards China. I think in the last year of the Tory government, you did start to see a sort of thawing in relations with James Cleverly, the Foreign Secretary at the time, giving a speech about how we needed to engage with China. I think Keir Starmer has almost picked up that baton and ran with it and wants to get to a point that rather than blowing hot and cold, as he puts it, on China, going through a period of saying we're going to ban this, we're going to ban Huawei and strip this out of our telecoms network, and going very hard in a China skeptic direction, and then sort of flipping back when it's in our interest on the economy, he sort of wants to ride both horses at once. He wants to articulate the challenges and the threats posed by China, but also be pretty frank that actually the world's second largest economy, that could be the world's largest economy in the near future, a country that really leads in many of the modern technologies that will define our future, from green tech, electric cars to solar panels and AI, a country that is ingratiating itself into the global regulatory structures in many different industries, that bluntly Keir Starmer will make the argument it is in the national interest to engage with China and we can't not engage with them. So I expect that to be the argument you hear from the government now, that they're basically clear-eyed about the risks and threats, but ultimately they believe those threats can be managed, and the broader thrust is that engagement with China is in the national interest. But look, there will be critics of that policy that believe that it needs to be harder-nosed, and that in the years to come we will perhaps look back at decisions like this in the same way we look back at that so-called golden age of China that David Cameron spearheaded when Xi Jinping came over and drank a pint with him near Chequers. When we look back at that and think, was the government being a bit naive? I think sceptics right now maybe worry that the government is being a bit naive right now. But yes, sure to cause some domestic political controversy. I think within the context of what's going on across the Atlantic, though, it's Donald Trump's reaction that I'm potentially more interested in.
Rob Howell in Westminster for the moment. Thank you so much. Just a little bit of reaction, actually, from the Cabinet Office. A government spokesperson saying national security is our first duty. Intelligence agencies have been involved throughout the process, and an extensive range of measures have been developed to manage any risks. Following extensive negotiations in recent months, the Chinese government's agreed to consolidate its 7 current sites in London into one site, bringing clear security advantages. National security, our first duty, so says a government spokesperson. We're going to get plenty of reaction and insight and analysis into this decision and all of the day's geopolitics, because there's no shortage of it, here on Sky News. little bit of reaction from the Liberal Democrats to the news that the UK government has approved the development of a new Chinese embassy in London. It'll be the largest Chinese embassy in Europe, in fact. The spokesperson for the Liberal Democrats, the Foreign Affairs spokesperson, Callum Miller, building on a bad week for our national security, Starmer has made his biggest mistake yet. The Prime Minister knows his decision today will amplify China's surveillance efforts here in the UK and endanger the security of our data, not to speak of the safety of the brave Hong Kongers on British soil. It's categorically wrong that he's embraced these threats to further his flirtation with China. The government should be ashamed of its decision to allow the super spy embassy to go ahead today. That is the reaction from the Liberal Democrats. The UK government says, though, that intelligence agencies have been involved throughout the process, that the Chinese government's agreed to consolidate 7 sites into one, bringing clear security advantages, and that national security, the government says, is our first duty. Well, the Liberal Democrats having a very different take on that, talking about a super spy embassy from their perspective. Let's stick, shall we, with the world around us. Let's move to Russia. The Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov held an annual news conference with journalists this morning, including our very own Moscow correspondent Ivor Bennett, who is there for us. Ivor, these news conferences, very often are they short and pithy. They're normally fairly verbose and long. What was the key essence, though, of what Sergei Lavrov had to say?
Yeah, you're not wrong, Gareth. This one was 3 hours, and it is Sergei Lavrov's annual address, as you say, a major foreign policy speech. And it's a rare chance to ask Russia's foreign minister a question. I asked him about Greenland and Donald Trump's desire to acquire it, given the potential serious security ramifications for Russia. It has a long Arctic coast. It has major strategic and economic interests in the region. Given that, you would think that Moscow would be falling over itself to condemn Donald Trump's rhetoric, call for de-escalation. But there was none of that here in this very long Q&A. Quite the opposite, in fact. Sergei Lavrov at one point said that Greenland is not a natural part of Denmark. It sounded like he was egging on Donald Trump, willing him to go for it and try and acquire Greenland. Trump has said that the US needs the territory to stop Russia from getting it. Now, Sergei Lavrov, in response to my question, denied that Russia is a threat to Greenland. He says it has no plans to seize the territory. And he also said that it is not our issue, which I think is quite a remarkable thing for him to say, given all the potential ramifications for Russia. Have a listen.
We have nothing to do with plans to seize Greenland. And I have no doubts whatsoever that Washington clearly understands that there are no such plans by Russia or the PRC. It's not our issue. Our issue is that we're interested in establishing an open, free Arctic cooperation within the Arctic Council, where the security interests and the interests of economy, environment and the indigenous peoples of all countries of the Arctic Council will be taken into account. We're not the ones withholding cooperation within this entity, and we were not the ones who severed contacts. Incidentally, the United States shows their interest in resuming discussions within the Arctic Council, unlike some Europeans, although at the technical level there are still such contacts. Therefore, many didn't even know about Greenland. I'm talking about our citizens until the moment when it was the top news. Well, you should decide it within the North Atlantic Alliance. We'll take a look at how the issue will be resolved.
So instead of intervening on Greenland, it sounds like Russia is sitting back, watching this play out and reaching for the popcorn, because these transatlantic tensions that we're seeing really play into Russia's hands when it comes to Ukraine. Firstly, it helps them justify their ongoing war there, nearly 4 years, of course, and their claim to Ukrainian territories. And secondly, the tensions help destabilise the NATO alliance. And I think Moscow is probably hoping that that might then have an impact on the US stance regarding negotiations on Ukraine. If the US and Europe fall out over Greenland, could that then see the US not wanting to provide security guarantees for Ukraine, as they said they have done in the past few weeks? So it's a fascinating diplomatic dance that Russia is performing, as exemplified here by Sergei Lavrov. Not only on Greenland was he reluctant to criticise Trump directly, also on Venezuela, the toppling of Maduro, also on the threats to strike Iran, two key Russian allies. All he had instead for Trump was praise. He said that Donald Trump was the only leader who's willing to take into account Russia's position on Ukraine. And that, I think, really sums it up.
Fascinating stuff, Ivor. Really good to have you with us. Ivor Bennett there in Moscow. Let's just take a look at 11:33 on the day's weather.
I hope we haven't forgotten anything.
Travel insurance, I tick that box.
Yeah, but remember what you forgot last year.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
Mild and unsettled this week, colder over the weekend. Most places, temperatures around average this afternoon. It'll be windy, a risk of gales over western coasts and hills. Northern and eastern Britain, mainly dry and bright, although northeastern Scotland, rather dull and damp. Whereas Wales and southwestern England will turn a little wet. More details to come. Top temperatures 10 degrees.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
You're watching Sky News. Gareth Barlow with you. Still to come, more reaction as Donald Trump calls the UK stupid and weak over its handling of the Chagos Islands. The details in 2 minutes' time. Let's bring you more now on our top story. Donald Trump lashing out at Sir Keir Starmer over what he's called the act of great stupidity in the UK giving up sovereignty over the Chagos Islands. Joining us now, Laura Chappell, Associate Director for International Policy at the Institute for Public Policy Research. Good to see you, Laura. Thank you for sharing your time this afternoon. Well, this morning, actually, ahead of time. Thank you for joining us this morning. Just talk to us, if you will, about your kind of analysis of this change of tone from the president.
I mean, to be honest, it's baffling or even mendacious. And the UK concluded this deal about the Chagos Islands several months ago, last year, and the US was consulted as a part of that process and agreed to it. Donald Trump himself spoke about it and gave it his support. So I think it's quite extraordinary to see him now using this as an example of why he feels, or why he says he feels, that the US needs to take control of Greenland.
And just with a thought to the agreement that was agreed kind of throughout, multiple governments in the UK had worked on this. It didn't just start with the Labour Party. It started under the Conservatives before them. The argument being put forward is that because of the kind of the legal challenges around the UK holding on to the Chagos Islands, that actually the security and the long-term prosperity of this base is more secure now as a result of Mauritius being given control and the UK leasing that territory back. What's your view on that argument? Does that argument hold water, or is it being overstated?
No, I think it does. That's absolutely my understanding too. I believe there were 11 rounds of negotiations under the previous Conservative government directed at resolving this issue, with the Chagos Islands, being returned to Mauritius as per the agreement. So you're absolutely right that there was cross-party backing for reaching a point like this. And as you say, we were under real legal challenge in the international courts about the status of the bases, and being able to conclude this agreement, my understanding is exactly as you said. That gives us continued legally secure access to the base, and also the legal right to challenge others acting in the vicinity of the base. So, for example, conducting joint naval operations or establishing bases close by. So absolutely, that set of arguments as to why this decision was made have a strong logic behind them.
President Trump's post and ire seems to be connected to the press conference that Sir Keir Starmer gave yesterday morning. It's interesting that whilst visiting the UK, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mike Johnson, said that it was, in many respects, a good address by the Prime Minister. And the Prime Minister was trying to show his hands, I guess, and play his cards quite publicly in terms of how he thought the best way to progress the situation in Denmark and Greenland is. But that then seems to have stirred up the hornet's nest in terms of the President's opinion. How does the UK go about balancing interests in Diego Garcia, interests of national security, interests of regional security in terms of the European Union, and also the interests of the relationship between the UK and the US? It feels like a pretty unenviable kind of recipe to try and get right at the moment.
I think it's really hard. I mean, I agree with you that speech yesterday, I mean, the Prime Minister has taken some criticism for it from some angles, for not responding with tariffs and with escalation. But I think what, he's getting criticism from the other side, I think from Donald Trump, for not folding, for taking a firm position and for justifying that, both in terms of, the UK people's interests and also in terms of values. So, I think Keir Starmer did lay those, his rationale on the table quite clearly. And as you say, that's caused a reaction from Trump, because it's not the response that he would want in terms of putting pressure on the UK, on Greenland and on the UK's allies. So no, it is a very difficult quagmire for the UK to find its way through. I think what's most important is that, of course, we have to respond to the specific issues and talking points as they arise. What do we say about Chagos? But more important than that is acting now to realise that our relationship with the US is not the same as it has been in the past, and we can't rely on it returning to how it was in the past. And so we need to build other alliances to be stronger, in order to be able to lean on those more.
Relationships are an interesting concept because you can't point to them. They don't exist in some respects. They are this kind of amorphous entity that is there in multiple facets and elements of relations, but you can't say, well, there it is, it's right there. But it does exist. And I wonder, to what degree you feel as though there is scope for a stretching of that relationship between the UK and the US, and how much strain that relationship could potentially endure before it gets to a point of real crisis. Because if it's to be celebrated on a normal month when everything's going great, then surely that gives the capacity for perhaps a bit more friction than we're used to, surely.
No, I think that's right. That relationship is, deep and long and important, and it isn't going to disappear overnight, and nor would we want it to. And this government has found ways of working with the US under this administration. So, the tech deal is an important deal which, is really beneficial to the UK, but also beneficial to the US. So finding those moments where we can invest in the relationship and build it up absolutely gives us capacity to have disagreements. But I also think it's important to recognise that we shouldn't be operating under the assumption that things will return to normal. We need to invest in other relationships as well, and as you say, through real things, through trade, through mutual security arrangements, working more closely with Europe on European security, not always through the traditional NATO mechanisms, for example, to give those relationships greater substance.
Laura Chappell, joining us live here on Sky News. Really appreciate your time, your insights there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're watching Sky News today. Gareth Barlow with you. Still to come, we're going to bring you plenty more on the situation regarding the new Chinese embassy in London, given the go-ahead by the government. But what's the reaction to that plan? We'll find out in a few moments' time.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or a tweet, another publicly. It's time to have principle. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just, I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. Handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they are being given away. It's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. At least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do, but one thing they can't do is what they've been doing, and they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools, and it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy, and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago. We should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. It's code red. You guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is, with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. This is serious. This guy he's not mad. He's very intentional. But he's unmoored, and he's unhinged, and it requires the goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
advice?
He's
a narcissist. It's no advice. Common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? Everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution in Greenland?
I don't know. I mean, it just... who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened in Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to an American city. Second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call near Minneapolis. This guy has been a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS uniforms.
You're making him sound
dangerous. Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bavino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say you should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear. I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or a tweet, another publicly.
Should you respond with tariffs?
It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
Time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they're being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand. No, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, a year ago we should have been having this conversation and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. It's code red. I mean, you guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is, with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. I mean, this is serious. This guy he's not mad. He's very intentional, but he's unmoored and he's unhinged, and it requires the goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
advice? He's a narcissist. I mean, it's no advice. Have common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution in Greenland?
I don't know. I mean, it just... who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened in Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to an American city. Second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call near Minneapolis. This guy has been a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS
You're
uniforms.
making him
Greg
sound
Bovino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bovino? We've seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing. Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say you should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear.
But
I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
He's here. That's on. Very sort of, it's a bit live, isn't it? We see things on some, activity, it's part of negotiations. It's always less
Alors nous, c'est pas seulement nous, on a besoin de temps, nous.
C'est quand les échecs, no, that's why I'm liking it.
Ouais, alors, j'ai cru que... Not every year, but... Ça va.
Non, je ne peux pas, je vais juste... My name is Mike Froman, I'm the president of the council. Exactly.
Try and understand what is coming.
So it's
How would you advise outside of church to try and
Well, first, I think the Secretary of the Treasury's advice is that you can't make this start.
that one I think is not complicated. I think that one's... Okay, so that's tricky here. So, oftentimes, there is a process. I think the harder issue is not to put a fixate on tariffs, but to focus on where is it
things are possible, then die. That is focused on now the time is, can Europe show how the rest of the world Well, I think, first of all, you can't ask
I wouldn't have known what had happened moments ago. Oh, guys. Yes. Tanto non lo vedo e quando ho aperto la porta
Give the photo if you come set.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you.
Yes. This way or this way?
Oui, oui.
Ouais, en fait, on arrive à un point. Tabii ki ilişkilerini düzelteceğiz. Ama onların hepsinde belki yok şu anda. Hani bunun geleneği konusunda hani...
Başka bir tane daha şey.
Maybe tu sei la segreteria di sei di la chiamato che a Mundi ha fatto gruppi di Stato. Ok, ma qui sei andato da solo quindi. No, per sapere, l'unica cosa che io adesso correrò poi là qui dopo lei. Tu vai. O la Adriana. Perfetto. Solo che adesso c'ho io le cartelline, va bene, e poi
Uses that China carries out. We know extra 200 diplomats.
For Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week.
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. It's I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or a tweet, another publicly. It's time to have principle. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes that are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago we should have been having this conversation and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. It's code red. I mean, you guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. I mean, this is serious. This guy he's not mad. He's very intentional, but he's unmoored and he's unhinged, and it requires The goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
He's
advice?
a narcissist. I mean, it's no advice. Common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it just who knows what happens in that respect. But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened in Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to an American city, second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call. Near Minneapolis. This guy has got a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS uniforms.
You're making him
Greg
sound
Bovino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bovino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say you should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear.
But
I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
Well, the Work and Pension Secretary, Pat McFadden, said Donald Trump's social media posts show the president is frustrated.
I think what we saw last night was a series of posts criticising a number of world leaders. That may tell us that the president is frustrated right now. I don't really believe this is about Chagos. I think it's about Greenland, and the best way to resolve that is through dialogue with the Danish government, and that's what we've said all along. The Prime Minister has been clear that the threat of tariffs against allies is completely wrong. But he's also clear that the relationship between the UK and the US is valuable. That's why we worked hard to get the trade deal that we secured last year. That's really important, for example, for the UK automotive industry. So I think this combination of being clear about our position and the promotion of dialogue is the right stance to take.
Well, meanwhile, the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, has given her reaction to the president's comments.
Donald Trump is right on the Chagos deal. This is surrendering British territory with a strategic military base on it for no reason whatsoever. It weakens our country. It is not in the national interest. It is a good deal for China and Russia. And the worst part is, we're paying £35 billion of reparations to give away territory which we bought in the 1960s. That is wrong.
Get more on this with our correspondent Alex Rogers, who joins us now. And Alex, just talk to us about the tension and the clash of, well, heads really between the president and the prime minister. The president really ratcheting up the pressure on what is considered, from most quarters, its closest ally.
Yes, I think Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has probably been a bit blindsided by this morning, because for all he knew, the US was actually on board with the Chagos deal. In May last year, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it was a monumentous achievement. But now Donald Trump launching that broadside earlier this morning, and that's galvanised Sir Keir Starmer's opponents, including Kemi Badenoch, who we just heard from, and also Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform, who tweeted this morning, "Thank goodness Trump has vetoed the deal." Now, Trump actually hasn't vetoed that deal. It's still going through Parliament and needs to be ratified by MPs. But what he has done is create a further headache for Sir Keir Starmer and calling into question whether his calm diplomacy, his approach to Donald Trump, is the right one. And earlier today, we were hearing from Gavin Newsom, the Democratic governor of California, at Davos. He was speaking to our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelso, where he said actually the response that the UK and other European allies are having towards Trump and Greenland has been pathetic. I just want to read out what he said. He said, "I can't take this complicity, people rolling over. I should have bought a bunch of knee pads for all world leaders. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. It's embarrassing." So while the UK is clearly thinking that the best way to deal with this increasingly irascible Donald Trump is to keep a cool head, that's clearly not a view shared by everyone.
Alex Rogers there for us. So good to have you with us. Thank you so much. Just bringing you some breaking news now. This is a letter from the director of GCHQ and also the Director General.
How's your days been? I love every time I have to like I get to walk and be outside. And that's girl crazy. So and it's actually working.
Was here and willing to talk at some length. He's part of the big American presence here, though absolutely not part of the official administration delegation that Donald Trump will head when he gets here. Was California Governor Gavin Newsom. Now, he is seen by many as the shining light of the Democrat response to Donald Trump as they cast around, perhaps for a candidate to take on the president the Republican candidate. Under the Constitution, it can't be the current president, but let's see. Newsom seen as the leading light in that process. He's here doing business on behalf of California, a massive economy in its own right, bigger than many of the European nations here. We had a chance to talk to him about what he thinks the appropriate European response to the strong arming we're seeing from Donald Trump, using economic tools to take on his allies rather than his adversaries. I had a long conversation with Gavin Newsom, and he, a bit like the president, does not hold his punches. Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, saying one thing on a text or a tweet and another publicly. It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with
tariffs? It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and I mean, this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes that are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
So that's the kind of language, uncompromising, taking Donald Trump head on, that of course politically serves Gavin Newsom, a political opponent, speaking to a domestic audience as well as his international audience. Coming here is good for his international profile and will do no harm to those hopes of being the man that perhaps some in Europe will look to take on Trumpism in whatever form in a few years' time. But of course the language that is very difficult for European leaders to use while they stick to the approach we've seen, perhaps best expressed by Sir Keir Starmer, who's not here but has attempted to keep close to Donald Trump, to not cause offence, in fact to flatter, to do some of the things that Gavin Newsom they were saying he finds so embarrassing, requiring knee pads for European leaders, they roll over so easily. But that approach, the test of that will come over the next 24 to 48 hours.
Well, that was Paul Kelso. The former NATO Secretary-General, Anders Rasmussen, has told Sky News that it's time Europe stood up to Donald Trump.
Europe has achieved a lot by trying to accommodate positions of President Trump, but he continues in a very aggressive way towards Europe. So I think time has come now to stand up against Trump. An American attack against Greenland would de facto mean the end of NATO. And also in that respect, we have to draw new conclusions in Europe. So I think Europe should do more to be able to defend itself. In that case, we would need what I would call a European NATO, a coalition of the willing, capable, and willing to do what is necessary to defend Europe.
In Russia, meanwhile, the Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov held his annual news conference with journalists earlier. Ukraine, Greenland, Iran, Venezuela, all on the agenda. Our Moscow correspondent Ivor Bennett was at the conference.
It is Sergei Lavrov's annual address, as you say, a major foreign policy speech, and it's a rare chance to ask Russia's foreign minister a question. I asked him about Greenland and Donald Trump's desire to acquire it, given the potential serious security ramifications for Russia. It has a long Arctic coast, it has major strategic and economic interests in the region. Given that, you would think that Moscow would be falling over itself to condemn Donald Trump's rhetoric, call for de-escalation. But there was none of that here in this very long Q&A. Quite the opposite, in fact. Sergei Lavrov at one point said that Greenland is not a natural part of Denmark. It sounded like he was egging on Donald Trump, willing him to go for it and try and acquire Greenland. Trump has said that the US needs the territory to stop Russia from getting it. Now, Sergei Lavrov, in response to my question, denied that Russia is a threat to Greenland. He says it has no plans to seize the territory. And he also said that it is not our issue, which I think is quite a remarkable thing for him to say, given all the potential ramifications for Russia. Have a listen.
We have nothing to do with plans to seize Greenland. And I have no doubts whatsoever that Washington clearly understands that there are no such plans by Russia or the PRC. It's not our issue. Our issue is that we're interested in establishing an open, free Arctic cooperation within the Arctic Council, where the security interests and the interests of economy, environment and the indigenous peoples of all countries of the Arctic Council will be taken into account. We're not the ones withholding cooperation within this entity, and we were not the ones who severed contacts. Incidentally, the United States shows their interest in resuming discussions within the Arctic Council, unlike some Europeans, although at the technical level there are still such contacts. Therefore, many didn't even know about Greenland. I'm talking about our citizens until the moment when it was the top news. Well, you should decide it within the North Atlantic Alliance. We'll take a look at how the issue will be resolved.
So instead of intervening on Greenland, it sounds like Russia is sitting back, watching this play out and reaching for the popcorn, because these transatlantic tensions that we're seeing really play into Russia's hands when it comes to Ukraine. Firstly, it helps them justify their ongoing war there, nearly 4 years, of course, and their claim to Ukrainian territories. And secondly, the tensions help destabilise the NATO alliance. And I think Moscow is probably hoping that that might then have an impact on the US stance regarding negotiations on Ukraine. If the US and Europe fall out over Greenland, could that then see the US not wanting to provide security guarantees for Ukraine, as they said they have done in the past few weeks? So it's a fascinating diplomatic dance that Russia is performing, as exemplified here by Sergei Lavrov. Not only on Greenland was he reluctant to criticise Trump directly, also on Venezuela, the toppling of Maduro, also on the threats to strike Iran, two key Russian allies. All he had instead for Trump was praise. He said that Donald Trump was the only leader who's willing to take into account Russia's position on Ukraine. And that, I think, really sums it up.
Details there from Ivor Bennett. You're watching Sky News Today. It's still to come. We're going to bring you plenty more on the situation regarding Diego Garcia and the Chagos Islands with Professor Michael Clark, our security and defence analyst. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next.
There's a fresh look to your news from 10 on Sky News.
It's a new show called The Wrap, every night of the week.
We'll still bring you the day's biggest stories,
but with more lively debate,
more in-depth commentary,
and more of what you need to know.
Plus a look at what's making tomorrow's headlines.
The Wrap.
Everything wrapped up for you from 10 on Sky News.
on now?
Now then, you're watching Sky News. Good to have you with us. Gareth Barlow with you on Sky News over the next couple of moments. We're going to talk more about the backlash over plans to take Greenland. The President, US President, lashing out at Britain's decision to hand the Chagos Islands to Mauritius. Let's bring in Michael Clark, our security and defence expert. And Michael, why this change of tone? Because if we went back to May 2025 and the 22nd of May, there was a statement from Marco Rubio put out kind of exalting this decision. The president said that he massively supported it, and now he's massively decrying and heading out.
Yes, he said in May, Rubio said, that the president said it's a momentous achievement, the Chagos Islands deal. And now he says something different. The point is, I'm sure he hasn't thought much about the Chagos Islands from now till back to May till now, but this is part of his process on Greenland. I mean, he's upping the ante on everything because Greenland really matters to him, and he knows he's going to argue for Greenland all through this Davos meeting, I'm pretty clear. So throwing in the Chagos issue, as a way of putting his allies on the back foot, and, you know, why miss the temptation to insult Keir Starmer, one of his allies, one of the people he says he gets on with, but he never takes a policy position without insulting one of the allies. It seems to be a psychology of him. He never has insulted Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping, but he always insults his NATO allies because it seems to give him a sense that it shows his power.
This deal has some history to it, doesn't it? This doesn't just take into account the Labour government, it takes into account governments before that. Talk to us about how we kind of got to where we are.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Chagos Islands in relation to the Indian Ocean. Very useful base. So there's a base on the Chagos Islands, Diego Garcia, and that base, as you can see, is a really good jumping-off point for Southeast Asia, for the Indian subcontinent, for the Middle East and the Gulf. And the British base on Diego Garcia, we don't use it very much, but the Americans use it a lot. So we've got, I mean, the RAF have got about 40-odd people on it.
I'm just going to take a pause with you, Michael. Kai Kallas is speaking on NATO. This is the EU's foreign policy chief. Let's just take a listen.
Allow me to still widen the perspective beyond Greenland to the Arctic as a whole. I want to thank European Parliament for your active engagement in Arctic affairs, including for the timely AFET-INI report adopted last November. Its conclusions echo our own assessment. The Arctic has become a region of growing geostrategic importance. Climate change is transforming the Arctic faster than any other place on the planet. Melting ice is opening new routes and economic opportunities, but also create new risks. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has reshaped the European security landscape far beyond Ukraine itself. The Arctic is not insulated from this. Russia has disrupted cross-border and regional cooperation in the High North and intensified hybrid activities while militarizing parts of the region. The ship that cut the internet cables in the Baltic Sea in December 2024 escaped through the Russian Arctic waters. Geopolitical tension and geo-economic competition in the Arctic require that the European Union, together with our partners, responds. Our response must be realistic and principled, and it must be guided by the international law. No country has the right to take over the territory of another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere in the world. We are strengthening preparedness to better anticipate risks. Societal resilience by protecting critical infrastructure, communities and democratic institutions from hybrid threats, and economic security by safeguarding supply chains and preventing strategic dependencies. We are currently updating our own EU Arctic policy to reflect those realities. Security is not only about military presence, it's all about trust, it's about stability, it's about people. As we address these new challenges, we remain guided by the priorities expressed by Greenland authorities themselves: sustainable development, social cohesion and respect for their environment. Honourable members, The Arctic is warming 3 to 4 times faster than the global average. Climate change, environmental degradation and security risks do not stop at borders. No country can tackle the threat like this alone. A rules-based international order and effective multilateral cooperation are essential, not optional. When Europe is united, when we are strong, we are able to defend our interests and values, including in the High North. Our Arctic engagement must reflect this reality. Firm on geopolitical and geoeconomic challenges, resolute on climate action, and centred on the people who live in the region. In this effort, we stand by Greenland and the Kingdom of Denmark. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
That was Kai Kallas there speaking in Strasbourg. They're referencing the developments in Greenland, in the Arctic, in the High North, talking about the fact that security is not only a military presence, but the basis of trust, stability and people as well, are highlighting the fact that climate change, where it's accelerating even faster in the Arctic, is enabling new routes, new opportunities, but also new risks, Michael Clark. And this is, you know, taking us away from the Chagos Islands and taking us up to the far north of the planet. And you know, Donald Trump perceives risks, the European Union perceives risks, the NATO allies perceive risks as well, but their way of going about tackling those risks all very different.
Yeah, that's what she was saying, that, you know, we've seen these risks develop with climate change, and she said the Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the general planet because it's become a crisis in the Arctic and the Antarctic, incidentally, as the ice caps are beginning to go. And so she's saying we've recognised this and we all recognise we've got to do more. And the Europeans have been talking about this for years. The United States has only just started talking about it. And, I mean, you know, I remember even 5 or 6 years ago, a lot of European work was being done on the High North, and you couldn't get a hearing in the United States for most of it. And 10 years ago, nobody was interested at all. So what she's saying is, look, we've always been aware of this. We need to do more. We're doing it collectively. And, you know, the key statement, I think, she said, you know, it is never legitimate for one country to take over another, not in Ukraine, not in Greenland, not anywhere.
How are you? How are you?
I'm fine.
Everything okay?
Tout va bien?
Oui, tout va bien. Oui, je sais. Je sais, mais c'est temporaire.
Oui, oui, oui. Ok, j'espère.
Ok.
Tout va bien?
Oui, tout va bien. Tout est réglé. Tout est réglé maintenant. Tout est calme. Ok.
Merci tout le monde. On y va.
Merci.
Oui, ça va.
Yes, I came from Doha.
Ah,
Yeah. They said we're good.
Aber das ändert sich jetzt. Aber ich sag dir jetzt nicht, was genau das ist. Bonjour.
Salut.
On va le renvoyer une fois.
Of course. I think he's serious about Greenland. I've said that from the very beginning. He's serious about incorporating Greenland into the United States. He's more serious about that than about Canada.
Yeah.
I thought he'd be more serious about Panama than he has been so far. I thought that Panama might be the bigger target rather than Greenland. But he's turned to Greenland and he is serious about trying to incorporate it. So I think that is his idea. Whether some other mid-solution can be created, like creating a sovereign base out of the Pacific base, make it sovereign territory, as indeed, we have sovereign territory at Akrotiri in Cyprus. Yeah. It's a piece of sovereign British territory in a foreign country. Maybe that would be something. I mean, wouldn't solve it, but it might sort of buy him off. And I'm sure, yes, there's a lot of bluff and bluster on the assumption that if he's very aggressive, that everyone will actually settle for something much less. But the something much less looks as if it's got to be some kind of transfer of sovereignty of something because he's set his heart on that. I don't think he's going to back off that unless he can be pushed off it by the Republicans, by Congress, and by public opinion. He's not, I mean, he's not resonating in US public opinion with this. The majority of the public either don't care or don't think it's a particularly good idea. And the vast majority of the American public really oppose the idea of using force in Greenland, if that's what it came to. His own Republican Party, which only, it only by, 4 seats in the House of Representatives and, 2-3 seats in the Senate. It doesn't take much to actually swing against him. Yeah. Yeah. And remember, the primaries begin, the primary elections for the midterms in November. They start in March. By May, June, there'll be a good sense of who the candidates are. At the moment, he could kill any candidate by saying, I don't support him and I do, or her, and I do support this one. By May or June, that power that he has will wear off because the candidates will be chosen for the elections. We'll get a sense then that there may be quite a bit of pushback to this. He may be on the wrong side of his own sort of public opinion on this one. And I think that's what the Europeans will be hoping for, that they stay calm, they stay measured, they are constructive, and they play for the area under and around Trump, not for the president himself.
And play the long game to get as close to the elections as possible. Michael, always fascinating. Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Now then, let's turn our attention to some of the day's other stories. 12:38, Sky News with you. A mother living next to 25,000 tonnes of illegal waste in Wiggins told Sky News her house has become a prison and the situation's tearing the family apart. We first visited the site in Bickershaw last year, and despite months of complaints from residents, no clean-up's begun. It's led to accusations of a north-south divide because millions of pounds has been set aside to clear a similar-sized tip in Oxfordshire, as Dan Whitehead has been finding out.
Just before Christmas, we started hearing scurrying, and we ended up with rats. As you can smell, we still have evidence of rats.
Venetia and her family, the 25,000 tonnes of rotting waste just metres from her house, has become a living nightmare.
You could see rats just running along our fences, running down the street on the front. They were just everywhere.
As well as rats, maggots and flies, the impact of this illegal waste dump has ripped her family in two.
Even to this day, 17 months on, the smell's making big
I've
sick.
seen this in the United States.
So he now only spends 1 or 2 nights a week at my house.
So say one thing on a text or tweet, another publicly.
Yes.
It's time to have principles. It's time to stand tall.
It's tear down family.
Does that mean what's holding
you
to stand united?
On the family as well,
You make that determination.
Our
I
mental
don't make
health
that
isn't great.
So when you say standing collectively,
separated
just I can't
parents,
take
even
this
though me and my partner
complicity.
together,
People
we're sharing
rolling
a child
over.
with the grandparents.
I should have brought a
Because I
bunch of
can't
knee
keep
pads
saying,
for all the world
soon it'll be
leaders.
cleared up.
I mean,
Soon it'll be
handing
cleared
out
up, because
crowns
it
and handing. I mean, this is
and I don't know what else to tell my child
Nobel
why he
prizes
has
that
to
are
live
being
in this
given
prison.
away.
Because
I mean,
it
it's
is
just
like prison.
pathetic. And I
Whilst
hope
Nisha
people
feels
understand how
trapped,
pathetic
there is a
they
different
look
story
on the world
200
stage.
miles
I mean, at
south.
least from an American
Sky
perspective,
footage of a
it's
similar-sized tip in
embarrassing. So what should
Kidlington,
Europe do?
Oxfordshire
They
made
should
headlines
decide. The
just
Europeans
before
should
Christmas.
decide for themselves.
But 2 weeks
what to
ago,
do.
a
But
£9
one thing
million
they can't do
tender to
is what
clear
they've
up
been
the waste
doing.
was issued.
And they've
The
been
work set
playing.
to
This
potentially
guy's
begin
playing
next month.
folks for fools.
We're told that the site down
And
in
it's
Kidlington is
embarrassing.
being cleared because of a serious fire,
This is diplomacy
which
with
could
Donald
impact
Trump.
a major
He's a
A-road and
T-Rex.
power supplies.
You mate with
But
him or he
here in
devours
Wigan,
you.
a
One or the
9-day
other.
fire here
Europeans
last
don't need
summer
to stand.
was declared a major
Europeans could be
incident.
if they continue
Despite
to
that,
down this
the
path.
impact on the local residents
They need
and
to
the
stand
school
tall, stand
that
firm,
backs onto the
stand
dump.
united.
There is no
Look,
multi-million-pound
this a
tender
year ago we
to
should have been
remove
having this
this waste.
conversation, and they didn't.
When the
Okay,
fire
and now
broke
you're
out
paying
here in
the
Bickershaw,
price.
the nearby primary,
Exactly
whose playing field
what
lies in the
anyone
shadow
objective
of this
observer would
mountain
have
of waste,
anticipated
was
would be where we
forced
are.
to
What
be.
do you think
The local MP has criticised the Environment Agency, suggesting it
I don't
prioritises
wanna be
middle-class
hyperbolic about
areas
it, but
over working-class towns.
This guy's a wrecking
Issue
ball. I
highlighted
hope people
in
are
the House
waking
of
up to what
Lords
we're
just
dealing
last
with.
week.
This is code red.
It's clear to me
And you guys are still playing by all set of rules,
the
everybody.
reports that
The
Sky
globe
did
is
that
with
the
this guy.
nature of the waste
He's
in the Bickershaw
unmoored.
site,
It's the law of the
hazardous
jungle.
waste,
It's the
it's
rule
rotting
of dawn.
waste. It's
And I hope it's
already
dawning
been
on
on
the
fire
what
for
we're up
9
against.
days, forcing
I mean,
the
this is
local primary
serious.
school
This guy
to close.
he's
That it really
not
should be
mad.
a
He's
high
very
priority
intentional.
for the safety
But
of
he's
the residents
unmoored
and the school.
and he's unhinged.
In a
And it
statement, the
requires-
Environment Agency told Sky
goal is
News
whatever
new
he wants it to
information
be.
has come to light about
goal
the
is the world
rapidly
in his
escalating
image.
fire
What would you
at
advise?
Kidlington
I mean, it's
site,
just- it's
the
no
potential
advice,
to close the
common
A34
sense.
major highway
Why
and
don't
impact
folks do
key electrical
what
supplies,
they say
which has meant we have
publicly,
taken
what
the
they're saying in
exceptional
private? Why don't
decision
they
to
just
clear the
simply
site
do
as
what
soon
they
as
know
possible.
is right?
This does not undermine the real impact to the
everybody's
local
talking behind his
community in
back. back, they're laughing at him.
We
Meanwhile,
are doing
they're sucking
everything
up
within
to him.
our
It's
power
embarrassing.
to ensure that
I mean,
the
this is the
perpetrators pay
modeling
the
behavior
price
for
to
our
clean
kids,
up the site,
generations of folks.
rather than
This is not
taxpayers.
diplomacy. This is stupidity.
But at the moment, there is no clean
I don't know. I mean, it just...
How does that make you feel that down in Oxfordshire...
Who knows what happens in that respect?
Within weeks,
with Donald Trump.
there's
You saw what
millions
happened in
available.
Durham. You see
And
what's
what are we
happening
on
on
here, a year
American
and a half?
streets.
Yeah,
You saw what
17
happened in the
months
state of
exactly.
California
How does that make you
with
feel?
700 active duty Marines. He didn't send
No
them
one cares,
overseas.
but you know,
Last year he
up
sent
here
them to
now,
American City.
they're not bothered.
Second largest city in the United
I
States
feel
of
like
America.
I
He's
failed,
got 100,
even though it's not my doing.
1,500
I just
active
feel like as a
folks,
parent, I'm
members of the
failing.
military,
And
on call.
I'm fighting,
Near
and I'm not winning the battle.
This guy is a police state. You
Dan
got a
White
guy
and
dressed
Sky
up in
News.
SS uniforms.
You're making him
Greg
sound
Bavino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You see
Now
this
then,
guy, Greg
Brooklyn
Bavino?
Becker
You see
has
what's happening
broken
with
his
ICE and
silence
secret
about his
police
alleged
and masked men?
estrangement from
People
his parents,
disappearing?
saying that he does
Wake
not
up,
want to
where the
reconcile
hell has
with his
everybody
family.
been?
In a statement
Stop
shared on
with this
Instagram, the
bullshit
26-year-old claims
sort
he's
of
been silent
niceties,
for
and
years,
somehow we're all going to
adding he's
figure it
not been
out. Stop
controlled,
saying
but
one
is
thing
standing up
privately
for
and another
himself for the
publicly.
first time.
Have some spine. Some goddamn...
Meanwhile, our
some
correspondent
spine.
Nick Council found his
stand
father,
up, but
David
you're not
Becker,
being clear.
yesterday
I'm
as
not
well.
Oh, I'm being crystal clear.
But
I'm being crystal clear.
David, do you have a message for Brooklyn this morning? David, you disappointed family business is being aired in public?
Well, in a statement on his Instagram, Brooklyn said, "I do not want to reconcile with my family. I'm not being controlled. I'm standing up for myself for the first time in my life." He accused his parents of controlling narratives in the press around his family, saying the performative social media posts, family events and inauthentic relationships have been a fixture of the life I was born into. Brooklyn even claimed his mother, Lady Victoria, cancelled plans to make Nicola's gown at the last minute and hijacked the couple's first dance at their wedding, saying, "In the schedule, I was planned to be my romantic dance with my wife, but instead my mum was waiting to dance with me instead. She danced very inappropriately on me in front of everyone. I've never felt more uncomfortable or humiliated in my entire life." And he goes on to say, "My wife has been consistently disrespected by my family. My mum has repeatedly invited women from my past into our lives in ways that were clearly intended to make us both uncomfortable." And he mentions his father, Sir David's 50th birthday, saying that although the couple travelled to London to try to spend quality time with him, he refused all of our attempts unless it was at his big birthday, with 100 guests and cameras at every corner, under the condition that Nicola wasn't invited. Well, that's the perspective from Brooklyn Beckham. Obviously, we've not heard directly from David or Victoria, but we can hear from Lauren Beeching, founder of crisis management agency Honest London. Good to have you with us. And I'm interested just to contrast and compare the two different approaches here, because we just read out some of that long Instagram story from Brooklyn Beckham, the son of David, and then we've seen Paul Kelso trying to speak to David Beckham at Davos, and two very different approaches. What did you make of how the two are interacting?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, there's clearly upset behind the scenes, and of course there will be. It's their son. But publicly, the Beckham name now operates as a commercial architecture and not just a surname. And that architecture is extremely strong. So the Beckhams have decades of goodwill, global recognition, a fan base that spans generations. Their recent Netflix documentary were a massive global hit and reinforced stable, emotionally controlled, likable image of a family. So unfortunately, when Beckham positioned himself in versions of events against that, that simply implies that the public, and by extension the fans, are kind of being fooled a little bit by years of press interviews, documentaries, and that's not going to get a very positive response in the most part for him.
So are you saying, therefore, that the image that his parents have developed over the course of time may stand the test of this kind of public breakdown in relations that are being alleged and appear to be the case so far?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, with Brooklyn, unfortunately, he doesn't have the most positive reputation as it is. I mean, he's been labelled sort of a Nepo child, changing careers often from like a photographer, next thing to a chef. And, you know, it's going to take a lot for him to beat the Beckham machine, essentially.
Just thinking, though, you know, conversation is a two-way thing. We've not heard from the other side of this alleged situation, as Brooklyn Beckham puts it forward. What is the likelihood, and if so, what would you advise them to say, that David and Victoria come out on record to some degree?
Yeah, I mean, silence is definitely key here. So anything more than a minimal response risks sort of reinforcing what Bricklin's argument is, that everything is managed and strategic. So at most, one line like, we all love our children deeply and it remains a private family matter. So I would suggest no explanation, no rebuttal, no expansion, because over-explaining would most definitely cause backfire. As you can see in like Bricklin's very long statement, it's very emotional. And my thing with my clients is less is more when it comes to statements, because every extra word you put into a statement, that's another thing that people can analyze and dissect, and they will. Like even down to the sort of the wedding dress comment that he put out, people have already disputed that with what was written in Vogue back in 2022, I believe. And that's the issue when you go too detailed. So I would be very shocked if the Beckhams speak out on this.
Some people, I'm sure, will be going, there feels as though there's parallels here between a very other public case. It's different, but there's similarities. You've got the royal family and you've got Harry and Meghan. You've got a big bastion of... apologies. I'm going to have to leave you there for a second. We're going to have to take you live to the Commons. Apologies. Thank you for your time.
We're going to hear on the next steps.
The Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology.
Children safe online and give them the childhood they deserve. Last week, I said in this House that AI and technology have huge potential.
Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week.
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or a tweet, another publicly. It's time to have principle. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
It's time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
Diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, a year ago we should have been having this conversation and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. It's code red. I mean, you guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is, with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. I mean, this is serious. This guy he's not mad. He's very intentional, but he's unmoored and he's unhinged, and it requires you. The goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
advice? He's a narcissist. I mean, it's no advice. Common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution in Greenland?
I don't know. I mean, it just... who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened in Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to the American city, second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call. near Minneapolis. This guy has been a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS uniforms.
You're making him
Greg
sound
Bovino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bovino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men? People disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say you should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear.
But
I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
No, it's in the yes, it's in the
week-end.
Oui, mais ils l'ont déjà fait, là. Hello.没办法，肯定查的。不是早饭不行，就在这等。企业不一样，长得不是漂亮，但是说话呢，对，不是很安全，然后。欧洲这边什么水之类的，一样是那个。Je vais te chercher tout de suite, ça. Comme ça, tu le détesteras moins. Might be tough.咱们这帮人，我是那种特别。他虽然语言不通，但是他表情和眼神还是挺。我在领导，在国际会议中心，我俩就是有些时候俺俩直接交流，就是我去了之后，后来没接到微信群嘛，虽然也不通，但有什么事我就直接到现场去给那啥，给你们几个人，然后就沟通一下，交流一下，方式怎么弄啊？就所以讲，这事他对咱们相对来说比较友好，他觉得咱们处理事情就比较快速。然后就不那么啰嗦。
咱跟杨他们消息是不经意的，不觉得吗？
因为他说不是吧？他还得跟那个杨女士说，那个妈还得跟论坛里面说，他是这不是他们的错。
Oui, le lunettes du soleil. Tu vois, il y a toujours.
Ça arrive, je pense. T'as vu qu'on est très coordonnés? J'ai que les trucs dans la main, je me suis tout fumé la tête et tout. J'ai fait en fait, ça va bien. J'ai vu que ça va bien coordonné. Nous, on a fait comme ça. Quand tu fais un petit événement et que tu fais d'évaluer. Ouais, c'est clair. Comme Steve Jobs, on a une caméra qui est un peu t'as envie de plus faire un plan, hein. C'est vrai, tu commences à faire un truc. Ouais, puis après, ça se voit aussi. Ouais, c'est top. Complètement.
Charles qui a aussi de la Charles à tout le monde. Ah, c'est bon. Oui.
Gerade so schnell genau.
Non, barrière inintentionnelle, parce que c'est pas possible.
C'est ça.
Il a le droit d'arriver en retard ou pas? Ouais, on peut arriver en retard, c'est 14h07.
C'est sûr, c'est sûr. Il va pas avoir
On peut lui interdire la scène s'il est pas là.
Écoute, j'ai déjà vu que la session de ce soir du Saillot, il y avait 18h20, 18h. J'ai un petit agenda et on va glisser.
Alors moi, elle m'a déjà dit à 18h20 hier.
Ouais, ok.
Enfin, même avant-hier, quand on a passé une base, elle m'a dit...
Oui, donc ça avait tout tard et ça avait déjà eu.
Ah ben voilà.
Paola. Sorry.
Excuse-moi.
Pardon,
Monsieur le Président, bonjour.
Vous allez bien?
Comment allez-vous? Ça va?
Bien, et vous?
Est-ce que le président américain...
Je ne vais pas faire une interview en marchant sur des choses sérieuses.
Est-ce que le président américain nous humilie?
Le
point de non-retour a été atteint avec
Merci à tous.
Les dialogues avec Trump ne sont pas possibles.
Does Europe need a stronger response to America?
Merci.
Hey, hey,
hey. Yes. Le pool, vous avez besoin d'aller à l'intérieur?
Non.
Non, ah, vous restez. Ah, tant mieux. C'est très bien.
Now I turn, huh?
I'm going to get started. Welcome, everybody. Mr. President, welcome. I've been visiting France for more than 50 years. I know I don't look it, but truly so. And over that time, I've been passionate about visiting France, understanding it, learning about it, learning from it. But mostly, I've been passionate about the debates we have related to the French economy, and importantly, the French's future of France. What's striking to me about these debates, the debates have actually changed. And the debates have changed over the last decade. Today, I think there's a broad agreement around one single idea, that economic growth matters. Economic growth, as it broadens, reduces polarization. I think that sounds obvious now about the need for economic growth, but not so long ago. It was still an open question whether competitiveness would truly sit at the center of France's economic vision. I think that question has been answered, and President Emmanuel Macron has been the key man driving that shift and answering that question. In fact, you could make an argument that no French leader has led his country at a more pivotal time since World War II. From the onset, President Macron has argued that France must strengthen itself. It must strengthen its defense. It must renew itself in its capacity to innovate, but also importantly, and maybe more importantly today than ever before, and remain engaged in the world. That perspective has defined his presidency and is one that is helping to shape the conversation, the needed conversation about Europe's future. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you very much, Larry, for your words. Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and governments, President Lagarde, ministers, ambassadors, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely happy to be here, and it's great to be here, as the Financial Times would say. And it's a time of peace, stability, and predictability. So let's try to address the key challenge of this world in a few minutes' time. But it's clear that we are reaching a time of instability, of imbalances, both from the security and defense point of view and the economic point of view. Look at the situation where we are. I mean, a shift towards autocracy against democracy, more violence, more than 60 wars in 2024, an absolute record, even if I understood a few of them were fixed. And conflict has become normalized, hybrid, expanding into new domains, space, digital, information, cyber, trade, and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, and where the only law that seems to matter is that of the strongest, and imperial ambitions are resurfacing. Obviously, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, which will enter into its 4th year next month, and conflicts continue in the Middle East and across Africa. This is as well a shift towards a world without effective collective governance, and where multilateralism is weakened by powers that obstruct it or turn away from it, and rules are undermined. And I can multiply the examples of international bodies weakened or left by the key economies. And when we look at the situation, it's clearly a very concerning time, because we are killing the structure where we can fix the situation and the common challenges we have. Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation of new tariffs that are fundamentally unacceptable, even more so when they are used as leverage against territorial sovereignty. And competition from China, where massive excess capacities or distortive practices threaten to overwhelm entire industrial and commercial sectors. Export control has become more dangerous new tools, destabilizing global trade and the international system. And the answer, in order to fix this issue, is more cooperation and building new approaches. And it's clearly building more economic sovereignty and strategic autonomy, especially for the Europeans, which is for me the core answer. In this context, I want to exclude two approaches. The first approach would be to, I would say, to passively accept the law of the strongest, leading to vassalization and bloc politics. I think accepting a sort of new colonial approach doesn't make sense. And all the head of state and government and business leaders, which would be too complacent with such an approach, will take a huge responsibility. The second will be to adopt a purely moral posture, limiting ourselves to commentary. That path would condemn us to marginalization and powerlessness. Faced with the brutalization of the world, France and Europe must defend an effective multilateralism because it serves our interests and those of all who refuse to submit to the rule of force. And for me, the two answers are, on one side, more sovereignty and more autonomy for the Europeans. On the other side, an efficient multilateralism to deliver results through cooperation. Obviously, France and Europe are attached to national sovereignty and independence, to the United Nations and to its charter. And it's not an old-fashioned way to live multilateralism. It's just not to totally forget what we learned from the Second World War and remain committed to cooperation. And this is also because of those principles that we have decided to join the mutual exercise in Greenland without threatening anyone, but just supporting an ally and another European country, Denmark. Facing this order and this new situation, this year France holds the G7 presidency with a clear ambition to restore the G7 as a forum for frank dialogue among major economies and for collective and cooperative solutions. Trade wars, protectionist escalation, races towards overproduction will only produce losers. This is why addressing global economic imbalances is our key priority. And if we look at the situation, the current imbalances are due to some key phenomena, and we all have to deliver our own agenda. This includes American overconsumption, Chinese underconsumption and overinvestment, and European underinvestment and lack of competitiveness. And these imbalances are also reflected in development gaps, by the way, and we can no longer settle for aid that neither delivers sufficient results nor enables countries to escape poverty. So our objective through the G7 is to demonstrate that the world's major powers are still capable of reaching a shared diagnosis of the global economy and committing to concrete actions. Cooperating is not about blaming others. It is about assuming one's share of responsibility and contributing to solutions. So the objective of this G7 will be to build this framework of cooperation in order to fix the roots of these imbalances and restore efficient convergence and cooperation through multilateral frameworks. And the other objective is as well to build bridges and more cooperations with the emerging countries, the BRICS and the G20, because the fragmentation of this world would not make sense. Here, this point is for, I would say, the global agenda and how to see our G7 agenda. On the other side, we have the European answer. And for me, Europe clearly has to fix its key issues: the lack of growth, the lack of GDP per capita growth, and the three pillars of our strategy in order to deliver more sovereignty, more efficiency, and more growth would be based on protection, simplification, and investment. Because the diagnosis is well known, European competitiveness still lags behind that of the US, and in the current global order, facing precisely the Chinese approach, we have to react. So first, protection. Protection doesn't mean protectionism. But today's Europeans are too naive. This is the unique market open to everybody without checking level playing field. Nobody can access the Chinese market as people are accessing the European market for sure. But even if you take the US and a lot of other countries, the level of protection does exist for investment and trade. And the Europeans are the only one not to protect their own companies and their own markets when the other countries doesn't respect level playing field. This is why we have to be much more realistic if we want to protect our chemical industry, our industry, from the automotive sectors to a lot of others, because they are being literally killed by the lack of respect of a normal framework and level playing field. Europe has very strong tools now, and we have to use them when we are not respected and when the rules of the game are not respected, by the way. The anti-coercion mechanism is a powerful instrument, and we should not hesitate to deploy it in today's tough environment. We must also advance the principle of European preference. There is a North American preference in your market. There is no European preference today. We are progressively creating it, and in the latest documents and decisions taken by the decisions, we do have the first examples of that, but this is extremely good. And we are currently aligning closely with Germany to deliver an ambitious and simple framework. And this is a decisive project, and I count on the European Commission to present a proposal as well by early 2026 with the highest possible level of ambition in order to deliver, I would say, across the different sectors, the principle of European preference. This is a necessity. We must act on imports as well regarding this protection issue. And in the context of escalating trade tensions and Asian overcapacities, Europe must strengthen its trade defense instruments, including mirror measures to enforce regulatory standards, and we must improve the quality and added value of foreign direct investments, targeting projects with strong export potential. And this is core for the rebalancing with China. China is welcome, but what we need is more Chinese foreign direct investment in Europe in some key sectors to contribute to our growth, to transfer some technologies, and not just to export towards Europe some devices or products which sometimes don't have the same standards or are much more subsidized as the one being produced in Europe. It's not being protectionist, it's just restoring this level playing field and protecting our industry. So from safeguard clauses to mirror clauses to European preferences and incentives for more FDIs, this strategy is absolutely key. And in parallel, protecting our economies will also require a resilient strategy on both imports and exports to de-risk supply chains, particularly for raw materials, rare earths, semiconductors, chips, and to diversify our trade partners. The second pillar of the European economy and the European strategy should be simplification. And when I speak about simplification, we started with CSRD, CSDDD, and we have to do much more on different sectors, and we did it during the past few weeks on automotive, and we have to do it on chemical, digital, AI, banking, and so on. And the core of this simplification is sometimes to get rid of some recent regulations when they desynchronize in a certain way the European Union in comparison with the rest of the world. But we have as well to accelerate the deepening of the single market. On all these sectors, the 450 million inhabitants and consumers market should be the domestic market of all the EU companies. It's not yet the case as long as you have complexities. In doing so, we must ensure respect technological neutrality and non-discrimination within the European Union. This is another pillar, another point of simplification. Neutral approach in terms of technology and non-discrimination. We discriminate during such a long time between the different sources of energies. It's counterproductive for the Europeans themselves. Companies have a role to play, and we must act, and you must act. And clearly, you must help identify and concretely help us to simplify where it is needed. But for me, this agenda of simplification is not a matter of discussion, but just implementation, speed and scale. The third pillar of the European strategy for more competitiveness and more autonomy is based on investment and innovation. We have to invest much more. If there is a GDP per capita so different between the US and Europe, 65% to 70% of the explanation is due to the difference in terms of innovation. And the US was much more innovative because of public and private investment. So in our budget for the months to come, because we will negotiate during the years, this year in Europe, we have to invest much more money in the critical sectors where the innovation will be made. AI, quantum, green tech, but as well defense and security. The size of our common budget is not the right one. We have to invest much more money in order to be much more credible and accelerate this innovation agenda. But at the same time, if you look at the situation, we don't have sufficient private investment. And this is one of the main differences. We do have the savings as the Europeans, much more than the US, by the way. But this saving is overinvested in bonds and sometimes in equities, but outside Europe. So this is why the top priority should be securitization program. It is prepared, we have to accelerate the implementation. And second, capital market union. Precisely in order to have more integration and simplification, but to have an efficient capital market union in order to invest much more money and use our savings to be invested on innovation and equity in Europe. This agenda for me is our top priority, both the global and the European one. And it is to be implemented in the months to come, because everything is about acceleration. And France is committed to deliver this agenda. We work very closely with our key partner. And at the same time, our objective for France is to stabilize our results and our macro approach, and to remain the highly attractive country we are. We've been the most attractive country of Europe during the past 6 years, and to consolidate our deep structural reforms and our key advantage. And on top of the business framework we have, I want here to insist on the fact that we have a competitive, stable, low-carbon electricity supply. We exported last year 90 terawatt-hours of electricity, and a low-carbon one, based on our nuclear model. We have world-class innovation and research capabilities, and we will improve them. And we have one of the most vivid and active ecosystem in AI, quantum computing, energy transition, etc., etc. And a lot of the startups and the unicorns and large caps of these sectors are with me in my delegation today. And on top of that, let me insist, and I will stop here, on the fact that we have a high quality infrastructure and large market with strong purchasing power. And we have a place where rule of law and predictability is still the rule of the game. And my guess is that it is largely underpriced by the market. And beyond what you can do in terms of investment, what you can do in terms of strong ambitions, having a place like Europe, which sometimes is too slow, for sure, and needs to be reformed, for sure, but which is predictable, loyal, and where you know that the rule of the game is just the rule of law, it's a good place. And I think this is a good place for today and for tomorrow. So we will be committed during 2026 to try to deliver this global agenda in order to fix global imbalances through more cooperation. And we will do our best in order to have a stronger Europe, much stronger, and more autonomous, based on the pillars I just mentioned, and based as well, and we can revert in the dialogue, but on more investment and commitments on defense and security, because we have to invest much more and invest much more. Because we do believe, and here in the epicenter of this continent, we do believe that we need more growth, we need more stability in this world, but we do prefer respect to bullies, we do prefer science to plotism, and we do prefer rule of law to brutality. You're welcome in Europe, and you are more than welcome to France.
President, what I'd really like to ask you is, how's your last few days been? But importantly, though, you framed out an economic direction for France and for Europe. If you had to prioritize to transform France and Europe as fast as possible, you close saying, yes, we are slow, yes, but what can we do right now to really accelerate it, to broaden the economies across Europe, that we have more participants? Is there any one silver bullet that you could do to really accelerate that type of growth?
I don't think there is one silver bullet, but I think on the very short run, given the situation in some critical sectors, I think the European preference is a necessity because we are desynchronized with the others. And the second one is clearly a big bunch of simplifications. The 28th regime, which is being prepared by the Commission, and the deepening of the single market is key. And this is why I insisted on capital market union. I think if we deliver European preference and capital market union, then here are two game changers.
Well, you know, I've been talking about the capital market union in Europe as one of the major hindrances compared to the U.S. And so, yes, but I do believe, as we witnessed starting last year, and we're starting to see it accelerate this year, you're starting to see more international flows coming back to Europe. And so that is beginning, and so I do believe that will accelerate. But in terms of priorities, if you had to tell the Commission, what should they be more swift in terms of transforming Europe faster, so it can compete with the U.S., compete with Europe, and exceed China and Europe, China and the U.S.?
Look, I think this is the discussion we have clearly with the Commission. We'll have an informal summit in February focused on this topic. Everything was largely drafted by both Letta and Draghi's reports and is well known. I think the difference is that Draghi was before China surpluses vis-à-vis Europe. I mean, we should not underestimate the fact that 2025, for the very first time,
$1 trillion.
Yeah, China has such a surplus vis-à-vis the rest of the world, 1/3 vis-à-vis the US, 1/3 Europe, 1/3 the rest of the world.
But it was $1 trillion. It was bigger than any other time.
Yeah, and for the first time, the deficit between Germany and China was a trade deficit for Germany. And this is a game changer for Europe. So this is why, clearly for me, we have to fix this issue. And secondly, it's about the tariffs. So if I have to tell you what could change the game and our approach for all of us in the year to come, for me it would be a bunch of simplification with all this omnibus package for the Commission, sector by sector, European preference, capital market union, and dismantling of the tariff between US and Europe. Because in such a context, what doesn't make sense is to have tariffs between allies.
Right.
We have to fix the war in Ukraine. We have to help the Ukrainians to resist and find a sustainable peace. We have to fix prosperity in democracies. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have tariffs and be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use the crazy thing is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-à-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy. I do regret that. But this is a consequence of just unpredictability and useless aggressivity. So what we have to do is to remain very calm, all of us. We have such an agenda with so many opportunities and so many challenges. So let's be focused on peace in Europe. Everybody should be focused to help the Ukrainians to have a sustainable peace. Level playing field and fixing the issues and these imbalances with China, because it's an issue for the Europeans and the Americans. And third, let's be focused on more competitiveness in Europe and this big acceleration, full stop.
Throughout the sessions today, and I think during the week, AI is going to be the dominant conversation. And the question is, how does AI develop in Europe? I know there was one conversation already being held on that. What is your vision of AI for France specifically?
Look, we are strong believer, and 1 year ago we organized this AI summit in Paris, and we are one of the most vibrant ecosystems in Europe. We really believe and we are committed on AI because we really think that this is a game changer, not just in terms of productivity precisely and growth, but I mean because this is a true revolution. We have assets in order to do so.
You have a grid and you have power too.
We have power.
And a grid.
And low carbon energy. Yeah. No need to have new, coal plants or oil production in order to deliver the capacities for AI. This is important. We have 90 terawatt-hour available for more AI activities. We have a national grid, super pilotable. Third, we have available capacities for more data centers and computing capacities. And we are delivering the agenda announced 1 year ago. So we are building these capacities, and Europe was lagging behind the US and others on this field. We have talents, very good data scientists, mathematicians, and so on, and we are increasing our training programs and our capacities, and we have several hubs being identified. And we have a critical ecosystem with LLM champions, but as well, we have a startup on AI and quantum, I don't forget them, which are extremely present in all these different fields. One of the best evidence of the attractiveness and this vibrant ecosystem is that Yann LeCun when he decided to leave Meta and set up his own company, established it in France.
Right.
A few weeks ago, which is for me a good evidence.
Big win.
A big win, and we will do our best to help him to work. This is a global company, but incorporated in France and established in France with these talents. So we have all these assets. But what is important for me now is to invest, to help all the startups and the companies in this sector to do much more and to increase, but to do to do my best in order to make sure that their domestic market is the EU market and not just the French one.
Right.
And when we speak about strengthening the single market, this is this point. And this is a game changer, because it means your domestic market is not just 68 million inhabitants, but 450 million. It's super important.
And it's important for Europe to have that unified grid, which it does not have yet.
Exactly.
So, with our remaining time, is there any one message that you really want to push over the course of your remaining term that really will resonate, not just resonate for France, but resonate for the world?
Look, I really believe that we are in these very challenging times, and you mentioned some of these challenges in your speech. I did in mind, and unhappily, we were even not totally complete. Mm-hmm. And at the same time, we see the level of investment in this world, in the current environment, and the ongoing revolution. This level of investment has no comparison with what happened during the past years, not to say decades. So my main message would be, let's not be shy. Let's not be divided. Let's not accept a global order which will be decided by those who claim to have I would say, the bigger voice or the bigger stick or the bigger one, I don't know. But let's focus on just common interests and common challenges. We know what we have to fix: growth, peace, climate. And we should not forget climate in this current agenda. We want peace, we want growth, we want climate. And investment, innovation, everything should be dedicated to fix these three issues. And in order to fix these three issues, let's focus on the key investments, the key innovation, but our ability to cooperate as well. And let's be clear, Davos was founded for restoring a global discussion, having a global discussion between business leaders, but as well governments and so on. A global discussion is a discussion where everybody is respected and where you provide an improvement and a way forward for every place and every people in this world. This is the only way to make it sustainable. And I think this is the right way to do. And even if this is less present in the global debate today, we should focus much more on this approach. More cooperation, and let's focus on our key challenge to deliver peace, prosperity, and decarbonization of our economies for our fellow citizens. This is our duty. As business leaders, as head of states and governments, and we have everything in order to deliver this agenda. Just let's be coordinated. Let's not waste time with crazy ideas. Let's not open Pandora box or new topics. And it's not a time for new imperialism or new colonialism. This is a time of cooperation in order to fix these three global challenges for our fellow citizens. Full stop.
We ran out of time. I want to thank the President of the Republic of France, Emmanuel Macron, for his wisdom, but most importantly, for your humanity and your leadership.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. I appreciate it.
On July 4th, which no one said could be done, and it contains the full expensing for U.S. corporates on equipment, for factories, for ag structures. On the other side, for working Americans, the president's signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, interest deductibility, auto loans if you buy an American car. So we're seeing this wonderful balance between industrial America and Main Street America. I am also the IRS commissioner, and we did not change the withholding guidance. So we're going to see, as commissioner, I can see there are going to be very substantial tax refunds coming to working Americans in the first quarter. They'll change their withholding. They'll get a bump up in real incomes. Because of the expensing, we're seeing 12, 14% CapEx growth in the U.S., and historically, you have never seen a CapEx boom without seeing employment follow.
Yeah, you've got a CapEx boom and a productivity boom as well. 4.7% is much better than so many people expected last year. Are you expecting the economy to, at one point, hit 5% as well?
Well, the Atlanta Fed GDP number, which is a very noisy number, is now reading 5.3 because remember, the fourth quarter GDP included the Schumer shutdown. So some of that will be pushed into the first quarter. So I'm expecting that we could be well north of 3, and we'll have inflation coming down. As you said, productivity is very high, and we have measured inflation and observed inflation. And with the observed inflation, I think we can see that prices are already down, and that will trickle into the CPI and the PCE, which the Fed looks at.
Well, it's a good point because there is still a perception that prices are still high.
Well, prices are high. The Biden administration was a wipeout for working Americans. That the price level increased by 21, 22, 23%. But our friend Jason Trennard, the strategist, has something called the Common Man Index, and that is what do working Americans buy? So basket of groceries, insurance, rent, car payments, and that was up in the mid-30s. So very difficult, other than with energy. The president, through Drill Baby Drill, has gotten gasoline prices down. We're below $2 in many states. National average is below $3, even if you throw in the outlier of California. And so that we can get down. And we are working every day to get things down. And affordability is two pieces. Affordability is price level, but it's real incomes. Real incomes have gone up every month since President Trump took office. And as I said, I think we're going to see a big year for real incomes this year.
Wow. And you said in terms of the tax refunds, are we talking about thousands of dollars that people will be getting as a result?
We could see, for working families, for each wage earner, we could see up to $1,000 per wage earner.
Okay. You said that prices are still coming down, but they're still elevated. The president announced many things, a litany of things, just in the last 100 days. And I want you to walk through some of these things and tell us why they're important, because he put a ban on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes. He asked for $200 billion purchases of mortgage-backed securities, and he put on a proposal for a 10% cap on credit card interest rates. We know credit card interest rates are always soaring, up to 28, 30% in some cases. That's going to cut into earnings of the bank, certainly. And he also teased something about 401ks, that you would be able to tap into your 401k to then buy a home. Walk us through these things. Why are these so key, in your view, to growth and to reining in prices?
Well, here, why don't we start from the beginning? So,
the first thing was the ban on large institutional investors purchasing single-family homes and the purchase of mortgage-backed securities.
Yep. So the ban on institutional investors in single-family homes, for those of you who are not American, in the U.S., pre-Great Financial Crisis, institutional investors did not participate in the single-family market. So post the financial crisis, institutional investors hoovered up single-family homes. They continue to do it, and there's an unfair tax arbitrage there. You and I have a mortgage. We can deduct the mortgage amount. Institutional investors can deduct the borrowing amount, but they can also expense any repairs and depreciation. So we think that it is a good idea to have them out of the market. We are going to give guidance at some point to see what is a mom and pop, that someone, maybe your parents for their retirement, have bought 5, 10, 12 homes. So we don't want to push the mom and pops out. We just want to push everyone else out. And what's important here, you will hear some misinformation that says, Well, institutional investors are 1%, 2%, 3%. That is true. Having been in markets for 35 or 40 years, markets are made on the margin, and institutional investors are much higher in boomtown markets like Charlotte, like Atlanta, like Huntsville, Alabama. So they've done that. In terms of having Fannie and Freddie buy MBS, the mortgages are two parts. It is the 10-year bond yield, and it is the spread between mortgages and the 10-year yield. So the purpose of that is to narrow the spread.
Okay. The cap on credit card rates is expected to cut into bank earnings between 5 and 18%. Your reaction?
We've done a lot this year. Bank stocks are at a new high. That through my position on FSOC, the Financial Stability Oversight Council, and the three bank regulators, the Federal Reserve, the OCC, the FDIC, we have done a lot to deregulate banks. Their earnings are way up. More importantly, it has increased their lending capacity. Oliver Wyman's numbers, not mine, estimates that there's $2.5 trillion of extra lending capacity. The other thing that has been a focus of this administration and a focus of mine is small and community banks, because what happened after the great financial crisis, all the regulations from Dodd-Frank, we had too big to fail. But then with small banks, you were too small to succeed. This regulatory morass, we have lost more than 50% of the small and community banks. And they power small business lending, real estate lending, and ag lending. So we are trying to bring that back.
Yeah, it's a great point, because farmers really need the lending of these small community banks. Look, Secretary, I want to get your take overall on your thoughts on what you've done so far, because the president back last year, right after the inauguration, I sat down with the president and I asked him what he wants the economy to look like in 4 years when he's done. And he was very clear. He said he wants private enterprise to rule the day. 1 year later, you've taken a 10% stake in Intel. You've taken a stake in MP. Now, I know that these are national security issues. And the other day, the president told the defense contractors, don't pay dividends, don't buy back any of your stock. You need to be fulfilling what the country needs in terms of producing weapons. So what do you want to say to people who say, look, here is a so-called capitalist president and a Treasury Secretary, and yet it's not private enterprise running things. The president is telling the defense contractors what to do, and you've taken stakes in these companies.
A couple of things, Maria. I think the only good thing that came from COVID was it was a test run for what would happen if our supply chains were ever broken due to a kinetic war. So we saw that there are 5, 6, 7 key industries that we have to reshore. So everything you just said, rare earth magnets, we've got to get out from under China's grasp. The semiconductors, I would say that the single biggest threat to the world economy, the single biggest point of single failure, is that 97% of the high-end chips are made in Taiwan. If that island were blockaded, that capacity were destroyed, it would be an economic apocalypse. So we are reshoring the semiconductor industry to the U.S. With the defense contractors are no different than the systemically important banks. They exist, like the systemically important banks exist because of the backstop from the Fed, because of the regulations. And these defense contractors have let down the American people. They have let down the American people. They are 5, 6, 7 years behind on fulfillment of their contracts, and they exist because of the U.S. Department of War. So I do not think it is unreasonable to tell them that until further notice, you need to build more factories and buy back less stock. And by the way, Maria, these CEOs making $30, $50 million a year for failing the American people. So I don't see any discrepancy there. And it's, as you said, everything on your list is national defense. And so once they get to some normalized level of backlog, I don't know whether it's 2 years, 3 years, then we can talk about removing those restrictions.
So what you're saying is you want private enterprise to lead the day, but when it comes to national security, the government will be a shareholder.
Again, a lot of this isn't private. You know, we have seen what happens when the free markets get kind of perverted, because what happens with critical minerals, that several companies have tried to stand up critical minerals facilities in the U.S., and the Chinese come, lower price, undercut them, and then they're bankrupt. So we are going to put in a system, price floor, price ceilings, and when you talk about multilateralism and the U.S. leading, I just hosted at Treasury last Monday the G7++, so G7 plus Australia, plus India, plus Mexico, plus South Korea, and we are working at warp speed to create a critical minerals block where we can mine, process, and refine critical minerals, and China won't have this sword over our heads.
So how long do you think it will be until the United States is, in fact, independent in terms of the refinement of these minerals, independent in terms of oil, et cetera? I mean, I know that the U.S. is the largest producer anyway, but do you expect this year, next year, what's your timetable in terms of the U.S. not relying on China for these things?
Well, obviously for energy, we are independent. We're an energy superpower, and I would say 18 to 24 months. I went down about 2 months ago to my home state of South Carolina, and in South Carolina, for the first time in 25 years, there's a producer there who made rare earth magnets. So they are starting to come off the supply chain. They believe that within 2 years, they can fulfill most of the rare earth magnet needs for the U.S. And then we also want to help our allies because the supply chain is important.
Mm-hmm. What do you want to say about sanctions, something else you've been working on, of course? What are you planning there in terms of Iran and the impact there? Do sanctions actually work? And the same question with regard to 500% secondary sanctions or tariffs on countries who purchase energy products from Russia.
Okay, so two things there. There are Treasury sanctions. And if you look at a speech that I gave at the Economic Club of New York last March, I said that I believe the Iranian currency was on the verge of collapse, that if I were an Iranian citizen, I would take my money out. President Trump ordered Treasury and our OFAC division, Office of Foreign Asset Control, to put maximum pressure on Iran, and it's worked. Because in December, their economy collapsed. We saw a major bank go under. The central bank has started to print money. There is a dollar shortage. They are not able to get imports, and this is why the people took to the street. So this is economic statecraft. No shots fired, and things are moving in a very positive way here. On the 500% tariffs on the buyers of Russian oil, that is a proposal that Senator Graham has in front of the Senate, and we will see whether that passes. We don't believe that President Trump needs that authority, that he can do it under IEEPA, but that the Senate wants to give him that authority. And just to be clear, that we have Europe buying Russian oil still 4 years later, they are financing the war against themselves. India started buying Russian oil after the conflict began, but President Trump put a 25% tariff on them, and India has geared down and has stopped buying Russian oil. And then 3, China is a very large buyer of Russian oil, as they are of Iranian oil, as they were of Venezuelan oil. But guess what, Maria? No more Venezuelan oil for them.
So would you treat China the same as the others in terms of buying Russian oil with regard to tariffs and sanctions?
Well, we'll see what happens with this Senate bill and with the Iranian oil. That'll be up to President Trump.
Secretary, what do you want to say about artificial intelligence and the idea that AI efficiencies will likely kill jobs A lot of people are worried about jobs. Do we have a plan in the U.S. government right now in terms of job creation in the face of AI efficiency killing jobs?
Well, Maria, we are seeing the record factory groundbreakings. That's why President Trump wants to bring back these precision jobs to the U.S. And historically, every productivity boom has led to job growth. Now, can there be some toing and froing in terms of people changing professions? I can't remember what the number it is. Maybe you know it. 50, 60% of the professions today didn't exist 30 years ago.
Well, it's a big number. Technology.
It's a big number, but it's something we're very cognizant of. We haven't seen it in the numbers yet. I think that it could be very different than what we saw with the China shock. The China shock was a blue-collar phenomenon. My guess is the AI shock might be a white-collar phenomenon. We'll see.
Secretary, as we wrap up here, a moment ago, you said, look, you've been dealing with markets for a long time, your entire career. What do you think of markets today? I mean, the market has been rallying on the president's policy. Today, of course, we're seeing a sell-off. But do you think the markets are getting it right in terms of rallying on the president's policies going into this Davos meeting?
I try not to the extent I had success in the markets, it was not making short-term predictions. But I can tell you what has been very heartening for me. I don't have time to follow the markets as closely, but to the extent last year before, everyone said, oh, this was just Mag 7 stocks, it's not healthy. We've seen a big broadening out in the market. The Russell index of smaller cap stocks has outperformed. The S&P equal weight has outperformed. And I actually think that speaks to the economic recovery. We're seeing it across all sectors. Our friend Ed Hyman at ISI does these corporate surveys. Corporate surveys are the highest that they've been since June 22. And I think you're starting to see it in all sectors of the market. And the market follows the economy. And again, I just think that we have the best place in the world. Come, build your factory. You have tax certainty, you have regulatory certainty, and you have energy certainty.
And of course, deregulation. And that was one point that I wanted to make before we wrap up here, that Mario Draghi wrote a report 2 years ago about regulation in Europe and the fact that the largest market cap company in Europe is Novo Nordisk because of Ozempic, about $400 billion or so. And we just saw NVIDIA in the United States hit $5 trillion.
Well, clearly, Maria, the innovation, the change, and the ability to adapt is in the U.S. The U.S. is the innovation capital of the world. I don't think anything's going to change that. I was just asked in another meeting by some business leaders, what advice would you give to Europe? And I said I would operationalize the Draghi report, because the EU was supposed to cut down on red tape, but it is logarithmically increased it. When I talk to tech executives, they will tell me it is easier doing business in China than the EU.
Wow.
That's not a great stat. I had a European businessman come to see me the other day. He said, Secretary Bessent, it took me 3 days to get an appointment with the White House and with you. It took me 90 days to get an appointment with Ursula von der Leyen, and we are one of the largest employers in Europe. So there's just a different mindset here, and I think the mindset has got to change. It's got to change to a growth mentality, and that's President Trump's invitation is we are growing, we're deregulating, and come and join us. The U.S. is going to host the G20 meeting next year, and on the finance track, we have identified the greatest financial risk as a lack of growth, because post-COVID, every government balance sheet has ballooned, and we have this gigantic government debt. There are two ways. You can either cut your way out of it through austerity, no voter wants that, or you can grow your way out of it. So we are inviting the world, come grow with us, prosper with us, and we can all do it together.
Secretary, thank you very much.
Good.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, thank you so much.
Thanks, Maria.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides, say one thing on a text or a tweet, another publicly.
Should
it's
you
time to have
respond with
principle.
tariffs?
It's time to stand tall, strong.
Does that mean responding with
tariffs? Time to
tariffs?
stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes that are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been playing. This guy is playing folks for fools. And it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
diplomacy with Donald Trump. He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, but no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, you said this a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. This is it's code red. I mean, you guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. I mean, this is serious. This guy is, he's not mad. He's very intentional. But he's unmoored, and he's unhinged, and it requires you. The goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
He's
advice?
a narcissist. I mean, it's no advice. Have common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution?
Well, I don't know. I mean, who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened to Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to the American city. Second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call near Minneapolis. This guy has been a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS uniforms.
You're making him
Greg
sound
Bovino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bovino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say Europe should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear.
But
I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
Nous souhaitons réengager, et on le fera avec nos partenaires clés, parce que c'est tout à fait utile. Et nous, Européens, n'avons pas à laisser l'exclusivité de ce projet. Parce qu'il est important de faire avec
Cette réunion avec les pays du G7 que vous aviez proposé pour demain pour avoir lieu à un autre moment?
Je ne sais pas, de toute façon, au moment où je vous parle, il y a une réunion de nos conseillers qui était prévue, qui se tient en France, et qui réunit ce qu'on appelle les Sherpas. Vous savez ce que c'est? Ce sont les conseillers diplomatiques ou les conseillers qui sont en charge de cet agenda. Donc oui, les choses avancent et de
Ça
toute
pourrait
façon,
avoir
c'est
lieu
une
jeudi?
réalité. Je ne sais pas vous le dire. Et je ne vais pas m'y engager parce que ça ne dépend pas que de moi.
Est-ce que vous dites aux producteurs de vin et de champagne, vous leur dites ces droits de douane supplémentaires que veut imposer
Non,
Donald
je leur
Trump?
dis, attendez,
D'abord, ça va arriver?
Non, qu'on reste tous calmes. D'abord, on défend nos intérêts. En ce moment, on a eu une menace douanière qui existe sur nos producteurs laitiers en Chine. Donc on se bat pour défendre leurs intérêts, comme on l'a fait auprès des producteurs de cognac quand ils ont été touchés par les tarifs en Chine. Et on a obtenu les résultats. On a encore quelques producteurs individuels, indépendants que je n'oublie pas. Et donc on fera valoir nos droits. Et il ne faut pas se laisser impressionner. Et je crois que c'est aussi ça ce qui est important, c'est qu'on doit défendre nos principes, on doit défendre nos intérêts, sans être agressif, nous ne le sommes pas, en nous faisant respecter ce que nous faisons, mais sans se laisser impressionner non plus. Et on protégera tous nos
C'est le message que vous avez délivré à Bruxelles, à vos partenaires européens, ne pas se laisser impressionner.
Bien sûr, et on reste calme, déterminé et uni.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup.
I'm 22 years old. I'm from New Delhi. I'm a Polish labor. I really like this place. I would really like you one day.
Bonjour madame.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur le Président Lula.
Pour qu'il soit le contraire, c'est-à-dire on croit dans un multilatéralisme efficace. Et d'ailleurs, quand on s'engage, on a des résultats. Regardez, il y a 15 jours, on avait à Paris la coalition des volontaires pour soutenir l'Ukraine, c'est du multilatéralisme qui marche. On a fait. Non, on avait. Il ne faut pas se laisser impressionner. Il faut rester calme. Non, non. Les mots sont pas. Il faut rester calme, il faut rester sur nos principes, il ne faut pas baisser les yeux, et il ne faut pas céder à la loi du plus fort ou à une technique d'intimidation. Il faut avancer, il ne faut pas céder à un ordre qui serait la loi du plus fort, il faut défendre nos intérêts, mais défendre aussi nos principes, et il faut réussir à ce que nous puissions justement défendre ce qui est l'intérêt de la France et des Européens, mais ce qui permet aussi de défendre la paix dans le monde.
Vous diriez que c'est un allié encore de la Trump?
C'est à lui d'apporter la réponse. Ce ne sont pas tout à fait les comportements qui vont avec, en effet, cette qualification.
Ok, un ami? Encore moins.
Je ne suis pas là pour qualifier ou pour commenter, moi je suis là pour agir. Je défends l'économie française quand elle est attaquée par des choses qui sont injustes. Non, je défends une Europe plus forte depuis 9 ans. Et cet agenda qu'on a porté au début tout seul, il est maintenant complètement européen et on a convaincu les autres. Maintenant, il faut qu'on ait des résultats. Et ensuite, nous, on a un allié, un ami, qui est le Danemark. Quand il est attaqué, c'est normal qu'on soit là. On est dans un cadre totalement connu, totalement sincère, totalement transparent, contre personne. Et on ne doit pas être agressé ou attaqué quand on fait ça. Voilà.
Donc l'OTAN est encore en vie.
J'ai eu parfois des qualifications il y a quelques années définitives sur ce sujet. Je pense qu'en tout cas, c'est une instance qui est fragilisée aujourd'hui si on n'est pas cohérent.
Why the sunglasses?
Mr. President, a word for British TV. That was good.
We have already made.
Mr. President. I'm so sorry. I'm not with the British. I'm so sorry. Any popular, come on. Mr. President, Donald Trump.
S'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Macron.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Mr. President, Donald Trump behaved.
Il y en a qui me viennent laisse passer.
Je voulais à droite,
j'avance.
Mr. President.
Non, non, non. Ah, merde.
Je parle avec les caméras là.
AIs have created this super complex financial system that we are like the horses, you know, that horses can see that they are being traded from one human to another for a few shiny gold coins. They can't understand this idea of money, too complicated. We can be in the same situation 10 years from now, Davos 10 years from now. Maybe nobody in the room, no human in the room, understands the financial system anymore, because it's dominated by AIs, and the AIs have come up with new financial strategies and devices that are just mathematically beyond the human capacity of the brain. So how does politics and finance and Davos look like in a world when no human beings understands finance anymore?
Yeah, no, well, that's a beautiful note to finish on. We've run out of time. There are many more questions that we could explore, one of which just being the major difference that we know about artificial intelligence compared to human intelligence is, of course, the human brain develops from birth to adulthood around age 20. And it is a product of your life experience as a sentient human being, feeling, loving, anger, these emotions. And whilst one can improvise a little bit with sensory detectors, and you can train the brain to do that. That is fundamentally different. So the artificial brain is not a human brain. It is not human. And there is maybe something that is still of value there that goes back to that core business of this sentient human being that brings value to our understanding.
And maybe one last comment.
Please.
Think about educating kids in a world where from day zero, maybe the most of the interaction of the new child is with an AI and not with a human being. It's the biggest and scariest psychological experiment in history, and we are conducting it.
Indeed, we are. Well, Yuval, thank you so much. I'm delighted that you're thinking about these problems and that you've got us all thinking this afternoon. I look forward to you coming back maybe to Davos in 10 years and reflecting on this conversation and just where we have got to. But thank you all to the audience, those of you online and those in the group. And thank you. We give a round of applause to Yuval.
Governor Newsom, do you have a message for Europeans who are concerned about the messages from the White House around Greenland this week?
Yeah, it's time to buck up. It's time to get serious and stop being complicit. It's time to stand tall and firm, have a backbone. You know, it's I've seen this in the United States, the supine Congress playing both sides. You know, say one thing on a text or a tweet, and another publicly. It's time to have principle. It's time to stand tall and strong.
Does that mean responding with tariffs?
Time to stand united. You make that determination. I don't make that determination.
But when you say standing tall, what do you mean?
Just I can't take this complicity. People rolling over. I should have brought a bunch of knee pads for all the world leaders. I mean, handing out crowns and I mean, this is pathetic. Nobel Prizes, they are being given away. I mean, it's just pathetic. And I hope people understand how pathetic they look on the world stage. I mean, at least from an American perspective, it's embarrassing.
So what should Europe be doing?
You should decide, the Europeans should decide for themselves what to do. But one thing they can't do is what they've been doing. And they've been played. This guy is playing folks for fools, and it's embarrassing.
Europeans think this is diplomacy and this will ultimately
this is
work.
diplomacy with Donald Trump? He's a T-Rex. You mate with him or he devours you. One or the other.
And Europe's being
people
devoured?
need to stand, no, the Europeans could be if they continue down this path and process. They need to stand tall, stand firm, stand united. Look, a year ago we should have been having this conversation, and they didn't. Okay, and now you're paying the price. Exactly what anyone objective observer would have anticipated we'd be where we are today.
What do you think Ursula von der Leyen needs to say?
That could lead to the end of the European Union?
Well, I don't want to be hyperbolic about it, but this guy's a wrecking ball. I hope people are waking up to what we're dealing with. It's code red. I mean, you guys are still playing by all set of rules. Everybody, the globe is, with this guy. He's unmoored. It's the law of the jungle. It's the rule of dawn. And I hope it's dawning on the world what we're up against. I mean, this is serious. This guy he's not mad. He's very intentional, but he's unmoored and he's unhinged, and it requires you. The goal is whatever he wants it to be. The goal is the world in his image.
What would your
He's
advice?
a narcissist. I mean, it's no advice. Common sense. Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations of folks. This is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
If they don't act, does this end with military solution in Greenland?
I don't know. I mean, it just... who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened to Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to the American city. Second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military, on call near Minneapolis. This guy has been a police state. You got a guy dressed up in SS uniforms.
You're making him
Greg
sound
Bovino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bovino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say you should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear. I'm being crystal clear.
But what's your advice?
I leave that to others.
with the three sources of scientific evidence that proves that we now have overwhelming evidence of the need to transition the global economy within prosperity, within planetary boundaries. The first one is that the human pressures on the planet has now reached a crisis point. The era where we can continue with economic growth without putting the stability of the planet at risk has come to an end. Welcome to the Anthropocene. The second is that these pressures on the planet are now at risk of causing irreversible, potentially catastrophic tipping points that would irreversibly drift away from the life support we depend on. And the third is that we are now understanding, for the first time with scientific evidence, that our world economy depends on the extraordinary stability of the Holocene. We leave the last ice age 18,000 years ago and enter what you see here, this extraordinarily stable 12,000 year, which is a 14 degrees Celsius global mean surface temperature with a maximum variability. Can you imagine? A plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius, which gives us the corridor of life that is the basis for all our life support. And then we come to the start of the Industrial Revolution and look at that kickoff point. We push ourselves outside of the corridor of life. We have in the next 3 to 5 years a trajectory of breaching 1.5 degrees Celsius of global mean surface temperature rise, and we're heading towards a disastrous, unmanageable, in terms of scientific evidence, 3 degrees Celsius world in the next 75 years. This exponential rise originates from multiple exponential hockey sticks. To the left, you see the socioeconomic pressures from GDP growth to material use. On the right-hand side, the impacts on the Earth system. These are the hockey sticks of carbon dioxide, biodiversity loss, degradation. I won't count them. You can pick any parameter that matters for human well-being and the global economy. They look the same. Up until the mid-1950s, we have incremental linear impacts, unsustainable pressures indeed, but on an infinitely large Earth system. And then off we go in the moment of the great acceleration in the mid of the 1950s, and we're now at the ceiling of these hockey sticks, hitting the ceiling of biophysical, hardwired processes that regulates the very functioning and stability of the system. And unfortunately, dear friends, we're still following a dangerous path. 2025 data, which you see here, carbon dioxide, methane emissions, nitrogen oxide continue rising. Ice mass, sea level rise continue rising. Actually, temperatures are increasing faster than we had expected. We see an acceleration even of warming. The Earth's energy imbalance, which should be stable, is rising. That is the heat that is in the pipeline, even if we turned off the economy today. This pushes us closer to tipping points. Tipping points are biophysical large systems that in a healthy state can cool the planet by being dominated by dampening feedbacks. Push them across thresholds and they will change feedbacks and self-amplify warming and undermine the basis for stable economies. We've mapped those big climate tipping point systems. Here you have them. 16 systems across the entire planet that regulates the stability of the climate system. 6 of them are in the Arctic, the Greenland ice sheet with 7 meters sea level rise stored in the ice mass, the AMOC, the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, the Amazon rainforest, the richest biome on terrestrial ecosystems on land, 3 of them down in Antarctica, and of course also the tropical coral reef systems. They are across the entire planet. These are the systems we depend on. 6 of them are likely to cross their tipping points if we permanently exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this, dear friends, is what adds up scientifically to the heuristic equation you see on the screen. Welcome to the Anthropocene. We're now in the driving seat, the dominating force of change on planet Earth. We now know that the Holocene is the planet we depend on for our civilizations. We've been around on planet Earth for 250,000 years. We've lived like hunters and gatherers, a few million people in caves during ice ages, but our economy, our world, can only thrive in a Holocene reference point as a desired planet, and tipping points are hardwired. Push the systems too far, and we will irreversibly drift away. That is why we need to define a safe operating space for the world economy on a stable planet, and science can now do it. We've been, for the past 20 years, mapping the Earth system processes, which you see to the left here, that regulates the stability of the Earth system. We've been defining control variables with Earth observation data and analytics for all of these, 13 control variables, uncertainty ranges, and quantified, for the first time, safe boundaries go beyond.
Where
we need really to have to be more cool-headed and to think about what's going on and trying to figure out a way how to navigate this turmoil in a way that makes us stronger, more resilient, and also wiser in the way how we address our problems and our conflicts. If we look at, how the world was working since World War II, there was a world order, there was a system that's been working for decades. In the past couple of decades, there has been like drastic change in this world order in many events, in many occasions, that those checks and balances that we used to have, they are not there anymore. And these changes been happening to us like throughout these years, but we were not noticing it because of the time difference between them, and they are not really at a very fast pace. But the last couple of years, I mean, and this year, we have seen there is an acceleration of that. So everyone is noticing that there is something is happening. But this is the system that's been needs a lot of reforms that we didn't look at for the past 2 decades.
If you look at the Middle East and the Gulf region, you could have had almost a full-fledged war with Iran that did not escalate. You have a new president in Syria, you have a new government in Lebanon, you have an unsolved challenge in Yemen, and you also have the situation in Gaza. What would you say is the biggest worries for you in the Middle East this coming year, and where are you most optimistic? With the exception, of course, the economy in Qatar is going really, really well. So we will come back to that.
Well, thank you very much. Look, I mean, there are a lot of good things that happened last year that, has been more positive to our region than negative. And I cannot deny that. As you mentioned, Syria, we have a president. In Lebanon, we have a new government. And, there is, let's say, the war in Gaza almost stopped, but there are still we are still, unfortunately, see the killing continuing. But it's in a better place than it used to be. But it doesn't mean that, the situation is already stable in the region or, moving toward stabilization. It's until now, there is a lot of uncertainty on what's going on. And what's worrying me really is, the growing tension that's happening within this region, whether it's, the remedies of Gaza war or what's happening with Iran and, any other fronts in the region can, at any moment, can explode if we don't address it and, think carefully about how can we look at our regional security architecture and come as a region together and, start rebuilding the confidence among each other. Look, every country in our region needs to protect itself. I mean, and they have the right to protect itself because, they don't reach to that conclusion unless they feel threatened. And there is something that triggers, this sense of insecurity. I think we need to address those root causes, and the moment has come for the region to come together and to think about how can we reshape our security architecture. At least we ensure that we are not representing a threat for each other.
So we know that President Trump will, on Thursday, launch the Board of Peace, the second phase of the Gaza stabilization. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, look, you know, reaching the ceasefire deal itself was a great breakthrough that we had, of course. You know,
and congratulations to Qatar under your leadership, Egypt, and the U.S.
Oh, thank you very much. Regarding that, I believe that what we have been through has taught us a lot of lessons, and I believe that the Board of Peace is presenting a path, and President Trump has proposed this path to move forward. Now, you know, the first stage of the deal being implemented doesn't mean that the deal is done. We have a lot of work to be done right now, and I think that all the countries who are joining this Board of Peace needs you know, to work hard and to make sure that this Board of Peace is functioning in a way that serves the purpose and become a stabilizing factor.
And Qatar is on the board?
Yes, we were invited to that board. Of course, we are happy to be a contributor to peace and stability in our region. Now, there are a lot of challenges in the implementation, but we have no alternative paths to seek right now. I think that the most important thing right now is to ensure that Gaza is stabilized. We ensure that the withdrawal of the Israeli forces happening as soon as possible, and ensure that the people can get their life back as soon as possible. That should be the key focus for the Board of Peace.
Well, I just read that half of Gaza is still controlled by the Israelis and half of Hamas. Is that an accurate assessment or wrong?
It is actually. I think it's even more than half still under the control of the Israeli forces. There was an agreement, you know, which defined a yellow line at that time for the first stage of the withdrawal. Unfortunately, this yellow line wasn't respected as it used to be in the map. More than 50% is already set as a parameters for the Israeli forces, and unfortunately beyond this parameter is creating a lot of tension points where it triggers from time to time live fire, killing of the people, and basically these events that's happening every day, the killing is just continuing. We have a ceasefire, yes, but it's not really like a complete ceasefire where everything is peaceful. We are still facing those challenges, and we need to make sure that the Israeli forces go back and commit to the withdrawal in order to diffuse those tension points.
The humanitarian situation, is it better or the same?
No, it's still, if you compare it to last year, it's maybe better, but it's still it needs a lot of intervention. Still, a lot of humanitarian aid is not allowed to enter, because of dual-use materials and other restrictions. And we need to have unrestricted access for humanitarian aid for the people. Shelters are still missed there, and they need a lot. But we are working together very closely with our colleagues in the United States, Egypt, and Turkey in order to ensure that there is a mechanism that supports the technocratic government that's been just established for Gaza in order to enable them to help the people and to deliver a better life for the people.
So maybe then go a little bit east. What do you think is the most likely scenario for Iran in a year's time?
Well, I cannot predict scenarios about countries. I think that what I just mentioned to you is very important. The region is going through a lot of tensions, and of course, we cannot exclude what's happening in Iran and with Iran and from these tensions in the region. And I believe that, with all this turmoil around us, we need to be more cool-headed and resort to wisdom. And I think that there are a lot of ways to find solutions that can address the problems and address the issues and provide us with the security assurances that brings us and the Iranian people prosperity in the future. And that's what we are aiming for. We always believe that there is a room for diplomacy, and that's been our approach in the state of Qatar, and we will always keep advocating for peaceful resolution. We need to understand that any escalation will have consequences. This being tried in Iraq 20 years ago and didn't work. I mean, until now, Iraq and the region is bearing the consequences of that.
And the Americans would probably argue that that's what they have learned from Iraq and Venezuela.
Well, look, I think, I don't speak on behalf of the U.S., but we are in a continuous dialogue with them, and I believe the U.S. administration has been always engaging positively when it comes to attempts for finding a diplomatic solutions. And I believe, President Trump, he's a man of a deal, and he's the one who has helped us to put the whole deal together for Gaza and to get us through the finish line. And I think on the situation of Iran is not, it's not really difficult. It needs, like a multiple approach to address, of course, the nuclear issue and then the regional security issue. This is something that needs to be discussed among the region itself.
But Iran is also more vulnerable than it used to be, in the sense that when Hezbollah was stronger in Lebanon, Hamas also in Gaza, and Assad was in charge in Damascus, they had also more leverage. But they still do have leverage in the sense that they do have hundreds of thousands of ballistic missiles. So what I read in the newspapers, at least, was that, the whole Gulf, Saudi, UAE, and Qatar was arguing with Americans not to attack Iran due to the uprisings and also the killings that happened in the streets. Is that correct?
No, we didn't actually. We are engaging with the Americans, with the Iranians. We don't want to see a military escalation in our region. We didn't argue with the American anything actually. What we offer as a partner, as an ally for the United States is the honest advice about what's going on. And our honest advice that the best way forward is to find a diplomatic solution for the nuclear problem. We don't want to end up in a region that has a nuclear race, and we have seen how the world is shaking right now. I believe that there is an opportunity, and it is the right moment for us as a region to come together and to, make sure that we understand each other's grievances, we understand each other's concerns. We make sure that everyone feels safe and feel protected. That includes the Iranians, that includes the Palestinians and the Israelis, everyone in the region.
To move to another topic, but still in the region, we will have the Syrian president in Davos for the first time ever in the history. There are things happening there, so let's see, how that is unfolding. But on Syria, I think Qatar has been clear that this is progress. I think also Saudi Arabia has been of the same view. If you look at where Syria stand now and the perspectives, how do you see the opportunities for the president to bring the country together, deal with different groups, the support, or are you worried that this also not will work out?
Well, first of all, I think that Syria has went already through a very difficult 15 years. 15 years of such a turmoil and conflicts will always have its consequences. And we know that it's not easy to come to a country after a civil war and to start rebuild the institutions, rebuild the state, rebuild the systems. It's a difficult job, and the Syrian government needs help, and they've been asking for this help. All of us, we are trying to help them to reach to that stage. Now, there will be a lot of challenges, we know, but at the end of the day, Syria, the beauty of Syria is this diversity, this social fabric of Syria that has been there for centuries, not something new. And I believe that everyone in Syria wants to see, one Syria, stable Syria, wants to ensure that they are treated equally and their rights are protected, and it's their right. And I believe that our contribution as a region or as an international community to Syria is to help them to build their state, to build their institutions, to build this inclusive system that includes everybody. But you cannot have it, you cannot build a state without building proper institutional system that includes everybody.
And is that being done now? You see that architecture being constructed?
We see that there are some progress. We see that it has a lot of challenges down the road, but we have to make sure that also we are providing them with the right help for this.
If you go a little bit east again, you have Iraq, and a country that can produce millions of barrels of oil per day. Why is it still so poor?
Well, Iraq is not poor, first of all. I think Iraq is already rich. It's, unfortunately, as I mentioned, this is the result of a military action, and that's the consequences that the region has paid. And basically, if we look back in the history, like there are turning points for our region that happened to us. That my generation, when we grew up, Iraq-Iran war, then Iraq invasion in Kuwait, and then like all the events, building up in our region. But we believe that the turning moment for us in that region was Iraq invasion to Kuwait. That has been like the turning point for the entire region, which put the entire region in a path of turmoil. Unfortunately, we couldn't until now rescue it. And unfortunately, when you talk about Iraq today, that has all these resources and it's rich. But yet people think about it or look at it from the outside, they still think that it's a poor country because there are a lot of people are still not enjoying this wealth of the country, which we believe is one of the results of polarization and division within the community because of the war, and that's what we want Syria hopefully to avoid.
And for Syria, unfortunately, they don't have the same natural resources related to oil and gas as Iraq. But you're so right. I think there is a lot of resources. Of course, there's still humanitarian situations in Iraq, but I think there is also a lot of corruption in the country.
That's corruption, unfortunately, is a plague that's eating a lot of government, unfortunately.
Yemen, do you want to talk about that?
Well, look, Yemen, our policy has been very clear from the beginning. We support the legitimacy there in Yemen. We support, the right of the Yemenis to decide on their own future. And I believe that what has been achieved already many years ago in the national dialogue was a good model for the Yemenis that everyone has embraced. Unfortunately, it wasn't implemented, and it led us to a situation where there are, some groups feeling that separation is the solution, and others, they don't see it this way. I believe, at the end of the day, it's the call and the decision of the Yemeni people, but as a policy for the state of Qatar, we remain supporting the legitimacy. We would like to see Yemen staying united, and we would like to see the outcomes of the national dialogue that all the Yemenis agreed to be implemented, and to see if this will satisfy the needs of the Yemeni people or not.
So Qatar has done a lot in peace and reconciliation. Do you think there is any way in Yemen to also mainstream the Houthis and get them part of a plan for a future that is inclusive and stable?
Well, our perspective that you cannot exclude any part of any society, that Houthis or others, they are all part of this Yemeni social fabric, and they need to find a solution how they can coexist together. That's why I go back to the outcome of the national dialogue, which actually addressed most of the concerns of each and every group in Yemen. I think that is key for the stability of Yemen and for the future. And everyone can play a positive role. And stable Yemen means stable GCC, stable Gulf, stable Arabian Peninsula. And stable Arabian Peninsula, it means also a stable region. And I always, reiterate the importance of this is the right moment for all of us to come together and to start talking very openly and candidly about our security concerns, and try to put together a security architecture where we feel really protected and safeguarded.
We started the discussion, Prime Minister, with the geopolitics, and the geopolitics do look more complicated now than it did in Davos last year. We maybe didn't think that was possible, but I think that's a reality. But what is surprising is that, IMF came out with their growth numbers yesterday or the day before, and now it's 3.3% economic growth expected this year. So the economy is very, very resilient, and trade is growing, but what is fueling this is also the investments in the artificial intelligence. So how do you explain this? Why the global economy is so resilient and has already kind of adapted to the new realities of geopolitics? It's like water; it finds its way.
It's not okay. It adapts eventually, but it's not right now. It's not about the adaptation. It's more about the effects of this geopolitical turmoil didn't reach yet. Those economic numbers that you are seeing until now. And I believe that any geopolitical complication globally that we are seeing today, we are going to see the effects and the consequences in maybe not today, but in a year or two time. Yes, there is a big growth that's happening in the technology and artificial intelligence that's driving this global growth. But if you are going to look at across sectors, there are areas which have been affected because of this geopolitical situation.
And for Qatar, we know you so well as the foreign minister, and you have been through different phases as foreign minister. Has not been the easiest job, but you've done it so well that the Emir also made you prime minister. So you're also in charge of the economy. And when we have the privilege to visit Doha and Qatar, we see so much development and investments. How do you find your path now? Because UAE has its path, and Saudi Arabia has its path. Where do you see Qatar differentiating itself, and where will we see the economic growth coming in the years to come? I was at the meeting earlier today where Finance Minister Jadaan of Saudi Arabia said that now 56% of their economy is not based on oil, and that has happened in a decade under the leadership of the Crown Prince.
Well, actually, look, I think that if you look at Qatar economy, there is a rapid growth that we see year on year. Now, we have registered the growth this year around 2.9%, and we are expecting this growth to accelerate because of the expansion of the LNG, which will make our diversification job very more challenging because of the increase in the gas production.
But it's still a good thing.
It is.
Also for the world, I guess.
It is actually, I think it's an outstanding thing. And I believe that if you look at Qatar, Qatar is uniquely positioned when it comes to the energy and the supply of LNG, which will remain a base load, that all this revolution that you see in the AI and in technology will require to power, their data centers and to power this compute that they will need. So Qatar is at the center of this progress and development that's happening. Second, our diversification agenda has been moving in the right direction. We are more than 60% now non-hydrocarbon GDP, and we are looking forward to grow it further. We see the numbers in foreign direct investments increasing in a very good progress. We see the inflation below 1% and managed with all this growth that's ongoing. We believe that energy is our strength, is our power. We believe that diversification is our resilience, and we believe that technology is the future. Packaging all those together, I think Qatar have a great path forward, and I believe that what we are going to see in the next few years, you will see Qatar has been already very well known in establishing multinational companies and global brands like Qatar Airways or QNB or we have around 44 global brands that Qatar has invested in and established. And what we are looking for is really to double down on our national champions and expand this number. So hopefully this year, we will have some good news about some platforms to encourage these national champions to be more globally, to be more global players.
No, really impressive. I would have loved to continue the conversation, but we also have limited time. It's always a great pleasure, Sheikh Mohammed, Prime Minister of Qatar, to both have you in Davos, but also to listen to your insights. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
When we prove, and it's only 2 years out now, when we prove that we can save up to $1 billion per year in operating costs through removing over 1 billion litres of diesel from our supply chains, when we not just maintain but grow our competitive position, continue to outperform our peers, then the bell has tolled. In every thinking cabinet room of government, in every thinking boardroom of business, the fact that in 2026 you turned away from renewables energy because the winds of politics blew your values over Please be reminded, the planet doesn't care. Your voters then won't care. 2030 is around the corner. You will be at 1.5 degrees. You will be crossing planetary boundaries. And like in Australia, where we're suffering serious bushfires at the same time as serious floods, at the same time as decimating the reef systems which you all love, the Great Barrier Reef, the largest in the world, Ningaloo Reef on the other side of the continent or out into the middle of the Indian Ocean. We're decimating those reefs. I've dived on them and I've seen the millions of hectares of country in Australia just turn brown. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen, but we can resist it.
Thank you very much for that, Andrew, and I completely agree. Thank you. Let me try to dial up the heat, to turn the thermostat a little bit. We do have a couple of minutes left, and we need to realize one very simple thing. Despite all the evidence we've heard, despite all the initiatives that we are taking individually and collectively, we are not moving the needle. Why? Because the status quo at the moment is incredibly profitable for many people. And if you want to change people's attitude, if you want to change the system, you're going to have to invest into the benefits of system change. Easy to do if you are a traded company, because the shareholder will bear the costs. Much more difficult to do if you are nature, because nature or the planet is not quoted. And therefore, we need to be able to really go across the edge to be able to really make a difference. So I'm going to give you, each one of you, 2 minutes. Tell me what is one single thing that you can really do to move the system.
Well, in my case, I would certainly congratulate the initiatives that we just heard. But at the other end, after hearing Johan, I think we have an urgency to work faster and to have more scale. I guess that scale is not enough. And I think that business here in Davos, this is why I'm here, I'm trying to make sure that I can find companies that can move quicker, fast, to two things. One is energy transition, which I think is the most important thing that the planet needs today, is to move away from fossil fuels and go into renewable energy, and to do it properly and to do it with business cases, to do a business case of renewable energy. And secondly, I think circular economy. I think these are the two messages I really want to leave here to all the audience. No more linear economy, no more plastics over the world. No, I mean, we can do better. We have all the technology to have full circular economy of the plastics of Pepsi Cola, of the plastics of everybody, and energy transition. These are the two things. Now, for energy transition, I think storage is one of the main problems that we have, at least in the developing world, the storage and the grid. How do we modernize these two to make sure that we take advantage of solar, wind, geothermics? But these are the two things I will fully recommend. Energy transition in a full scale, in a big scale, and circular economy.
Thank you very much, Alicia. The forum is publishing some information on circularity and circular economies. Don't hesitate to pick up the reports and read them. There's some very interesting work being done here.
Yeah, I'll say, and obviously there's a lot of things we can do, but I was listening to you, Andrew, and we have examples as well. To me, is how do we take these examples and we make them fast at scale? Like what's preventing your competitors from doing the same? I don't know. Sometimes it's sharing. Sometimes we are too selfish as companies and we keep it to ourselves. We think it's a competitive advantage. I think there are things that we just need to eliminate the competitive nature and put it at the benefit of the whole system, right? So I think we have enough examples. Like I know we have enough examples in agriculture. We have the business case. We know the model. We know how to scale it. It just doesn't happen enough. So how do we cooperate as a group? How do we become less selfish, more kind of team players? And then also with the governments, like we need to trust each other more. We need to, like public, private, or no, I think this is not where, we need to have tension between each other. These are areas where we need to be able to share with you what works and then scale it through Mexico, right? And we know how it works. So I think there is a little bit of selfishness and competitiveness when I think this is not about being competitive. The truth is that we haven't found a way for consumers to prefer our brands because of sustainability. It's not a competitive nature. It's more of let's change the system, let's think for the long term, Let's make sure that 20 years from now, we have resilient companies that can still produce great products at the service of consumers, profitable to our shareholders, and great for the communities where we operate, which is the big value creation.
So if I can make a parallel with international companies, it's risk management with a payout in the long term. And that's not in the nature of the way we do business these days. Andrew, I'm sorry, we're running out of time, so I'm trying to speed up.
I'll only be a minute. Just to endorse what you said, and Madam Minister, thank you. I do want to bring this to Mexico. I do want to scale this. It is perfectly simple. The flat line of technology for fossil fuel means that it's going to get more expensive. Any economist, any business person knows that. The technology growth, particularly in batteries, but solar and wind, is near vertical, which means that its operating cost, its capital cost is falling. We apply that with what we didn't have only last year, and that's incredibly reactive artificial intelligence to manage very complex grids. Humans can't do it. A cloud goes over a solar farm, everything changes, but instantaneous intellect like AI can manage these systems well. This is replicable. This can be taken to Pepsi, it can be taken to Mexico. It's fair enough that they might say, well, prove it first. My own chief executive of Energy and Growth in the audience here wants us to prove it first. I just say, you can see the trend now. It's going to be successful. We'll prove it within 2 years, but follow us now and we'll make the technology available to you now.
Next stop, Mexico.
Next stop, Mexico.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sumant,
yeah, look, I
have 45 seconds, just so that you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Look, I think that the best solution here is what Andrew alluded to, which is technology. Technology is going to take us in a direction that is going to make eventually clean energy so much cheaper than the alternative that there'll be such a strong commercial reason to implement it that nobody's going to go after fossil fuels any longer. And those people that are investing behind fossil fuels today will essentially have stranded assets and will get left behind. So I think the fundamental factor that I'm meeting so many exciting companies even here that are doing so much interesting and fantastic research and coming up with new technologies, whether it's on green hydrogen, whether it's in storage, whether it's in generating new solar and wind and other, fusion, for example. So there's a lot of exciting stuff that is happening. And I'm pretty convinced in my mind that in the next 5 to 7 years, we'll see totally new technologies coming out in the clean energy space that we cannot anticipate today. And those are the things that I think ultimately, if implemented at scale, which there is no reason for us not to, if they're commercially sensible, there'll be a ton of capital coming in behind it. I think that's going to be the solution. We'll essentially end up blowing, and I hate to say this, but the fossil fuel sort of system out of the water. But it's going to take a little bit of time, but it is going to happen.
Thank you very much for that. Maybe if I can just finish this part of the panel by a call to action. I mentioned the dinosaur in the room before. Look at us. We are not enough convinced of the necessity of what's happening. You've heard it from science. You've heard it from our panelists. It is happening. And if you don't do something about it, we are going to be in trouble. Now, why are we so little people in the room? Because they're all somewhere else listening to people who are saying that the future is fossil fuels. It isn't. And I would really like people to go home knowing that. Number one.
Yes. Yes.
Secondly, I really would like to thank most sincerely my panel. You are outstanding, and you've done that very well. And together possible. Collaboration is better than domination, and we will get there onwards. And thank you to the Center for Nature and Climate of the World Economic Forum, who has put together not only this panel, but has done all the work during the year to support this. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you for coming.
blend of powerhouse expertise in economic policy and private sector representation as well. I mean, I'm going to start with the public policy issues that are on everyone's minds right now that bear directly on the issue of sovereignty and interdependence. And I'm going to turn, with your permission, to Secretary Lutnick to give us maybe an insight and explanation. I think a lot of people are looking at Davos to see and to try and better understand the mindset of the Trump administration. Speaking to you earlier on, it's the first time I've had the privilege of meeting you. I've seen you on TV a lot. In person, the impression is even more overwhelming. Of, on the one hand, kind of extraordinarily ebullient, dynamic.
That was in a nice way, Howard.
Dynamic. These are good words. These are all good. I'm coming to a different tone in a second. But like, initially, it's this just extraordinary ebullience, dynamism. You were saying you've sealed deals for $1.5 trillion in jobs and investment into the United States.
Yes.
And then you said, and this is where the tone shifts, you've got to understand, I'm the hammer. These were your words. I'm the hammer. Because the people I'm dealing with know that unless they deliver the kind of investments I'm looking for, I'm coming with 100% tariffs. And that duality, I think, between the dynamism, the constructiveness, the forcefulness of the American state, which was, after all, also something many of us saw in the Biden administration, and this element of threat, is what many of us Davos are actually trying to come to terms with. Because this is, to say the least, unfamiliar. And when it moves from the zone of economic policy to the question that is directly under the subtitle of our talk today, which is sovereignty, and we're talking about the territory of Greenland, and it's coupled so directly to tariffs, it's a fundamental shock to the system. You can read it off the faces and the rhetoric of every single European politician and business person I've spoken to while we've been here, and we're also getting reactions from around the world in similar tones. So I really wanted to ask you to help us understand, not in a sense what your motivations are, because I get it, like you want Greenland, it makes sense. You're proud Americans, you're advocates of President Trump's policy. What I struggle more with is how you imagine others react to this. I mean, if you put yourself in the position of your Danish counterpart, who's a proud Dane and a loyal executor of the Danish government's position, how do you envision this going, how does this go down?
Well, I think you should start at a much higher level.
Okay.
We are in Davos at the World Economic Forum. And the Trump administration and myself, we are here to make a very clear point. Globalization has failed the West and the United States of America. It's a failed policy. It is what the WEF has stood for, which is export, offshore, far shore, find the cheapest labor in the world, and the world is a better place for it. The fact is, it has left America behind. It has left the American workers behind. And what we are here to say is that America First is a different model, one that we encourage other countries to consider, which is that our workers come first. We can have policies that impact our workers. Sovereignty is your borders. You're entitled to have borders. You shouldn't offshore your medicine. You shouldn't offshore your semiconductors. You shouldn't offshore your entire industrial base and have it be hollowed out beneath you. You should not be dependent for that which is fundamental to your sovereignty on any other nation. And if you're going to be dependent on someone, it darn well better be your best allies. Okay? And so that is a different way of thinking. It is completely different than the WEF. I viewed the WEF as not a flagpole in the middle, but in fact, they are the flag. Whichever way the wind blew, so it blew. You should have solar, you should have wind. Why are you going to do solar and wind? Why would Europe agree to be net zero in 2030 when they don't make a battery? They don't make a battery. So if they go 2030, they are deciding to be subservient to China, who makes the batteries. Why would you do that? Why would the United States of America, which has oil and natural gas, try to convert to all electricity? China does not have oil and natural gas. Electricity and electric cars make perfect sense to them. That is practical and logical. So the point I want to make, and I want people to think about, is that America First is the job of our government to take care of our workers, to make sure their lives are better for it. And then don't be America alone, right? But be America first. And I would suggest that policy is something for other countries to deeply consider, to take care of their own, and then we will work out wonderful relationships between us. But I want to point out, when America shines, the world shines. Close your eyes and think of a world without America in it. It becomes pretty dark, pretty darn quickly. When America shines, right? And everyone said, oh, you're going to do all these tariffs, you're going to destroy the world. The world's stock markets are up. Which ones of them? All of them.
Can I bring you back to Greenland?
No. It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. Our national security people are on it, and they care about it, and I'm going to leave it to them to address with our allies, with our friends, and with everyone how they work it out. But the Western Hemisphere matters to the United States of America, and the United States of America, as I've just articulated, really, really matters to the world. When America shines, the world shines, because they all need to make sure America is strong and powerful to take care of them, God forbid. And so I think America and the Western Hemisphere are vital to America, and I'm going to leave that to my national security people to address.
Right. The rest of us, I think, are finding it harder to make that kind of separation clearly. And I would be curious to know how the representatives of the UK and Canada might want to think about these issues. Do you see them as starkly divided, as Secretary Lucknicht would like us to have them? Does this logic of what's good for America is good for the world convince in this extraordinarily strong, extremely eloquent expression that we've just heard?
You go first.
Thank you. Thanks, Francois-Philippe.
We're friends.
So I'm very struck by and taken by the idea of putting your own country first and considering your own security and resilience. I think it's about 3 years ago now that I gave a speech where I coined the term securonomics, which is all about building security and resilience in your economy, and the days when it didn't matter where things were made and who made them were in the past. And that's become increasingly clear since the pandemic, when we were over-reliant on PPE and medicines from abroad, and then again when Russia invaded Ukraine because of what happened to oil and gas prices. I guess for an economy like the UK, the way in which we will pursue our national interest is going to be different from the way in which the US pursues theirs. You are a much bigger economy, and we can't do everything on our own, and nor should we try to, because we'd end up doing nothing well. But we do have real strengths in the UK, in our defence sector, in life sciences, in business and financial services. But we do rely on our allies as well, and even a country as big and as strong as America also relies on its allies. And I guess the sort of area where I think that we do need to sort of continue that dialogue between countries that share each other's values is how we can work together in our mutual interests to advance our values in a very unstable and uncertain world. And you know, if you say, could you picture the world without the US and what would the world be like? Yeah, the world would be a lot poorer and it would be a lot scarier. But you've also got a lot of allies around the world. In the United States, Britain, I hope, I believe, is your strongest ally. Always
has been. First to do a deal with us, and we love you. We do.
Thank you very much. Feeling is mutual, but we do need to think about where the threats are and who our friends are. And I think that's probably more stark for smaller economies. But even for the US, when you think about, I was in the States, as you know, last week for a meeting of G7 plus a few other finance ministers to talk around critical minerals. Now, you do have some reserves of critical minerals, but not everything you need. 90% of your critical minerals at the moment come from the US, from China. You need to wean yourself off those.
Sure.
Yeah, but you won't be able to do that without the help of Canada and Australia and other countries. And so for all of your strengths, we do also need to think how we can preserve some of the things that the US has benefited from in the NATO alliance and the Western alliance, not because it is the benevolent or the right thing to do, but because I profoundly believe it is in your country's national interest. The other thing I just wanted to say, Adam, in terms of sort of building security and resilience, but for my country, it's about our industrial strategy, where we're really focusing on these sectors where we are really good. We're not going to be a semiconductor superpower in the UK. That's not realistic.
So it
but
seems
we've
like
got friends.
biotech.
Yeah, life sciences, biotech, financial services, which is obviously absolutely crucial for financing things like the exploration for critical minerals and the extraction of those critical minerals. We've got real strength with the London Metal Exchange in London, for example. But although we have some reserves of lithium and tungsten, we're not going to be a big global supplier of critical minerals. So we have strengths. Defence is another one. And our trade strategy is also around our security and resilience, where we are trying, and this is different from the US approach, I absolutely acknowledge that, we are trying to reduce barriers to trade. You know, we've done trade deals this year with you, with India, with Korea, and we're also reducing trade barriers with the EU. There's more that we want to do together between the UK and Canada. We regard it in our national interest to reduce cost of living for people in Britain, but also providing more opportunities for businesses in the UK to then export around the world. And, you know, energy security is important to us as well. We do have some reserves of North Sea oil and gas, and they will be important for many decades to come. But we are a net importer of oil and gas. We do have, because of the shallow waters in our seas, big opportunities around wind technology. We don't have what you have in the US, and so we've got to find our own way to boost our energy security. And we strongly believe that renewables is a really important part of that mix, as is nuclear. There hasn't been sufficient investment in nuclear for a long time. We've signed off Sizewell C, big nuclear reactor, as well as small modular reactors in North Wales. So, you know, that security for us is around energy security, our security through our industrial strategy and our trade strategy as well. So I think a lot of shared analysis of what the problem is. The solution is going to be different in every country, but what I would urge Howard and others in the administration just to think of is how your allies can also help you achieve your objectives, which I think are in your national interest, as well as helping all of the Western world to thrive.
Can I begin, Mr.
Sure. Well, listen, it's a real pleasure to be with Howard and obviously Rachel and colleagues. I like the way Howard started. You know, it's the worker first and how we rebuild industrialization. And you're right. You know, you've been looking at that. And I think today, and I chaired 10 meetings of the finance minister of the G7, perhaps last year, with Rachel and Scott and others to try to figure out, you know, the way forward. And one thing, and goes back to Howard, I think that the world see a better, clearer nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. I can tell you as finance minister, I've never talked as much about national security as we did before, for some of the reason that Howard was mentioning. You know, we've become too reliant and less resilient. So how do we build resilience in the system? I think has been a significant thing. And nostalgia is never a good strategy. You know, I keep saying we're entering the second quarter of the 21st century. And the next 25 years and beyond is not going to be like the last 25. So you cannot look at the past to try to chart the future. And I'd say the 3S, which I call the speed, scope, and scale of change, is quite unprecedented. You know, some would say You have to go back to 1945, the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's everything. It's geoeconomic, geopolitics, supply chain. It's AI, it's quantum. It's a lot of things at the same time. And when you realize that, as we've done, is how do we, between partners, allies, and friends? You look at Canada. I mean, geography has made us partners, allies, and friends. We've been blessed by geography. We share the continent. We've been trading with each other. We've been exchanging. Actually, we're one of the biggest customers of the United States. We buy more from the U.S. than China, Japan, and the U.K. combined. So 2/3 of the United States of Canada is their first export market. So we've built that integration. But what Howard was making a point, and Rachel, is that within that, we also need to build more resilience in the system. You know, we had to do, for us, do a step change. How we're going to be, a major supplier in terms of critical minerals, in terms of energy, the things that will matter for the future. And what we need now is scope and scale. Because I think what we're facing now is a rupture point where we need to change the future together. And I would say when I look at Canada, we're still a big magnet for talent. I mean, like the United Kingdom, Rachel and I were in Downing Street recently and looking at the talent piece. And if you can attract the right people, you're going to have the right economy and you're going to have the right strategy, the right prosperity. The second thing I would say, you need strong industries. And I think that was the point of Howard. You need to make cars, you need to make ships, you need to make planes. You need to have that industrial base that is going to ensure your resiliency, whatever happened in this new world. I'd say in terms of critical minerals, it's true with our G7 colleagues. We said we cannot let uncertainty become the new certainty. So how do we make sure that we improve the resilience in the system? And we've seen what other actors have been trying to do on critical minerals. So we need to learn from that. And we've said, let's have an initiative to make sure we'd be more resilient. And for us, it's about how can we be the best possible partners to our friend allies so that no one has a choke point when it comes to that. Yeah. The fourth thing I would say is around energy. I think that we have been for decades providing energy, but I think now we're stepping up in a big way. And I think it's a good thing because you want, at the point of Howard in the United States, they want partners to be resilient. They want partners to be, they're fighting for their own peace and for their workers, and I like it because we're all doing that, but we all need to do a bit more. And at the end, I would say when you're Canada, we have free trade with all the G7 colleagues. So I think we're in a unique position to work in a very concrete way to build the resilience in the system that I think going back to the worker, the point of Howard, we're all going to be benefit if we're more resilient, if we're more coordinated in what we're doing, and realizing that each ally and partner can bring something to the table. Yeah. And that's what we're trying to build. If you're looking at the next quarter, that's really the wake-up call, I think, that we all receive and that we need to act upon.
Can I turn to our representatives from the private sector? Brian, ahead of time, we were talking about how, from your point of view, you think it's critical for countries to think about attracting foreign business. You were giving me a very interesting analysis of the way in which you thought that countries like Canada or the UK might be well advised to play this game of attracting foreign capital. We've heard the policy side. And then, Janet, I'd love to turn to you to get your global perspective on this.
So I think one thing Howard didn't mention also is the U.S. final demand is huge. And so the success of a company coming to the U.S. and doing something is there's going to be big final demand met. And the U.S. consumer in the first couple of weeks of January spent 7% more than they spent last January. We've raised our estimates for U.S. economy from 2.6% GDP to 2.8. We're bullish, and we think
be higher.
That's net, Howard. So you got to, but with a 5 or 6% growth, frankly, which is a lot of activity. So we're bullish on that. But what I was saying earlier is that the tricky thing to figure out, and I've had discussions with Rachel and her colleagues over the years, is how you're the best place. If you're England, and she pointed out the financial services is a major industry for them, you have to think about how you're the best place for firms like ours to operate, who are not running retail banks and not running, so that they can go to the whole world out of that. And so we have New York, we have London, and then how do we go to the whole world? And the trick for a government is to figure out, I got to protect my people, I got to protect my tax base. What I don't need to do is get myself so involved to where I start to become more and more difficult. So if you take the environmental rules that have been beaten that for the last 5 or 6 years. I've had some interesting meetings here where we keep telling them these aren't going to work in the EU, CRDD and all this stuff. Our point was not, you just make it unable to work. And even the capital rules in Basel III, which sound like we're codifying the world, the application of them created misery across the world. And so the idea, I think, when a country thinks about it, what our colleagues said here about protecting it, but it's how do you have the balance between being the best place for multinationals to come do business in our country, at the same time protecting our citizens and thing. And it's not by saying all the rules apply to the UK multinational that apply to a US multinational. You got to sit there and say, how do I tailor this thing to make it work? Which is a bit what Howard's saying. They're going to bring fabs here. We're not saying you have to become a US company to do it. They're building, this major fab. You talk about one up in Syracuse and et cetera. It's a foreign company, but they got to put it here so if the whatever hit the fan, you could cut it off and still own the means of production. That's because of that thing. There's other things you don't have to be quite so ardent about, for lack of a better term. So how does a country balance that sovereignty with that? Data is becoming a real problem. People want to say, if the data's in my country, it's okay. And you're saying, you know what? That just means you've taken all this worldwide system, which you want us to give you all these reports, information, and you started slicing it to pieces. There's no value to the customer in that. There's no value to your citizens, your companies in that. You think there's incremental value, but let us explain, what do you really want? We can get it to you if you need it. But if you make us run separate systems, you've added cost to your people, because, by the way, the rest of the people are just run a common system. So it's data, it's information, employee practices, and all those things. And how do you become the best, and how do you think about that while protecting your citizens from big bad banks or protecting your citizens from taxpayer degradation, things like that?
That's truly fascinating. Janet, do you want to give us your...
So first, I'll just start with, we're a global organization, 400,000 people. We operate in about 150 countries and territories. And so, globalization for us has been there for a long time. And, you have to work, with how do you deal with local rules and regulations. It's no different than the financial services industry. Politics, economies, demographics, all different. And you've got to decide, what do you need to do to operate locally and then continue to be a well-connected global organization. And I think that's where companies need more help than ever before. And so I think globalization is not going away. It's just becoming more complex. So we look at the landscape, and the geo-strategy of companies has been elevated like we've never seen before in the last 2 years to be a board-level conversation. 94% of our CEOs that we survey are really investing significant money, to really games, and scenario plan, not one or two, but 6 or 7 different scenarios because of the complexities that we're talking about here today. And resiliency, you talked about, that's what's so important for these organizations. And just being here last year, where there was, uncertainty, compared to this year, I think last year we saw a lot of companies kind of wait and see and, we'll take some time to see, how we pivot. I think now, our most sophisticated clients, they can't wait. So they're going to have to make some bets. They're going to have to make some investments. Some will work out, some won't. But, that paralysis is no longer an option, and they're going to have to move forward.
Can I double down on that and ask both of you from the private sector whether you are seeing already, just expanding on the point you've just made, where is this tipping point coming? Like, when is the private sector, globally or in the US, where are you seeing the flows shift? Because I'm a policy wonk kind of person. I'm always talking up the story. The politicians have a stake in also, in some sense, talking up the story because you need programs. The visions of the Trump administration are astonishingly bold. And then what I'm always kind of with my economist hat on, I'm wondering, is this really happening? Like, is the shift in the flow really happening?
Just think about the ability to get a deal done. The ability to get a transaction done. The honest advice in, say, 2024 or something like that would have been to somebody offering up a $5 billion plus acquisition. Think twice, because this may never get approved. And what are you going to do to your company while you wait? Okay, that's completely changed. So last year, 25, was the second highest investment banking year of deals getting done. Absent the pandemic recovery year where every debt financing went crazy. So, and next year we think it's bigger. That means that you're unleashing the competitive forces of acquisitions and all the deployments and investments. So the capital markets are open, the financing's there. And so I think if we can keep enough certainty, to your point about that, just keep the rules clear enough. Well, these colleagues have to wrestle. National security is not, unless you're in the business of providing national security, is not something we all depend on, but not something we're going to add a lot of value to. But on the other hand, it creates economic activity we have to help finance. Okay, but the world's ready to go in a lot of ways, and so deals can get done and things like that. And what I encourage people is to move on the permitting side, move on the approval side, move on the deregulation side. There's a lot of fuel going in the tank right now on deregulation stuff that's still barely coming in the system across the UK and here and other places.
So in our pre-chat, you were saying de-emphasize the head.
And because of that, we could pursue values-based foreign policies under its protection. We knew the story of the international rules-based order was partially false, that the strongest would exempt themselves when convenient, that trade rules were enforced asymmetrically. And we knew that international law applied with varying rigor depending on the identity of the accused or the victim. This fiction was useful, and American hegemony in particular helped provide public goods, open sea lanes, a stable financial system, collective security, and support for frameworks for resolving disputes. So we placed the sign in the window. We participated in the rituals, and we largely avoided calling out the gaps between rhetoric and reality. This bargain no longer works. Let me be direct. We are in the midst of a rupture, not a transition. Over the past 2 decades, a series of crises in finance, health, energy, and geopolitics have laid bare the risks of extreme global integration. But more recently, great powers have begun using economic integration as weapons. Tariffs as leverage, financial infrastructure as coercion, supply chains as vulnerabilities to be exploited. You cannot live within the lie of mutual benefit through integration when integration becomes the source of your subordination. The multilateral institutions on which the middle powers have relied, the WTO, the UN, the COP, the architecture, the very architecture of collective problem solving are under threat. And as a result, many countries are drawing the same conclusions, that they must develop greater strategic autonomy in energy, food, critical minerals, in finance and supply chains. And this impulse is understandable. A country that can't feed itself, fuel itself, or defend itself has few options. When the rules no longer protect you, you must protect yourself. But let's be clear-eyed about where this leads. A world of fortresses will be poorer, more fragile, and less sustainable. And there's another truth. If great powers abandon even the pretense of rules and values for the unhindered pursuit of their power and interests, the gains from transactionalism will become harder to replicate. Hegemons cannot continually monetize their relationships. Allies will diversify to hedge against uncertainty. They'll buy insurance, increase options in order to rebuild sovereignty. Sovereignty that was once grounded in rules but will increasingly be anchored in the ability to withstand pressure. This room knows this is classic risk management. Risk management comes at a price. But that cost of strategic autonomy, of sovereignty, can also be shared. Collective investments in resilience are cheaper than everyone building their own fortresses. Shared standards reduce fragmentations. Complementarities are positive sum. And the question for middle powers like Canada is not whether to adapt to the new reality. We must. The question is whether we adapt by simply building higher walls or whether we can do something more ambitious. Now, Canada was amongst the first to hear the wake-up call, leading us to fundamentally shift our strategic posture. Canadians know that our old comfortable assumptions that our geography and alliance memberships automatically conferred prosperity and security, that assumption is no longer valid. And our new approach rests on what Alexander Stubb, the President of Finland, has termed value-based realism. Or to put another way, we aim to be both principled and pragmatic. Principled in our commitment to fundamental values, sovereignty, territorial integrity, the prohibition of the use of force except when consistent with the UN Charter, and respect for human rights. And pragmatic in recognizing that progress is often incremental, that interests diverge, that not every partner will share all of our values. So we're engaging broadly, strategically with open eyes. We actively take on the world as it is, not wait around for a world we wish to be. We are calibrating our relationships so their depth reflects our values. And we're prioritizing broad engagement to maximize our influence, given the fluidity of the world at the moment, the risks that this poses, and the stakes for what comes next. And we are no longer just relying on the strength of our values, but also the value of our strength. We are building that strength at home. Since my government took office, we have cut taxes on incomes, on capital gains, and business investment. We have removed all federal barriers to interprovincial trade. We are fast-tracking $1 trillion of investments in energy, AI, critical minerals, new trade corridors, and beyond. We're doubling our defense spending by the end of this decade, and we're doing so in ways that build our domestic industries. And we are rapidly diversifying abroad. We've agreed a comprehensive strategic partnership with the EU, including joining SAFE, the European Defence Procurement Arrangements. We have signed 12 other trade and security deals on 4 continents in 6 months. The past few days, we've concluded new strategic partnerships with China and Qatar. We're negotiating free trade pacts with India, ASEAN, Thailand, Philippines, and Mercosur. We're doing something else. To help solve global problems, we're pursuing variable geometry. In other words, different coalitions for different issues based on common values and interests. So on Ukraine, we're a core member of the Coalition of the Willing and one of the largest per capita contributors to its defense and security. On Arctic sovereignty, we stand firmly with Greenland and Denmark and fully support their unique right to determine Greenland's future. Our commitment to NATO's Article 5 is unwavering. So we're working with our NATO allies, including the Nordic-Baltic Gate, to further secure the alliance's northern and western flanks, including through Canada's unprecedented investments in over-the-horizon radar, in submarines, in aircraft, and boots on the ground, boots on the ice. Canada strongly opposes tariffs over Greenland and calls for focused talks to achieve our shared objectives of security and prosperity in the Arctic. On plurilateral trade, we're championing efforts to build a bridge between the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the European Union, which would create a new trading bloc of 1.5 billion people. On critical minerals, we're forming buyers' clubs anchored in the G7 so that the world can diversify away from concentrated supply. And on AI, we're cooperating with like-minded democracies to ensure that we won't ultimately be forced to choose between hegemons and hyperscalers. This is not naive multilateralism, nor is it relying on their institutions. It's building coalitions that work, issues by issue, with partners who share enough common ground to act together. In some cases, this will be the vast majority of nations. What it's doing is creating a dense web of connections across trade, investment, culture, on which we can draw for future challenges and opportunities. Argue the middle powers must act together because if we're not at the table, we're on the menu. But I'd also say that great powers can afford for now to go it alone. They have the market size, the military capacity, and the leverage to dictate terms. Middle powers do not. But when we only negotiate bilaterally with a hegemon, we negotiate from weakness. We accept what's offered. We compete with each other to be the most accommodating. This is not sovereignty. It's the performance of sovereignty while accepting subordination. In a world of great power rivalry, the countries in between have a choice: compete with each other for favor or to combine to create a third path with impact. We shouldn't allow the rise of hard power to blind us to the fact that the power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong if we choose to wield them together. Which brings me back to Havel. What does it mean for middle powers to live the truth? Well, first, it means naming reality. Stop invoking rules-based international order as though it still functions as advertised. Call it what it is, a system of intensifying great power rivalry where the most powerful pursue their interests using economic integration as coercion. It means acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. When middle powers criticize economic intimidation from one direction but stay silent when it comes from another, we are keeping the sign in the window. It means building what we claim to believe in. Rather than waiting for the old order to be restored, it means creating institutions and agreements that function as described. And it means reducing the leverage that enables coercion. That's building a strong domestic economy. It should be every government's immediate priority. And diversification internationally is not just economic prudence, it's a material foundation for honest foreign policy, because countries earn the right to principled stands by reducing their vulnerability to retaliation. So Canada. Canada has what the world wants. We are an energy superpower. We hold vast reserves of critical minerals. We have the most educated population in the world. Our pension funds are amongst the world's largest and most sophisticated investors. In other words, we have capital, talent. We also have a government with immense fiscal capacity to act decisively. And we have the values to which many others aspire. Canada is a pluralistic society that works. Our public square is loud, diverse, and free. Canadians remain committed to sustainability. We are a stable and reliable partner in a world that is anything but. A partner that builds and values relationships for the long term. And we have something else. We have a recognition of what's happening and a determination to act accordingly. We understand that this rupture calls for more than adaptation. It calls for honesty about the world as it is. We are taking the sign out of the window. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy. But we believe that from the fracture, we can build something bigger, better, stronger, more just. This is the task of the middle powers. The countries that have the most to lose from a world of fortresses and the most to gain from genuine cooperation. The powerful have their power. But we have something too. The capacity to stop pretending, to name reality, to build our strength at home, and to act together. That is Canada's path. We choose it openly and confidently, and it is a path wide open to any country willing to take it with us. Thank you very much.
Well, there, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking at Davos at the World Economic Forum, talking about being in the middle of a rupture in terms of world politics, not a transition. He said a world of fortresses is a poorer, more fragile, less sustainable world. And also said that if we are not at the table, we are on the menu, and that competing with each other to be the most accommodating is not sovereignty. Is that perhaps a very gentle dig at the UK, I wonder? He's talking about the role of middle powers in the world at the moment, and of course reflecting on the extraordinary geopolitical shifts that have followed Trump's words and actions over the last few days. We're going to listen back now to some of the questions that he's being asked.
In absolute number, economy is growing at the second fastest rate within the G7. That's not there. There are pockets of extreme pressure, without question, in Canada. But headline, we're reacting. The second thing, and it's a fundamental point, is the recognition that we can give ourselves far more than any foreign country can take away. There's lots of efficiencies in having one Canadian market, the $1 trillion of domestic investment, and building these partnerships abroad, all of which are bigger returns than what's been lost. That's not to say we would rather not lose it, but we can withstand the pressure, and we are.
And I was interested that you said basically the old world's not coming back. So you're not seeing this as a period where you just have to get through and normalcy will return.
I think that is our view. And we regret it, but we're not going to sit around and mourn it. We're acting. And we're acting in a way, both that's in our interests, but we believe in a way with others that's building imperfectly in steps a new system. I'll give you one example and hand back, which is we are members of trade agreements that comprise already 1.4 billion people around the world. So we have the most extensive network. We are trying with others to bring some of those networks together. The most prominent example is the Trans-Pacific Partnership in the EU, acting as a bridge. It's not a direct benefit for Canada, but it is a benefit for Canada that these groups come together, and Ngozi is here, consistent with the WTO rules, both of which are, and in that way we're building back out amongst willing partners.
And you talked about the need not to put the sign in the window anymore, to pretend that things are still the same. Do you think, to put it directly, that the NATO alliance is still doing that, still pretending it's the old transatlantic partnership, when it's really kind of going?
Well, I think clearly NATO is experiencing a test right now, and the first response to that test has to be to respond in a way that ensures the security of the Arctic in a robust way for all possibilities. This is actually a point that we have been making in recent years. It's a point that I made at the NATO summit back in June, which seemed like a pledging summit, but also was to get NATO policies in the right direction. So I think in the immediate term, one of the imperatives is to reinforce things that Canada is doing, Nordic-Baltic 8 are doing, the UK are doing, other NATO partners, France included, in a comprehensive way that provides much greater security in the Arctic. This is the test, and so I wouldn't say the NATO sign stays in the window, but we've got to meet the moment of that.
You also, a big theme of your speech was the need for middle powers to work together. Yeah. But you've just been to the other great power, to China. And I think people are very intrigued by seeing that meeting. And some people say, kind of, that's a mistake, really, because you're going to make yourself more dependent on China. They're not that benign either. The US will be very annoyed. What's the defense of what you're doing, and what do you hope to get out of it?
Well, the first thing is to say it's not a defense. I know the way you framed the question, but it's offense. It's building out. It's something positive as opposed to against. We're for something as opposed to being against. The second is, there are very clear guardrails in that relationship. I spoke of calibration of relationships in my remarks. That's what I mean by it. But within those clear guardrails are huge opportunities in energy, both clean and conventional, obviously in motor vehicles, in agriculture, in financial services, all of which is mutually beneficial. So it's additive. And look, it's the second largest economy and it's our second largest trading partner. We should have a strategic partnership with them. Within those guardrails, and that's what we've achieved.
And it is an interesting reversal, though, because I think certainly during the Biden administration, there was this sense that the Western world was trying to decouple from China, or de-risk at least. Yeah. And is now in this new world, that really going to go into reverse, and de-risking from China, because there are other risks, is less of a thing.
You need, again, many in this room, this is their livelihood, you need a web of connections. And to miss out in that web some of the largest ones, United States, we already have that, China, India, Mercosur, European Union, that's a mistake. That's not managing your relationships properly. That makes you stronger, makes you more resilient. And then on top of that, I'll give you again, I'll appeal since it's in the headlines to the Nordics. Nordics plus Canada, it's 20% of global GDP. It's not the first thing people would realize, but that relationship, which is deepening for security reasons, because we're like-minded, Those are the types of partnerships that I think we'll see more of.
And you got a round of applause when you said something strong about standing on principle on Greenland. Do you think we can find an off-ramp on that? I mean, I'm sure you'll speak of it, but put it this way, if there isn't an off-ramp, where does this go?
I strongly believe that there's a better outcome that come from the discussions that have been catalyzed in an unusual way, admittedly, but and we absolutely stand by the principles that I referenced. That solution starts with security, and a security, yes, of Greenland, but more broadly of the Arctic. Canada is foursquare contributing to that. We're at the start of a major ramp up above and beyond, so we'll be a major contributor to that. NATO has to deliver on that. We're working intensively in order to do it. As well, prosperity for the people of Greenland. In the end, it comes back to the people there, and there are opportunities to do that in ways that would strengthen all of the alliance.
And when President Trump says, oh, you know, Greenland's under threat from Russia, even from China, is that for real?
I would say that there are threats. Russia is without question a threat in the Arctic, without question. Russia does lots of horrible things, and I'll take the opportunity to condemn their unjustified and horrific assault on Ukraine, almost at its fourth year. They are a real threat in the Arctic, one against we need to protect, which is why we have 364 5-day air, sea, and land presence. It's why we're adding to our submarine fleet, adding to our air fighter fleet, why we're building out over-the-horizon radar to protect from Russian missile threats and others, and why we will work with our NATO partners. The threat is more prospective than actual at this stage in terms of actual activity in the Arctic, and we intend to keep it that way.
Another big issue that's going to come up this week is this board of peace that President Trump is keen on. I'm not sure whether it's for Gaza or for the entire world, but apparently Canada's been invited. Are you going to join?
We have been invited, and let me start by, I think we should recognize the progress that has been made in at least getting towards the end of the first phase of this process, and the activation, if I can put it that way, of the process to set up the Board of Peace is the start of phase 2. Our view is, and that's to be welcomed, and this is a positive vehicle. Our view is we need to work on the actual structure of the vehicle. You just referenced, is it for Gaza? Well, the UN resolution, Security Council Resolution 2803, references a Board of Peace for Gaza. That's where we see it becoming immediately operative, and it needs to be, in our view, it's better to be designed in that way for the immediate needs there. There are many other needs around the world, first point. Second point, it needs to coincide with the immediate full flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. We are still not where we need to be. Conditions still are horrific. So that needs to come alongside. We think there's aspects of the governance and the decision-making process that could be improved, but we will work with others, obviously work with the United States, because we will do anything that we can to improve the situation, the horrific situation there, and to move onto a path to a true two-state solution.
There's a suggestion you can get permanent membership of the Board of Peace by ponying up $1 billion. You going to write a check for that?
We would write checks and deliver in kind to improve the welfare of the people of Palestine. But we want to see it delivered direct to those outcomes promoting peace, and so the mechanics and how it works that way.
Okay, final question. President Trump and a lot of people who agree with him condemn globalism a lot. And I suspect, you know, you would be the kind of epitome of a globalist. You know, you worked for Goldman Sachs, I believe. You were a central banker. You know, you're comfortable and lived in several countries. Is globalism, first of all, is it a thing, and is it over?
I think, well, look, understanding how the world works, having an appreciation for other cultures, understanding the connections, and being able to, or at least appreciating ways that how we connect, whether it's through technology, trade, investment, culture, can enrich our lives, and that's a good thing, and also help solve problems. Being detached from where you live and the broader needs of society, there is an epithet for that. I don't know that the G word is the one. There's certainly what we're finding, to go back to the points I was making, is that there are a number of like-minded countries that want to work through partnership to achieve those goals for their citizens and for the world more broadly. The call is for more to recognize what's really going on right now, and to pool their resources to the benefit of citizens. So it won't be global, it won't cover the globe, but it will be more powerful.
Okay, Prime Minister, thank you very much indeed.
Very much.
Well, the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, setting out what he sees are the big economic challenges across the UK, across the world for the next year at Davos at the World Economic Forum. Asked there about the Gaza Peace Board towards the end, slightly dodged whether or not Canada's willing to pay £1 billion to get onto it, but did say that he is pleased that progress has been made in terms of peace there and that humanitarian aid needs to get into Gaza. Also questioned about Russia and said unequivocally that Russia is a threat in the Arctic, which is why countries like Canada have strong air, sea and land presences in that area. And earlier during his speech, talking about the changing world order that we're seeing at the moment, saying we're in the middle of a rupture, not a transition, and a world of fortresses leaves the world poorer, more fragile and less sustainable. Now, China's controversial new super embassy in London has been approved by the government after a 7-year diplomatic struggle. Set within the historic Royal Mint site, it's faced opposition because it's close
up and what that will mean for Europe. Where do you think this conflict pauses?
Well, thank you for the introduction, but the only thing I have to correct is that, yes, we do have, unfortunately, quite some experience with Russia and Russian aggression over the course of the past, not only decades, but years, hundreds of years. But I still don't understand Russia, and I certainly don't sympathize with the imperialistic ambitions of that country that's apparently still is ongoing. Now, we would hope for peace, but for a peace to last, it needs to be just, it needs to be genuine. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any concessions on the side of Russia to reach a proper peace deal in Ukraine. And let's face it, it was Russia almost 4 years ago who started the invasion in the first place, and it could be Russia yesterday, today, tomorrow to decide that there's no war. What we need to do now collectively is that we increase the pressure on Russia, because we do see that that country is in economic decline and will be so also long into the future. They won't have any strategic benefit over the course of the coming years. The only thing is, of course, that they are apparently willing to lose their last man and use their final ruble on the war of aggression. But we can't allow that to happen, and I think as the free world, we need to stay the course and keep on supporting Ukraine, ramp up the pressure on Russia, and third, and this I'm taking home to Europe in general, we should be massively now investing in our defense and deterrence. And I think the decisions made last summer in The Hague were exactly the right ones, and certainly also something which Finland has been driving for many, many years since we have taken our defense and deterrence very seriously, always.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Anand, could I ask you, Canada is a member of NATO. Canada is one of the closest neighbors to the United States, obviously. How involved do you think NATO is at this point in the negotiations, in the plans to end this conflict, or is it really just in the hands of the President of the United States?
Well, I guess I will, first of all, thank you for having me here, and hello, everyone. And obviously, I'm very happy that we're having a panel about Ukraine to discuss Ukraine, because, as you suggested, the attention is being diverted away from the potential ceasefire that has been on the table, and the very point, and I want to underline this, that there should be nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. This is fundamentally important as we consider the 20-point peace plan, as we discuss the security guarantees and the efforts of the coalition of the willing. The fundamental principle of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states is what Canada believes to be the driver of the negotiations and the outcome. Again, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And Canada has a distinct relationship with Ukraine, not just as a NATO member, not as the neighbor of the United States, but a distinct relationship with Ukraine. We have, outside of Russia, the largest population of Ukrainians outside of Ukraine. We have put the largest per capita amount of support, financial support towards Ukraine, military, economic, financial, infrastructure-related support at $22.5 billion for a country of 40 million. We're a country of 40 million people. We are co-leading the effort to bring Ukrainian children home, and have spearheaded that vis-a-vis 20,000 Ukrainian children. We'll be holding a worldwide conference in the fall in Toronto to ensure that we're bringing countries on the return of Ukrainian children home. I just stress this to reiterate that our foreign policy vis-a-vis Ukraine is distinct, and it will continue, and we will always be there in the short and the long term to ensure that the sovereignty and longevity of Ukraine is sustained. And that I was the Minister of National Defense at the time of the further illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. I saw from that perspective the incursions into the Donbass and the fall of Ukrainian soldiers unjustifiably. How can we now, the question is, how can we, in the coalition of the willing, in the sense of NATO allies, continue the work that we need to do, which is support Ukraine, ensure those security guarantees are in place, and ensure that Ukraine has the future that its people deserve.
Thank you. I'm going to press you gently. It's very admirable, and I understand Canada's position, but in the end, isn't it true that this decision to end this war will not be made in Ottawa, it won't be made in Brussels, it will be made by the President of the United States, how and effectively when this war is ended?
Well, with great respect, if one really adheres to the principle of territorial integrity and state sovereignty, those very principles upon which the international legal order is based, then one must admit that unless Ukraine is at the table, that the resolution would not be just.
And I think that is an excellent point, and I think that is what we are facing right now, is perhaps a lack of respect for those exact principles that you're discussing. Senator, I'd like to turn to you. I noticed you're wearing a pin. Could you tell us about the pin that you're wearing?
Well, as importantly, I'm wearing colors of Ukraine.
That's true.
And that's intentional. It wasn't accidental. I brought this from the United States for this purpose. So I was in Denmark before I arrived here for 2 days. And I guess
not in Greenland.
I'm sorry?
You didn't go to Nuuk?
Not yet. But to really indicate that I and a number of other members have made it very clear that the way that we're going about projecting power in the Arctic is costly, divisive, and unnecessary. We'll have a different panel discussion about that. But with respect to Ukraine, I completely agree with the minister. I've said from the beginning that there can be no resolution in Ukraine without Ukraine at the table, and actually without Ukraine's criteria for their freedom, for their territorial integrity. Those are all decisions that have to be made by the president, his advisors, and the Ukrainian people. The United States may be able to play a facilitating role, but I think that other NATO members and other European members should also have a say in that, because let's face it, we're talking about European security. We're talking about the security of a country that has a 1,340-mile or 40-kilometer border now. Thank you, Vladimir Putin, for letting us add Sweden and Finland to the mix. Look, Vladimir Putin is a murderer. He's a liar on his best day. And what we're seeing in Ukraine are his worst days. I was in Bucha, I was in Kyiv and Bucha last year after the Munich Security Conference. You can't trust him. We have to have, beyond Ukraine and the United States, we also have to have eyes on it from NATO allies, particularly those in the area, to make sure that we have a lasting and fair peace. But I think we have to look at everything that Vladimir Putin says and run it through a truth filter, because he simply can't be trusted. So this agreement has to be very specific, and there have to be consequences for violating it.
Can I ask you very directly, do you think that all the noise around Greenland, the threats of tariffs, I know we're going to talk about it in other settings, but do you believe that all of this talk about Greenland is to distract from the fact that there was hopefully going to be a deal announced this week and now there isn't?
Well, I can never get in the minds of people advising the president, but it certainly hasn't distracted Congress. I think you'll see an appropriations measure in place that will demonstrate financial support for Ukraine that will move through the Senate and the Congress in the coming weeks. In the United States, this president forces us all to be able to walk and chew gum. We can't just be focused on one issue. And I think in this case, we have to continue to focus on the real threat. There's no threat in Greenland, which is why, I think it's something that we need to de-escalate, something that we need to advise the president on a peaceful, more unifying path to achieving his goals, which we can talk about separately. But here the focus is on Ukraine. I think the American people still continue to support Ukraine, and this is an election year. Those who veer too far away may have electoral consequences to deal with, frankly.
And that's what I love about the fact that you're on our panel, because you're not running for election this year.
Yeah, but as I told the minister, if you check my record in the first administration, I was equally outspoken. Here's the point. This is where it's very important. I support the majority of President Trump's policies. I'll give you a good example in Greenland. I support the what? Being able to project power in the Arctic. My goodness, anyone in NATO should understand that as a priority. We had Russia and China actually in military exercises in the Arctic for the first time, large-scale military exercises. So clearly, we have to have a power projection platform, and Greenland makes a lot of geographic sense. But you're talking about a territory that has offered for $1 one of their military bases. At the height of our relationship with Greenland and Denmark, we had 17 military operations there. We have one today. For anyone to suggest that in order for us to be present in Greenland and project power, that it requires some financial transaction, which incidentally, as a fiscal conservative, would be more costly than we need to achieve the president's aim. And I think over time, hopefully, we'll get the president to recognize that and have the policy that that's commensurate with that.
I suppose the argument is that in a world where China, with Russia as a somewhat client state rising in its power, if the United States does not own that territory, that they could get very severe and serious pushback from a Europe that is wavering between the United States and a very, very powerful China. Anyway, that's
yeah, but again, if I can, just briefly, a part of
please weigh in as well.
A part of what we have to, a part of the reason that we're here is President Trump's justifiable frustration with some of our brothers and sisters in NATO who came far short of their investment in our mutual defense over the last 20 years. I've been the Republican leader of the Senate NATO Observer Group for 20 years. Collectively, $2 trillion with a T has not been spent to achieve the minimum that our colleagues should have in NATO. Can you imagine what deterrent effect there would have been if every member of NATO had actually invested the $2 trillion over 20 years? What would that have done for modernization? What would that have done for the industrial base? So I think a part of the president's frustration, and no one can doubt that everyone paying up to the minimum now and now achieving 5% limits, credit anyone other than Donald Trump's not been following current events. Every past president in this century attempted to do it, and they didn't. So I think he's frustrated by that. But that frustration should not transcend into the current policy posture with respect to Greenland. I think we have to de-escalate it, but I hope that this is an important lesson learned by those of us who care about NATO and believe it's the most consequential and important treaty in the history of man. Let's make sure that we don't drift again or we put ourselves in the same sort of vulnerable position that we find ourselves today.
Well, could I just emphasize the importance of focusing on Ukraine, which is what this panel is about? We have heard from someone from the president's office, in fact, the president of Ukraine's office, Zelensky's office, about the importance of security guarantees and the importance of Ukraine deciding its own sovereign future. And I think the onus is on us to ensure that we are supporting Ukraine as it enters, yet another year. We're almost 4 years on since the further illegal invasion, and we need to seek a resolution, and we need to ensure that Ukraine's at the table in that process. So the real question, if this is truly a panel about Ukraine, the real question is how we can support this process. I agree with you. We don't hold the levers to ensure that a ceasefire occurs ourselves. But that doesn't mean that we withdraw and do nothing. In fact, what it means is we search for the means by which we can assist and ensure that the rule of law and that territorial integrity, meaning the geographical boundaries of Ukraine, remain intact.
I agree completely.
I'd like to turn to Mr. Budanov and bring the focus back, as you rightly say we should. Would it be fair to say that today Russia is winning the war?
Look, no. We cannot state that Russia has won or is winning, because otherwise we would not be talking about it. If there was the fact of its victory, we would not be talking about it. But we can all see that the negotiations are ongoing. I would like to make a comment as regards the previous speeches. I think you're not quite correct when you say that Ukraine should have a place at the negotiating table. We are in the process of negotiations, as I said in the very beginning. I have come here today from Miami, where we were doing preparatory work with the staff of President Trump, with whom I don't think I need to remind you. We are in the process. And this process is, thank goodness, it's not happening without us. But going back to the issue of Russia, we need to remember that we are not able to kick them out from this process. We have tried. It didn't work. And this is almost year 4, in fact, year 12 of this war. We need to understand there are some unpleasant people and some very unpleasant countries, but we're not going to just close our eyes to it and it will go away. Unfortunately, we have to deal with them. Unfortunately, we have to deal with them. We have had to deal with them and we'll have to deal with them again. I'm grateful to the United States and to the states of Europe and Canada. Don't think that I'm ignoring you. Or to all of you who have been helping us all of these years and are helping us. We will need your help. We will really need your help and your support, because without your participation in this process, our position will weaken further. And then we'll be in a weak position. It'll be very difficult to speak from a weak position. Impossible. So please stay with us and let's put aside some of our disagreements that we have between some of our countries that have been helping us all of this time. We need to join efforts, we need to mobilize, and we need to finish the job. We need a just peace, that's true. We need security guarantees. We need a plan for the reconstruction of Ukraine. But any arguments within, in our midst, will not help this. That's my answer.
Ask you a follow-on question, which is that what is it, do you think that Vladimir Putin will be satisfied with some territorial concessions, a cessation of hostilities, and a promise that Ukraine in the foreseeable future will not join NATO? Or do you think that will be a holding position for Russia to and embolden Vladimir Putin and his administration to restart the hostilities at a future date, not too far in the future?
Це питання перемовин, знову ж таки.
It's a matter for negotiation again, yes. That's first of all. Secondly, as regards NATO, it is clear that for the Russian Federation, it is the most used argument that they have been using all of these years. Once again, this is 12 years now, and they've been justified their aggression against Ukraine with this. And it all started with the occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, when their main justification was two justifications. First, it is the deep ties with the Russian nation, which just sounds so strange. And the main one they were emphasizing, it's to secure the Russian Federation from NATO, to protect the Russian Federation from NATO, because they had, according to their propaganda, there were already plans for NATO forces in Crimea, and they were forced to annex Crimea in order to stop this. Then they went into the Donbass. They used the anti-NATO rhetoric in a more superficial way, but they did. And then we went into the stage of the large-scale invasion in 2022, when one of their main justifications was the reason they were stating that they were saving Russia from a NATO enlargement to the east, which, according to i.e. Ukraine's accession, and according to their logic, their rationale, this was an ideological, existential threat to the Russian Federation. So will Russia insist on preventing Ukraine from joining NATO. Of course, they will insist. What will come of this? Well, let's see. Any kind of negotiation likes quiet. But of course, we will all see the outcome.
And I want to ask your analysis on Vladimir Putin. I know you're going to tell me who knows, and you can't understand the Russian perspective, but what do you think his ultimate goal is? Is it genuinely the reconstitution of the great Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire? Do you think that if he achieves at least some of his aims in Ukraine, that the Baltics could be threatened next?
Well, I guess he has been quite outspoken about his goals. He published his writing, was it back in 21? And that certainly not only was about re-establishing the Soviet Empire, but certainly also limiting also the posture of NATO and all this. But I have to say, because Russians you typically use this narrative of NATO being a threat to them, which obviously is completely bollocks. If you
technical term.
Yes, if you now think about when Finland and Sweden joined NATO 3 years ago, there hasn't been less troops behind the Finnish border to Russia in the past 3 years than basically for decades. If NATO was such a massive threat, why have the troops in Ukraine? Why not bring them back to the border? So, of course, that is simply a narrative that Russia has been pushing to justify this and that, that they operate, which is fully against the UN Charter. And what comes to the previous discussion, I actually do agree both with Senator Tillis and Minister Anand in this. Well, yes, we need a just peace for Ukraine, but at the same time, we need to be fortifying NATO. And that is because I'm not seeing the threat of Russia going away with any peace deal, especially if it's not a good peace deal. The Russian threat probably will be there for, I don't know, for the foreseeable future, and it will be affecting the entire transatlantic alliance. We do see the Russian threat, certainly from the Arctic. They are active in Africa, and of course they are active where they have the possibility and the interest to do so. But together, if we invest decisively into our defense and deterrence, then certainly there's nothing that can keep us from winning. And also, finally, on the question whether Russia was winning on Ukraine, certainly no. I mean, if you were winning, you wouldn't be abducting children or having people freeze in their apartments when it's minus 15 outside. They are certainly not winning, and I think Ukrainians have all the right, not just to assume that they will have the freedom that they have been fighting for, but that will come. I'm more than certain about it.
I've been having some interesting discussions here in Davos last couple of days, and one of the arguments I've heard is that NATO is done, NATO is over, and that we are seeing the just dissolution of this, as you say, very important treaty that has lasted since for a long time. And that we're seeing the birth of something new. Maybe call it a board of peace, call it what you like. But how much do you think that argument rings true to any of you on the panel? So.
Well, Canada is a founding member of NATO, and maybe I'll just start, and I'm sure others have valuable things to say. I will admit there is no doubt that NATO is facing challenges now as it seeks to ensure that there's unity in NATO, as well as the concept of collective defense and deterrence is actually effective in practice. That doesn't mean that NATO dissolves. it means that NATO rises to the challenge to meet the moment. And I have been continuously pressing the point that NATO, as the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, needs to not only have a focus on the eastern flank of Europe, but also on the northern and western flanks, because as we all agree, the threat from Russia in the Arctic and beyond is undeniable. And if NATO is going to meet this moment, it needs also to develop the strategy to do so. And that's what my conversations with the Nordic Five and Mark Rutte, the Secretary General, have been about. What is the strategy to meet the moment? NATO needs that strategy.
Feel free to weigh in on this topic of NATO defunct or not. I'm going to throw another question in there, and I'm going to address it to you, Mr. Budanov. How important, from your perspective, is the role of China? Because if you listen to the US administration, but if you also look at the facts, I've talked to the heads of several Western intelligence agencies who say that if China was not supporting Russia today with technological, military, logistical support, Russia would not have been able to continue to fight up until this point. So how important, from your perspective, and others can weigh in, is the role of China in this conflict?
Thank you very much for this question. Your question, I guess, is more philosophical in nature, to be honest. How now in 2026 can I answer the question what things would have been like if China wasn't there or if it had a different role? I think you will agree with me. Now, as regards the real role that China is playing in this whole process, I'm going to give you a few examples, and I will let you make your own conclusions. If we think back the very start of the large-scale invasion after 2022, in the world media, there was a lot. Around springtime, summertime 2022, there was a lot of articles and a lot of videos, a lot of opinions as to how from China to Russia there were military planes and they were bringing washing machines, computers, and other items. And all of this, and all of this was happening because all of a sudden, there was a critical requirement for all kinds of microchips and controllers. And at the very start of the war, China wasn't selling them. And that's a fact. Then later, China understood how this can be used. And Russia, as the aggressor, found itself under more sanctions than before. And they were looking for solutions. And obviously, they were using business channels. And of course, there was a silent agreement from above. And they were able to find a reliable partner for these reliable channels of supply of electronics and electronic components. Then they had all kinds of manufacturing machines, manufacturing materials that they used to make various components for weapons. So this cooperation was intensifying, and Russia was paying huge money for it, much more than any other country would have paid before, but they had no other option. And China started taking advantage of this situation. Can you blame them? Well, I guess it's a philosophical issue. They had an opportunity to make these windfall profits. After this, there was the political part. They started having even more influence over the Russian Federation. The stricter the sanctions outside, the further Russia was moving into the embrace of China, which can now be seen with a naked eye. What are we going to do with this now? That's the issue. That's the main issue. Because now where they are exchanging military technologies. Russia is providing military technologies. China, by the way, has not given them even a single unit of military equipment. Whether you like China or not, they have not handed over to Russia a single unit of military equipment. That's a fact. Have they used it for profit for their country, to increase the influence of the Russian Federation? Will they do it? Will they eventually absorb the Russian Federation? Yes. Yes, this is happening. And it is very painful for the Russians to acknowledge, but they know it very well. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Well, first off, I won't get into details because it was a question back. Russia is losing. The reason why the Russians are at the table, Putin's at the table, is because we've proven that NATO technology is superior to them. We've proven that their non-commissioned officers are inferior and going to take a decade to actually get back to the level that we enjoy every day in NATO and in the United States. So I think that that's very important. China, in many respects, is the #1 winner if Russia wins in Ukraine. Russia does want to recreate the empire. Putin is afraid of losing relevance. He's losing relevance because he's a failure, and he's failing the Russian people. He's failing in Ukraine. China is, I agree, not supplying material, but they're supplying support. And they know that a successful Russia probably has an end very similar to what was suggested here. The Chinese people are also taking advantage. I know we're going to stay on Ukraine, but they're taking advantage of this moment with NATO, the tumult that we're experiencing in NATO. It's not a secret that they have an open door to someone from your neck of the woods just recently to talk about economic ties. I think that was probably an appropriate discussion to have among world leaders, but make no mistake about it, that's just another economic tentacle that China wants to spread across the globe to ultimately not democratize the world, but to see the world evolve into their end state. So I think that we have to be just realistic about it. We want good, strong economic ties with China and with other nations, but we also have to recognize them for what they are. They are cheering Russia along, at least silently, and are hopeful for the day that they succeed there. And success in Ukraine immediately threatens Moldova, the Balkans, and we know the game plan. This is fairly straightforward. I'm going to be traveling to Moldova after the Munich Security Conference. We have National Guardsmen there. We have a relationship with Moldova. Thank God they won the elections there. Russia tried to do everything else through hybrid warfare that's occurring across the globe. They did everything they could. It's a very positive sign that the Moldovan people got what they wanted out of their election, but make no mistake about it, Russia's malign influence with China being a cheerleader is an everyday occurrence since February of 2022.
I want to give the audience a chance to ask a question. Maybe I'll go to the very back to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. I'm from Ukraine, the only one Ukrainian representing Global Shapers here, Davos 40. I have the question, first of all, thank you for being so supportive. Thank you for saying it with Ukraine. That's something we need very much. But the question is about how or what should Ukrainians, I don't know, Office of the President, youth, community, NGOs still do to mobilize this international support? I mean, to reach real fair peace, because I'm, of course, questioning if this might be a real one. I'm sorry for being a bit critical.
Okay.
I wish it would be.
So, the question is, how should NGOs
mobilize
how could
national in terms of reaching real fair peace?
Okay. Would you like to answer?
No, in general, in the panel, I would say from the international community.
Okay. Do you have any suggestions?
Well,
Я думаю, да. Давайте з вас почнемо.
Let's start with you, please. Please, let's start with you.
yeah. Well, didn't want to hijack the answer, but well, today, for instance, I've used every bilateral I've had to also rally support for Ukraine and at the same time rally support for the UN Charter, the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of nations. And I think depending a little bit how you put it with the partner across the globe you discuss it with, I think it's very easy to find friends for exactly these two principles. And even if you add the freedom of people or human rights, that's of course not interpreted the same way everywhere around the world. That's certainly that we should be doing. But unfortunately, we have seen that over the course of the past 4 years, and Russia is really making use of this, since global attention has shifted to so many other places too, away from Ukraine, then perhaps that has taken something away from the sort of the feeling of urgency to help Ukraine. Whereas again, we saw last night with the strikes in so many cities across Ukraine. I mean, the need is there now. So I think it's an obligation not just to Ukraine, but to the global community to rally support.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I'd like to add a bit more. Look, if we proceed from the fact that we are a civilized country, which Ukraine definitely is, if we live in a human-centric paradigm where life, freedom of a human being are above all, and then everything else comes after, everything else is subordinated to that, then we begin to understand everything that we heard in your request. It contains the answer. You represent civil society, and you ask, how can we help, etc., etc. Please help. Our community, I mean, Ukrainian communities exist in every country of the world. As a member of intelligence service, former member, I can give you a lot of numbers, but I'm sure you know them already. Work, unite them. Ukraine needs help. That's no secret to anybody. We need help with everything. We need donations for weapons. We need donations for help for the wounded. We need support for the people who have lost everything in this war. And of course, ending with, maybe this doesn't sound pretty, but we need influence from these communities who have been living in these countries for a long time. We need influence from these communities over the policies of these countries. This will help us.
Thank you very much, and I think that is the perfect moment on which to end this fabulous panel. I want to thank my excellent panelists for your contributions. I want to thank those of you watching on the live stream and everybody in the room, and happy Davos. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck with the next year.
Yeah.